I am a young billionaire. But he drives a limited edition Lamborghini to deliver food every day in a low-key manner. What is even more incredible is that I not only killed cockroaches for the female customer for free, she even took the trouble to carry 200 kilograms of rice to the ninth floor for the muscular man. Even if the sewer in the Yandere president's house is clogged, I can fix it easily. Because of this, I became a delivery guy who was ridiculed by everyone. My name is Fong Hao. I was a poor student at Huahai University and lived a relatively stable life. However, because there is always little money in my pocket, I had to work part-time in a milk tea shop and deliver takeout every day to make a living. On this day, I received a special takeout order, and the note read, "Looking for a strong and fearless delivery man, urgent." This note made me a little stunned. The words were so explicit. Could it be that some hungry woman was looking for some kind of special service? But I didn't think much about it. I picked up the milk tea, rode the electric donkey, and rushed to the destination at a high speed. 10 minutes later, I arrived at an upscale residential complex and gently knocked on the door of room 901. As the door opened, an enticing aroma wafted into the air. I looked up and saw the woman in front of me was so beautiful that it made me lose my mind. Her smile seemed to make the whole world stop. The strong smell of perfume and her leisurely temperament made me stunned for a moment. It's so slow. I'm almost anxious. Come in quickly. She was wearing pink pajamas. She grabbed my arm and pulled me into the house. I was a little flustered, thinking, no way, is she really that hungry? But her beauty made me a little distracted, and I couldn't help thinking that maybe I wasn't at a disadvantage. Beauty, I'm just a delivery man, and the boss lady is still waiting for me, I said weakly, trying to refuse. However, she ignored my words and showed a pitiful expression. Please help me, just for a moment, it won't take too much time. Reluctantly, I sighed. Okay, half an hour at most. Her eyes widened, as if she had heard something that surprised her. Does it take so long to beat Xiaoqiang? Cockroach? I was stunned. Did I misunderstand? She looked a little embarrassed. Yes, there's a super big cockroach in the kitchen. I was scared and didn't dare to deal with it. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't bother you. I walked into the kitchen as if in a dream and saw the cockroach running rampant all over its body. My anger suddenly exploded, and I killed it without mercy. Seeing Xiaoqiang's body thrown into the trash can, the beauty finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much. I will definitely give you a 5-star rating later. As soon as I walked out of the door, I felt a little lost. At this moment, a mechanical voice came from my mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has not achieved what he wanted. The Xinhao takeaway system has been successfully bound for you. Please reply 3 dog heads to activate the system. I thought it was a prank, so I casually sent 3 dog heads back, thinking, who would believe this? However, what happened next shocked me completely. Just when I was still doubting, a voice sounded in my mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a special takeaway mission, and the reward is RB 1 billion drops. I looked down at my phone and saw that my account balance had increased by 1 billion. I quickly checked and saw that my account had 1 billion Chinese yuan and a balance of 102,100 yuan. I couldn't believe my eyes. I frantically checked my phone, feeling ecstatic. This was actually true. The system actually found me. After I completed my second takeaway order, the system rewarded me with a Lamborghini. Although it was a bit unexpected, it was also a rare piece of good luck. After dinner, everyone was still very lively. The waiter took away the plates, and Du Qian put the cake I brought on the table, preparing to celebrate Lin Shuangshuang's birthday. I gently took out the gift in my hand, but at this moment, Zhou Qi took out an exquisite jewelry box first. She opened the box, and the latest Swarovski swan necklace sparkled under the light. Wow, this necklace costs more than 10,000. Du Qian recognized it immediately, and the others immediately turned their eyes to me with envy and jealousy. Fong Hao, have you prepared the gifts? Liang Xiaoli suddenly asked with a provocative tone, obviously wanting to embarrass me. I took out a black wooden box from my pocket, still with a calm smile on my face. This is the gift I prepared for Shuang. Everyone stared with wide eyes, and when they saw me take out a hairpin, they couldn't help but let out a low laugh. A hairpin? How much can it be worth? Du Qian sneered. This is too perfunctory. You don't even understand romance. This is my feeling, and it doesn't need to be measured by money, I said calmly with a firm look in my eyes. Lin Shuang obviously didn't want to accept this gift and frowned. Fong Hao, I already have enough hairpins. I don't need them anymore. Her words were blunt and cold, and she seemed a little impatient. You really don't want to? I raised my eyebrows, with a hint of playfulness in my tone. They said no. Are you deaf? Zhang Zikai laughed. You were playing house in kindergarten, giving a hairpin. Laughter broke out, and everyone thought this gift was a little ridiculous. Just when the atmosphere was awkward, I calmly handed the wooden box to Rona. Then I'll give it to you. I didn't hesitate at all, not caring about the sneers in everyone's eyes. Rona was stunned, not knowing how to respond. She had always been a well-educated girl and had never accepted a gift from a boy. She hesitated for a moment but finally accepted it. Then thank you. She blushed and whispered. The people around were obviously dissatisfied, especially Zhou Qi and Zhang Zikai, whose expressions became gloomy. I know that they all felt that they were being fooled. Luo Na's appearance was pure and sweet. Although she was not as famous as Lin Shuangshuang, she was definitely a beauty. It's still early. Why don't we go to the bar and continue having fun? Zhou Qi suggested, trying to change the subject. Okay, let's go to the bar? Liang Xiaoli and Du Qian responded. Zhou Qi turned to me and said with a smile, Student Fong, come and play with us? I'm not going. I have to deliver food tomorrow. You guys have fun. I refused without hesitation. Obviously, their invitation did not make me happy. You can't make much money delivering takeout, right? Zhou Qi sneered. My dad's company is still in need of a handyman. The probationary salary is 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. You should consider it. I shook my head and said, I think delivering food is pretty good. I can get some surprises from time to time. As soon as I finished speaking, the eyes around me were filled with disdain and contempt. Waiter, let's settle the bill. Lin Shuangshuang suddenly waved and prepared to settle the bill. The waiter came over and asked with a smile, Excuse me, who's paying the bill? I'll do it. I immediately walked over, picked up the bill, and frowned. The room fee was 45,500. I was shocked and pretended to be surprised. So expensive? I deliberately said loudly, trying to attract their attention. The waiter looked at me with some confusion, perhaps thinking, how could this guy who drives a supercar worth tens of millions think this meal is expensive? How about I pay it? Rona suddenly stood up and broke the silence. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Qi and Zhang Zikai looked at Luo Na taking out her phone from her bag, as if she was going to pay for me. Luo Na is actually a little rich woman. She easily took out tens of thousands of dollars, which was simply jaw-dropping. Liang Xiaoli could hardly believe her ears. Could it be that Xiao Na was really drunk and talking nonsense? She always thought that Rona dressed simply and had a low-key personality and seemed to come from a poor family. Who would have thought that she actually had such enviable wealth? I'm not drunk. Rona responded calmly, took out her cell phone from her bag, and prepared to pay everyone's bill. Zhou Qi's smile was somewhat ironic. You're helping your classmates pay the bill, but you're asking a girl to pay. Isn't that too much? Don't blame her. Lin Shuangshuang pretended to defend Luo Na. Actually, this is my fault. The hotel bill was too high and beyond his ability. I watched this scene silently, shrugged slightly, and laughed in my heart. This scene seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Zhou Qi snorted coldly. You can't let girls treat you. If it gets out, people will say how shameless I am. It's just over 40,000, not worth mentioning. I responded indifferently. Zhou Qi picked up the bill, glanced at it, and took out his mobile phone to pay. Sir, there is another bill below. The waiter's reminder suddenly made the atmosphere freeze. Anything else? Zhou Qi was stunned and turned his gaze to the waiter. Yes, sir. The waiter's voice was soft and polite, because one bill cannot record all the consumption. Zhou Qi casually opened the bill, and his eyes widened unconsciously. A bottle of Ship of Silence, red wine, was priced at 2.21 million yuan, and the total amount was as high as 2,255,500 yuan. What the hell? Zhou Qi blurted out, his face turning pale in an instant. Did you make a mistake on this bill? Zhou Qi shouted in disbelief. Why is this bottle of wine so expensive, over 2 million? Are you robbing me? The waiter remained calm and patiently explained, Sir, this bottle of wine was purchased by our manager from the Carlsberg auction. The certificate and invoice are all available. I can provide it to you. Zhou Qi took the document. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes, and after confirming that it was correct, his face became even uglier. Even his father didn't dare to try this price easily. People around began to whisper. After learning the price of the wine, Lin Shuangshuang's face turned slightly pale. More than 2 million? That's enough to buy a sports car, right? She whispered. What should we do? Others were at a loss. I won't buy it. Zhou Qi was furious. Whoever ordered the wine should pay for it. Luo Na pointed at Zhou Qi angrily. You asked me to take the wine, and you drank the most just now. Now you are turning your back on me? I asked him to order wine, but I didn't ask him to order such expensive wine. Zhou Qi retorted angrily. At this point, I couldn't help but sneer. Zhou Qi, can't you afford it? Even if you max out your credit card, it won't be enough to get 2 million. Zhou Qi gritted his teeth nervously. Don't be complacent. Who said I can't afford it? Oh, are you sure? I smiled indifferently and took out my bank card. Beauty, can I pay with a card? I handed it to the waitress. The waiter took the bank card and swiped it lightly. I pressed the password several times, and the payment was completed successfully. The amount displayed on the phone screen shocked everyone. Rona easily paid tens of thousands of yuan, and I was secretly proud of myself. It seems that the low-key image of the delivery man outside hides an unknown secret. What's going on? Liang Xiaoli could hardly believe her eyes, and Lin Shuangshuang was also stunned. Her eyes were extremely complicated. It turned out that the ordinary boy she despised was actually an invisible rich second generation who could easily spend more than 2 million on a meal. His family was ridiculously rich. I have to deliver food tomorrow, I said lightly, and walked out of the room. My back left them with countless fantasies. Zhou Qi shouted angrily. Where did this guy get so much money? He must have swindled it. Who would believe he is a delivery man? He's a delivery man? How is that possible? Dushi suddenly remembered the hairpin I mentioned, and hurriedly urged Rona to take out the gift. Rona opened the wooden box and saw an exquisite hairpin inlaid with black diamonds, with an invoice and certificate attached to it. Du Qian almost lost her voice. Oh my god, this is Alexander's Black Swan hairpin. Limited to 100 pieces worldwide. The price is 230,000. Lin Shuangshuang looked at the hairpin with greedy eyes. She felt a little regretful that she had given up this opportunity and missed such an opportunity and passed by a rich second generation. She made a decision immediately and chased after him nervously. Zhou Qi looked gloomy, and he completely realized that all his efforts tonight were in vain. I got into the car leisurely and prepared to drive away. Just as I was about to start the car, a tall woman suddenly knocked on the window. You are really good at hiding yourself. Qin Yanran stood outside the window and smiled. She was the girl I met during the day, the general manager of the Ruihao Hotel. I thought you were just a delivery man, but I didn't expect you to be so capable. A hint of interest flashed in her eyes, and her attitude was casual, but with some depth. I smiled and said, Same here, you're not bad either. Come on, take me to eat some barbecue. She smiled and shook her head. Abalone, shark's fin, and bird's nest won't fill me up. Barbecue is more to my taste. I pressed the window button, the door automatically rose, and Qin Yinran got in. She carefully held down the hem of her skirt to avoid exposing herself, and sat in the car gracefully. This scene happened to be seen by Lin Shuangshuang. She stood there helplessly, gritting her teeth, her heart full of regret. I drove the car slowly out of the hotel, and drove to the barbecue stall with Qin Yinran. The next day, there were almost no customers in the milk tea shop in the morning. The proprietress Xiao Wei answered the phone. Fong Hao, there is an urgent order here. Please help deliver it quickly. I took the address, got on my electric scooter, put on my yellow vest, and set off in high spirits. That day, I delivered 8 takeaway orders, all of which went smoothly until the last order, which was delivered to an old residential area. A female customer suddenly stopped me and said, Brother, can you help me take some garbage downstairs? My heart moved, and I remembered that every time a special requirement is completed, a system reward will be triggered. Okay, no problem. I agreed with a smile. The female customer was carrying 2 large bags of garbage. After I successfully threw them into the garbage station, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing a special takeaway. You are rewarded with a set of driving skills proficiency skills. I suddenly felt that my compatibility with the electric car had improved. Driving it was like becoming one with the car, and I could move through traffic easily and flexibly. After delivering the last order, I returned to school, and the atmosphere in the dormitory instantly became lively. The big boss patted my shoulder and said with a smile, Siako, you actually drive a Danio. You kept it a secret from us? I knew I couldn't keep it secret. I looked at the third brother Qin Yiming with a wry smile. Obviously, Zhang Zikai had made a big fuss about what happened last night. It's your fault that you always appear and disappear mysteriously. I can't even see your shadow, I said helplessly. The second brother, Hu Fei, teased sourly. Fourth brother, you are so lucky. You have hooked up with all the young, beautiful and rich women. I admire you. Rich woman? Who is the rich woman? I was stunned. Don't pretend, fourth brother. Although the video and post have been deleted, the whole school knows about your glorious deeds now. Third brother Chin Yiming said with a smug smile. That rich woman has an amazing figure, especially her long legs, which are absolutely perfect. If she really has you, please recommend me as well. When I heard this, I immediately understood the truth of the matter. Someone had filmed Chin Yinran getting into the car last night and posted it online with exaggeration, which resulted in me being labeled a gigolo. Although I was maliciously slandered, I did not intend to defend myself. The innocent are innocent. So I could only accept this label silently. Fourth brother, it's true that comparison makes one angry. Menghu laughed as he planned to beat me hard. The three brothers are already very angry. I must punish you severely tonight. I smiled helplessly and said, I accept. You have the final say. Okay, let's go to the hot pot restaurant now to have a good meal, and then go to the Trench Internet Cafe to play a game of four-person team. Menghu announced excitedly. So the four of us started our indulgence that night. We ate and drank a lot at the hot pot restaurant, and then went straight to the Trench Internet Cafe. Unfortunately, the boss lady Wenjing was not there, but I was relieved. I directly booked a top-notch private room for 688 yuan an hour. It had complete facilities and all kinds of drinks and alcohol. There was also a beautiful network administrator in an AI uniform who accompanied me throughout the whole process. Even Meng Hu and the other two were stunned. Just when we were having fun, Wenjing walked in angrily, obviously in a bad mood. New boss, why are you unhappy? The female network manager asked with concern. I get so angry just thinking about it. The car I ordered 3 months ago hasn't arrived yet. I'm so angry. Wenjing said depressedly, I can only drive the Z4 to the appointment tonight. At this moment, Wenjing seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, by the way, is there someone named Fong House surfing the internet? Yes, he booked room number 1, and there were 4 people in total. The female network manager replied. That's great. Wenjing's eyes lit up, and she immediately turned and walked towards our private room. The three of them looked at her walking towards me, their eyes full of shock. Menghu whispered, Did you see that? This is the boss lady of the trench. We are here for her. Chin Yiming opened his mouth wide, obviously amazed. Why is she here? Menghu asked puzzledly. Of course, he must have been attracted by our handsome looks. Wu Fei said with a smile. Wenjing sat down next to me, and the three of us were petrified. Why, you again? I frowned and looked at Wenjing. Let go. Let's finish this round first. Wenjing let go of my hand obediently, and the three of them were shocked. It turned out that Wenjing had been targeting me for a long time. Fong Hao, I want to borrow something. Wenjing said with a smile. What is it? I asked curiously. Everything else is easy to talk about, but physical skills are not available for loan. I said half-jokingly. Wenjing immediately became a little embarrassed and annoyed, punched me a few times, and then said, I want to borrow your car. I was stunned. Are you talking about poison? Of course. Is it the electric bike you use to deliver food? Wenjing rolled her eyes. The 812 I ordered hasn't arrived yet, and I have a race with others tonight, so I asked to borrow your car, she said. I nodded and handed her the car keys without hesitation. No problem, be safe. Wenjing took the car keys and was as happy as a little girl. Suddenly, she gently kissed my left cheek. Crack! Menghu and Chin Yiming seemed to hear the sound of a heartbreaking heart. I was slightly dizzy, but decided to tease her. You didn't eat garlic tonight? Wenjing looked at me in confusion. No. Why do you say that? I used my fingers to rub the place where she kissed me, then put it close to my nose and sniffed it, revealing a disgusted expression. You're lying. You must have eaten it. I'm so mad. Wenjing was so angry that she pounced on me. The mood of the three single dogs instantly hit rock bottom. Fourth brother, you already have a multi-millionaire woman. Please leave a way out for your brothers. Menghu roared in pain. To make up for it, I had to agree to accompany her. It was almost dawn, and more than a dozen luxury cars had gathered at the foot of Dongming Mountain in the southern suburbs of Huahai. The scene was very lively. Several supercars worth tens of millions of yuan were shining in the scene, and many hot young women gathered around them, taking photos and short videos with the car owners. It was as lively as a grand party. A young man with dyed green hair was sitting in a McLaren P1, accompanied by a beautiful woman with exquisite looks, Li Chichi. It's almost 12 o'clock. Are you coming or not? Green hair asked impatiently. Li Chichi smiled sweetly and said, Brother Fei, your driving skills are so famous in Huahai, I guess he has been scared. I don't know if he dares to come to the competition. Lu Fei snorted coldly. Isn't it just 5 million? It's not worth mentioning to me. It doesn't matter whether you come or not. Don't worry, Brother Fei. If he doesn't come, he will automatically forfeit. According to the previous agreement, if he wins, he will have to be your girlfriend for a month. There's no way to escape. Li Qiqi raised her head. Lu Fei took a deep puff of cigarette with an evil smile in his eyes. Well, 1 month is enough. As several sports cars were in place, the arena began to boil. The racing event in Dongling Mountain attracted many young men from the upper class and some internet celebrities, becoming their gathering place. The onlookers talked a lot, and everyone was looking forward to tonight's game, and Lu Fei seemed to be the undisputed champion. Suddenly, a burgundy Lamborghini slowly drove onto the track. Oh my god, isn't this the limited edition Poison? It's even cooler than Mr. Lu's P1. There was a burst of exclamations from the crowd. This car is so powerful that it has left young Master Lu's car far behind. The car window slowly opened, revealing Wenjing's beautiful face. Everyone's eyes were focused on the car and Wenjing, and some staff even came forward to confirm and direct Du Yao to drive steadily onto the track. Do I still have to go down? I asked Wenjing. Why are you going down? Are you worried about my driving skills? Wenjing retorted mischievously. Not really. I'm just afraid that my handsomeness will affect your performance. I said lightly, and Wenjing couldn't help laughing when she heard it. You are so handsome. Wenjing laughed angrily. You kiss me even though you are not handsome. Do you believe that I will die with you later? Okay, just a joke. I quickly stopped talking. After all, the steering wheel was in her hands. As the girl on the track raised the flag to start, the roar of 4 supercars rang out, and the race officially began. Du Yao took the lead with its excellent engine performance, and quickly left Lu Fei's P1 behind on the straight, with the gap getting bigger and bigger. However, the 28 consecutive bends on the Donglingshan track became the key to the race. Wenjing's skills and the excellent performance of the Poison allowed her to take the lead in the consecutive bends. Although Lu Fei was chasing closely behind, the gap was gradually widening. Brother Fei, if you continue like this, won't you lose? Said Li Qiqi, the co-pilot, worriedly. Shut up, no one could beat me on Dongming Mountain. Lu Fei gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Relying on his familiarity with the track, he gradually shortened the distance with Poison. As they approached the top of the mountain, Lu Fei finally surpassed Du Yu and continued to expand his lead at the steep bend of Jillian Feijian. However, Wenjing knew that the downhill road was the final decisive moment. On the straight road near the foot of the mountain, she chased closely and did not dare to relax. This is the last chance, she whispered, then stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the Poison flew forward like an arrow. Lu Fei was not willing to be outdone, and McLaren's speed was also pushed to the limit. In the end, with less than 100 meters to the finish line, Du Yao surpassed Lu Fei by half a car length with his outstanding performance and won the race narrowly. Haha, I finally won? Wenjing shouted excitedly. You're just lucky. The performance of the McLaren is better than your car, and I'm more familiar with the road conditions. I said with a smile. Wenjing smiled and responded, luck is also a kind of strength. In the end, didn't I win anyway? Lu Fei was so angry that his face turned blue. He quickly got out of the car and walked towards us. Wenjing, you only won because you had a good car. Do you dare to play again? Is it unnecessary? Wenjing shook her head. It was obvious that she already had a plan in mind. Don't rush to refuse. Listen to my conditions first. Lu Fei sneered. If I win, you will be my girlfriend for a month. If you win, McLaren will be yours. Hearing this, Wenjing's eyes lit up instantly. Although the McLaren is not as valuable as the Poison, it is also a top-of-the-line supercar worth almost 20 million, and it is more cost-effective than the Ferrari 812 she ordered. Just as she was about to accept the challenge, I suddenly interrupted and said, you blame the car for losing. What kind of logic is that? Lu Fei was irritated by my words. It was obvious that I had touched his sore spot. His face instantly turned red, and he was furious. Do you dare to take this fight? He asked coldly, his eyes locked on Wenjing. However, Wenjing couldn't help but interrupt. He is my new boyfriend, and the car is also his. Who are you to say that? I almost choked on this sentence. I was stunned for a moment and thought to myself, this is only the second time we met. When did he become her boyfriend? I don't care who he is, Lu Fei said disapprovingly. Give me a word. Do you dare to accept this game? Why not? I said calmly. With your skills, I can win even without using poison. As soon as I said this, there was an uproar at the scene, and everyone looked at me in surprise. Is this guy crazy? How could he say such a thing? Can they win without using poison? The crowds watching were discussing. It's impossible for a beautiful woman to defeat young Master Lu. This guy is a new face. Could it be that his skills are better than young Master Lu's? You can pick any car you like. Lu Fei added with a sneer. In that case, I will obey your command. I responded without hesitation. When Jing looked at me with some concern, is your technique good enough? Don't push me into the fire pit. I laughed shamelessly and said, don't worry, I was known as the best in the village back then, and Schumacher could beat him to tears with one hand. When Jing looked unconvinced. Why do I feel like you are bragging? Don't worry, you'll know soon. I never brag. I patted my chest and assured. I looked around the cars on the track. Although there were no big names like Poison, there were several supercars worth over 10 million. While everyone was talking, I suddenly stopped and locked my eyes on a car. This one's good, I said, pointing to one of the cars. When Jing's eyes went dark, and the people around her started to laugh. The owner of the car was stunned, as if he had never expected that this car would be used in this competition. The car is a well-known god car, Wuling Hongguang S, which is a 10-year-old model. The displacement is only 1.2 L, which is no problem whether it is hauling people or goods. It is definitely not a competitor on the track, but more like a means of transportation for an ordinary family. Is this the car you want? When Jing was stunned. This is it. I got into the driver's cab of Wuling Hongguang without hesitation. Everyone on the field was laughing, and they couldn't understand why I would choose this car to participate in such an important race. However, I didn't care about their laughter at all. On the track, the result of the race is the most important. However, as I gradually accelerated, the laughter outside the venue began to gradually subside, and everyone's attention was focused on this Wuling Hongguang. Chapter 14. Seeing the taillights moving farther and farther away, when Jing looked at me fiercely and said nervously, don't mess around, the race has just begun. I smiled faintly. Don't worry, I won't lose. She snorted, the real test will come when you get down the mountain. Remember, you'll die quickly that way. I ignored her and accelerated directly. The speed of Wuling Hongguang S has reached its limit. Although it is not as fast as McLaren, it is still suicidal to go too fast. I held the steering wheel with one hand and calmly dealt with the upcoming 28 bends ahead. What are you doing? There is a sharp turn ahead. Slow down. Wen Jing shouted. I said calmly, don't worry, I'm not blind. The audience was shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes as they watched me drive the van through crazy turns and drift with precision. Is this possible? The audience discussed. He actually did it. Wen Jing could hardly believe it. He managed to get by. I continued to drive without any let-up, without slowing down, and my drift was precise and accurate. After turning a few corners, Lu Fei could already see the lights of my car in the rearview mirror. How did this guy catch up with me? Lu Fei panicked. He accelerated nervously, but I had already passed him and continued to lead. When Wuling Hongguang S crossed the finish line, McLaren was still struggling to turn. Lu Fei finally had to hand over the car keys and transfer 10 million yuan. I took the car keys with a smile. I'll give you the car, but I won't share the money. When Jing was surprised. Are you really going to give it to me? Here you go. I handed it to her. She hesitated for a moment, then snatched the car keys and said, consider it as compensation for the damage to my heart. When did you get hurt? I asked with a smile. My heart has been hurt since you chose Wuling Hongguang. She smiled bitterly. When we left Dongming Mountain, Lu Fei's mentality had collapsed. Back at the internet cafe, when Jing waived my internet access fee and promised to keep waiving it in the future, but there was one condition. I had to be there to take her to play PUBG. I smiled reluctantly. Okay, terms accepted. The next afternoon, I received a takeout order to be delivered to a youth hostel. When the door opened, it was Shun Xiaoli who answered. Are you Feng Hao? Are you Shun Xiaoli? I recognized her with surprise. It turned out that she was the class monitor in high school. You haven't changed. You're still as handsome as ever, she smiled. You have changed too, becoming more and more beautiful, I said with a smile. She sighed. I am now doing live broadcasts to make money for my brother's medical treatment. I asked with concern. How much money is left? She shook her head. I know your family situation. You can't help me so much. I hesitated for a moment and said, tell me the room number and I'll help you promote it and increase your popularity. She nodded. Thank you then. 第15章. It's so hot. Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea? Shin Xiaoli invited me softly. No, I'm in a hurry to deliver food. I'll talk to you next time, bye. I refused with a smile and left in a hurry. Okay, I'm live streaming now, bye. She responded lightly. After getting the room number, I rode on the electric motorcycle but did not set off immediately. Instead, I downloaded the Squid Live app and logged into the account I had registered before. Entering Shun Xiaoli's live broadcast room, I found that her popularity was only 4 or 5,000, and she was obviously an inconspicuous anchor. I have heard about the rules of the live broadcast industry. If a newcomer wants to stand out, the fastest way is to join a guild or rely on a big shot. If a beauty like Shin Xiaoli is willing to humble herself and use some resources, she can quickly become famous. It has been half a year since she registered, but she still has very few fans, which shows how deserted she is. I watched the live broadcast for a while, and Shin Xiaoli's songs are really good, and her appearance is also very high, far better than many other anchors. Thank you for the card application. I love you. I am Hao Fong, is my Squid nickname. At this time, the system prompted. Congratulations to the host for completing a special takeaway, and be rewarded with 30% of the Squid platform shares. I almost laughed out loud. I didn't expect this could also trigger a reward. Squid Live is a top domestic platform with a market value of nearly 70 billion yuan. I only spent 6 yuan and easily acquired billions of shares. It was really cool. The live broadcast room was still dull. Shin Xiaoli didn't get many resources, and she was unwilling to please the rich. Seeing the small gifts on the screen, I smiled bitterly. At this rate, it would take a long time to make 500,000 yuan. Just as I was about to help her, the word PK appeared in the room. This is a new activity launched by Squid. Winning PK can increase the popularity, and there will be extra rewards for winning consecutive games. The rules are simple. Gifts sent by fans will increase points. The party with the highest points within 3 minutes wins. Shin Xiaoli's PK points are still 0, while her opponent Sheer has already obtained more than 10,000 points. Sheer is a beauty anchor with a strong guild behind her. Today's goal is to impact the hero list in the beauty zone. Shin Xiaoli's opponent is so strong that I feel a little sorry for her. How pitiful! She's already halfway through the PK and can't even get a free gift. Sheer said smugly. Someone in the barrage said, I'll give her a plane. Shin Xiaoli tried hard to perform, but she had too few fans and couldn't even receive free gifts. She had given up hope of PK and just hoped to maintain her popularity. I typed, Beautiful lady, sing a song for me, and I'll give you a small gift. Shin Xiaoli obviously recognized me and forced a smile. What song do you want to hear, boss? Anything is fine. I responded. Okay, then I'll sing Liangsheng. I hope everyone likes it. She began to sing. Shin Xiaoli's singing voice is unique, and the barrage of comments lit up. It's so beautiful. Anchor 666. I smiled and sent out 3 super rockets worth 1,000 shark fins. As the rockets were sent out continuously, Shin Xiaoli's PK points soared instantly, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became heated. Sheer on the opposite side was completely crushed, and the live broadcast room instantly became quiet. Chapter 16. Before the PK ended, Fang Hao finally sent out 20 super fires. Cheng Yaojin showed up halfway. Sheer was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She had won 18 games in a row, but was ended by a small anchor with less than 100 fans. This is really infuriating. Wachow, this is the real boss. He gave me a gift worth 20,000 without blinking an eye. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. I want to know why too. Praise the great God. I earned 5,000 fishballs by opening the treasure chest. Fortunately, I came early. I opened 10,000. Fang Hao's 20 super hits attracted a large number of viewers, and the popularity of the live broadcast room instantly exceeded 1 million. Seeing that her winning streak finally broke through 9, Shin Xiaoli came back to her senses. Today's gift income alone is 10,000, and my brother's surgery fee is 1 step closer. Thank you, Boss Fang, for your 20 super hits. I don't know what to say. Shin Xiaoli said gratefully. You're welcome. Keep singing. Fang Hao typed back. Okay, I'll keep singing. Shin Xiaoli continued to sing. The PK match was successful. This time it was a game anchor with 6 consecutive wins. Fang Hao directly sent out 20 super fires, easily crushing his opponent, and his winning streak increased to 4. After that, every PK was successfully won, and the winning streak soared rapidly. However, the strongest opponent came, outdoor anchor Danai, with more than 100,000 fans 238 consecutive wins. Every time you are super popular for 20 times, you are unlucky. Denai sneered in his heart. Denise fans rushed to send gifts, and the points soared rapidly, reaching more than 500,000. Apart from some small gifts from new fans, Fang Hao did not send any more gifts to Shun Xiaoli, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room gradually became depressed. Could the boss be out of money? Someone speculated on the barrage. Probably, after all, he has already given so many. Shun Xiaoli felt a little reluctant. Thank you all for your support. If you like me, please follow me. Next, I will dedicate this song to my boss Fang. Her singing has attracted more fans with her unique voice. Her popularity has steadily increased, and she has become a mid-level anchor. As the time left for the PK was running out, Shun Xiaoli was still far behind in PK points. Fang Hao typed, "You sang well. I'll give you a little gift as a reward." Sierra sneered. This pretentious guy is finally going to take action, but it's a pity that it's too late to save the situation. But at this moment, Fang Hao's action shocked everyone. "I'm giving the anchor Xiaoli a super rocket asterisk 100 as soon as..." Fang Hao sent out the gift. Shun Xiaoli's PK points quickly surpassed Denise, and she won in the end. 666, 6666. The barrage exploded. The rich man is awesome. When Denai saw the word failure, he was so angry that he almost smashed his phone, and the live broadcast room suddenly fell into chaos. Shun Xiaoli's winning streak reached 46, surpassing the record of the champion of the entire platform last month. "I can't stand it." Then I decided to ask the guild for help and began to recruit people. After Shun Xiaoli regained consciousness, she realized that today's income was enough to pay for her brother's surgery. In the last PK, Shun Xiaoli won easily, and her winning streak reached 51. After spending more than 300,000 gifts, Fang Hao was satisfied and prepared to quit the live broadcast. However, a line of words suddenly popped up on the screen. "Anchor Do and I challenges you to a life and death duel. Do you accept it?" The life and death duel is a cruel PK mode, and the winner can get all the gifts and popularity of the opponent. The guild sent someone to put pressure on Shun Xiaoli, strongly urging her to accept the challenge. But Shun Xiaoli thought for a moment and decided to refuse. "Sorry, I don't accept the life and death fight. Unfollow this crappy anchor." The comments started to stir up the controversy. Just as the controversy was heating up, Fang Hao made another move. Opened the Supreme Emperor account in the room of Anchor Xiaoli. Fuck. Someone opened a 500,000 Supreme Emperor account. The Supreme Emperor is awesome. Xiaoli is going to fly. Fang Hao opened the Supreme Emperor account. He only typed one word in the live broadcast room. Receive. Chapter 17. After seeing "I'm so good" speak, the live broadcast room was instantly flooded with messages of various colors. Shun Xiaoli was so excited that she was shaking all over, almost in a wandering state, and clicked the button to accept. The life and death battle began. "You dare to challenge our entire guild on your own? Humph. Today I will let you feel what despair is." Denise's eyes flashed with domineering. In the first minute, the PK points exceeded 1 million. Fang Hao smiled and gave out the first batch of gifts. The 200 super fires instantly overshadowed the opponent's brilliance, and Shun Xiaoli's points instantly took the lead. But the good times didn't last long. The guild members began to exert their strength, and Denise's points quickly overtook him. Fang Hao remained calm, and whenever the opponent led by a certain number of points, he continued to increase his strength, and the points entered a stalemate. A few minutes later, the total amount of gifts was close to 1 million, and this life and death battle attracted a large number of spectators. "Brother and I, are you ready? Don't worry, give the fatal blow in the last 10 seconds. Big and I commanded." The PK points entered a fierce competition stage, with gifts from both sides exceeding 3 million. The local tyrants of the DNI Guild gave gifts fiercely, while Shun Xiaoli's fans gradually weakened and the points gap widened. I'm Good seemed to be ready for a counterattack and continued to brush the super fire, temporarily pulling back a little. DNI felt that this guy still has some strength left and continued to launch attacks. Near the last moment, Denise's points had exceeded 35 million, and Shun Xiaoli was still far behind. "It's over. There's no hope this time," fans began to sigh. However, suddenly, a domineering spaceship that had never been seen before appeared on the screen, and the shocking special effects filled the entire live broadcast room. "I'm so happy to give the anchor Xiaoli Noah's Ark *888. Noah's Ark, the exclusive gift of the Supreme Emperor, is worth 10,000 shark fins." The special effects shocked the audience, and Shun Xiaoli won instantly. Congratulations to host Xiaoli for winning. Durin I and the guild members' faces turned pale in an instant. They never expected that Fong Hao would give such a powerful gift at the last second and completely reverse the outcome. What a loss. All the gifts today are gone. Then I was stunned, full of regret. Shin Xiaoli reacted and thanked Wahao Fong with tears in her eyes. Watroff, why isn't it stuck? The Ni roared in his heart, regretting this challenge. Fong Hao looked at Shin Xiaoli's excited expression and explained with a smile, Sorry, the network was a bit stuck just now, and I almost didn't send it out. But it doesn't matter, the action just now was not intentional. My 1,000 yuan phone is a bit weak. Shin Xiaoli didn't care about the details. She only knew that she won and her brother's surgery fee was settled. Congratulations to the host for completing the extra task of special takeout. And the reward is elementary combat proficiency. The system prompt made Fong Hao smile so much that he couldn't close his mouth. The unexpected surprise triggered the extra reward. It was worth the more than 10 million I just spent. Chapter 18. Why did Fong Zunhuang log off? Yeah, he spent more than 10 million today. Why did he leave without saying a word? Logically speaking, shouldn't he ask the anchor for his WeChat first? How could Fong Zunhuang spend so much money for no reason? He most likely knows Xiaoli. Shin Xiaoli saw the discussion on the screen, and her heart was moved. It seemed that there was no one else who knew her and whose last name was Fong, except Fong Hao. Could it really be him? Impossible. He is just a poor student who delivers food. How can he have so much money? She thought about it and decided to give it a try by phone. The call was quickly connected. Hello? Fong Hao, where? Where are you now? On my way to deliver a takeaway. Is there something wrong? No. I just want to ask what your squid nickname is. Oh, I haven't had time to register yet, so I plan to call it Spicy Eggplant. What do you think? So vulgar. Shin Xiaoli smiled, but she felt relieved in her heart. It seems that Fong Hao can't be my good Fong at all. I'm riding an electric bike. It's too dangerous. Let's talk another day. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, Fong Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and he admired Shin Xiaoli's intuition in his heart. After this battle, Shin Xiaoli became completely famous and became the top anchor in the beauty zone. The Squid platform promoted this life and death battle with all its strength, which quickly triggered a craze across the entire network. The platform's stock soared, and Fong Hao's assets also increased by billions. That night, Fong Hao's 4 roommates entered the live broadcast room and presented their cards: spicy eggplant, braised edamame, steamed cucumber, and cold corn. Shin Xiaoli immediately realized that these were Fong Hao and his roommates. This anchor is so pretty. She looks even prettier than the school belle in our school. Hu Fei said, You didn't believe me before, but now you know I wasn't lying to you, right? Fong Hao replied with a smile. Is she really the new top beauty? Meng, whose eyes lit up. It's the real deal. Fong Hao took out his high school graduation photo, and Shin Xiaoli was standing next to the head teacher, firmly in the center position. The 3 of them were surprised. I will be her diehard fan from now on. Give me the goddess's contact information. Meng Hu and Qin Yiming said in unison. Okay, but you have to do it within your ability. Fong Hao reminded with a smile. The next morning, Fong Hao received a call from his father. How are you doing recently? Do you have enough living expenses? I'm fine, Dad. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Fong Hao knew that his father must have something to talk to him about when he spoke like this. Your cousin has a girlfriend, and the parents of both parties want to meet, so you need to go pick her up. No problem, Wen. This morning's train will arrive at Huahai at 12 o'clock. Go to the station to pick her up. Got it, Dad. Fong Hao planned to ask for leave, and Xiao Wei agreed immediately. In order to keep a low profile, Fong Hao decided not to borrow a supercar. He called Xiao Yang and asked, Does the company have any cheap cars? Xiao Yang replied awkwardly, The cheapest is the BMW 7 Series. Then borrow Yang Lin's car. Fong Hao decided to borrow the Highlander of his female secretary. At noon, Yang Lin drove to the downstairs of Fong Hao's dormitory. Chapter 19. Boss, here are the car keys. The gas is full. Yang Lin handed over the keys, and her perfect figure attracted everyone's attention. Thank you. Fong Hao took the keys and put his car keys into the other person's hand without hesitation. You can drive my car for the next few days. The gas is full too. No thanks, boss. This car is too expensive. I don't dare to drive it. Yang Lin was stunned. This is a supercar worth 500 million yuan. How could she dare to drive it casually? It's okay. You can drive it as you like. If something goes wrong, it's my fault. I'm in a hurry. Bye, Fong Hao said, then got in the Highlander and left quickly. The highway was a bit congested during rush hour. When Fong Hao was still 4 or 5 kilometers away from the station. He received a call from his uncle. Xiao Yi, where are you? The uncle said unkindly. We have been waiting for a long time, and our legs are numb. It will be there soon. Fong Hao was puzzled. There were still 25 minutes to 1 o'clock. Could the train arrive early? Hurry up. Don't keep us waiting too long. My aunt has a bad leg. Uncle hung up the phone without waiting for Fong Hao to respond. Fong Hao was busy on his way, but he walked around the station twice and didn't see his uncle's family. He looked up accidentally and realized that his uncle's family had not arrived at the station yet, and there was still half an hour to go. What the hell? Fong Hao almost couldn't help but call and curse. He almost ran a red light. It was not until 1:23 that my uncle and his family came out of the gate. Uncle, Aunt Xiaotang. Fong Hao greeted them one by one and took the suitcase from my uncle. Yeah, Aunt snorted coldly, and Fong Tang lowered his head to play with his phone. You're pretty good this time. You're on time. The uncle nodded. Fong Hao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He waited for half an hour, and he actually said he was on time. Your uncle said that on purpose to remind you of your sense of time. Aunt sneered. Fong Hao was helpless. Okay, let's go eat first. Aren't we taking a taxi? The uncle asked. I drove here. No need to take a taxi. Fong Hao said casually. Driving. Uncle and Aunt looked at each other. Isn't he still studying? How could he have a car? Aunt asked in confusion. I don't know. Maybe he rented it? Uncle guessed. Fong Hao felt helpless when he heard this and couldn't help but quicken his pace. Rent a car? Aunt sneered. Isn't it a van? Maybe. Uncle replied softly. When they saw the brand new Highlander, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was a joint venture car, so they didn't lose face. Did you buy this car? Asked the aunt. I rented it from a friend for 250 yuan a day. Fong Hao answered directly. 250? That car must be so shabby. Fong Hao had no choice but to pretend he didn't hear it and prepare to drive them to dinner. At the hot pot restaurant, Fong Tang picked out the expensive dishes and ordered dozens of them, so many that several carts could barely hold them all. Uncle, did you order too many dishes? Fong Hao couldn't help but ask. What's wrong with ordering too much? What's wrong with eating to replenish your body? Auntie replied bluntly. Fong Hao watched everything helplessly and could only pretend that he heard nothing. Chapter 20. Halfway through the meal, the uncle deliberately asked, Xiao Yi, I heard from your dad that you were doing odd jobs while attending school. Were you tutoring or doing something else? Fong Hao answered honestly. Not tutoring, I'm delivering takeout in the milk tea shop. Delivering takeout? The uncle and aunt smiled at each other. Obviously, this news was unexpected good news for them. You are a 985 university student, but you actually do this kind of work. Don't you think it's a waste of your parents' hard-earned tuition? Annie said with a wry smile. You might as well learn from your brother. He can make 30,000 yuan a month by stock trading. How much do you make a month delivering food? 3,000. Fong Hao answered calmly. 2,000 yuan during the probation period, and it just increased by 1,000 yuan this month. I told you, it's not even a fraction of your brother's. Aunt patted her thigh. College students are worthless nowadays. It's a good thing Xiao Tang didn't pass the exam. Fong Hao couldn't help rolling his eyes and sighed in his heart. These people just like to compare him with Fong Tang. It's really unbearable. Uncle and aunt have always looked down on Fong Hao because he was admitted to Huahai University, while Fong Tang failed to get into a second-tier university and was unwilling to go to a third-tier university, and eventually became a stay-at-home man who depended on his parents. 3 months ago, Fong Tang became obsessed with stock trading and borrowed 200,000 yuan to buy stocks, claiming that he could make 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month. Aunt was proud of her son and boasted about it in front of Fong Hao. Nephew, do you have a girlfriend at school? Annie deliberately asked, obviously wanting to show off her superiority. Not yet. Why? You haven't found a girlfriend yet when you're about to graduate. Uncle acted surprised. People say it's easy to find a girlfriend at school. Well, your brother gives you so little living expenses, it's not easy to find a girlfriend. Annie smiled and said, girls nowadays spend money on everything, such as shopping, eating, and watching movies. That's right, Uncle said as he flipped a photo from his phone. Look, Xiaoye, this is your brother's girlfriend. Isn't she pretty? Fong Hao looked down and saw that she was indeed very beautiful, with a good figure and well-defined features. Very beautiful, the uncle said proudly. This is your brother's ability. He can make money without leaving home and find a girlfriend. Fong Hao's face changed slightly, and he was a little puzzled. Could it be that Fong Tang was in an online relationship? Don't be too envious of your brother. The girl has very good conditions. The aunt went on. She is a native of Huahai. Her family owns land and a house. She is only 25 years old this year. Fong Hao became a little impatient when he heard this. Fong Tang was only 3 years older than Li Rongrong. Have they met? Fong Hao asked. Video chat every night. Annie said with a smile. Oh, so that's how it is? Fong Hao replied calmly. The meal was very enjoyable, but there were a lot of leftovers. Fong Hao rang the bell to call the waiter. Hello, the total consumption is 2,709 yuan. Who will pay the bill? After seeing the receipt, Fong Tang continued to play with his phone, while his uncle and aunt waited silently. I'll do it. Fong Hao took out his phone and paid. To their disappointment, Fong Hao didn't seem to care about the money at all. He's just holding on. His heart is clearly bleeding. Auntie snorted. After paying, Fong Hao did not ask the waiter to pack up the leftovers. After all, the rent of this store is not cheap. Why didn't he pack up? Uncle asked in confusion. He just wants to save face. Aunt sneered. He spent 3,000 yuan for one meal. I guess he won't even have enough money to eat for the rest of the month. Fong Hao was speechless and continued to take them to the next trip. Uncle chose the Olan Hotel on Jinding Street, which charged 888 yuan a night. Afterwards, they came to Li Rongrong's house and saw her 4-story villa and luxury car. Fong Hao couldn't help but sigh that Li Rongrong's background far exceeded that of his uncle's family. After parking the car, Fong Hao prepared to take a nap, but when Fong Tang knocked on the door, the gate suddenly opened and the black-backed dog rushed out. Fong Hao immediately got out of the car, kicked the blackback away, and saved his uncle's family. His uncle and aunt were frightened, and Fong Tang was also a little flustered. Li Rongrong was standing in the courtyard in a white dress, with 2 luxury cars parked beside her. Fong Hao looked at her and thought that although she was not as beautiful as in the photo, she was also quite pretty. Chapter 21. After the uncle's family sat down, they began to discuss the marriage formally. Fong Tang hugged Li Rongrong and sat on the sofa, looking particularly sweet. Li's father, with a big gold chain hanging around his neck, smiled and said, Since the children get along well, I will tell you straight away, 500,000 yuan in gifts, a 600,000 yuan car, and a fully paid house of at least 150 square meters in the city. What do you think? Hearing this condition, the uncle and aunt almost dropped their jaws. They made some money from their business, but with assets of more than 1 million yuan, they dared not even think of the third condition. Is it too little? Father Li saw that the two looked unhappy and quickly increased the price. I'll add another 400,000 yuan and give you $1 million car, okay? At this time, the uncle and aunt breathed a sigh of relief, finally understanding that the money was Li Rongrong's dowry. Okay, that's great. Then it's settled. Father Li smiled and said, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight, and we won't leave until we're drunk. The Li family was very generous, which made the uncle's family very happy and ready to show off. However, Fong Hao was a little confused. How could Li Rongrong choose Fong Tang when she was so well off? The uncle's family did not notice Fong Hao's doubts and left happily to prepare for the dinner at the Olan Hotel. Fong Hao opened the squid, and Xin Xiaoli's live broadcast room had exceeded 3 million views, and she was cooperating with Sheer to eat the seafood feast at the Olan Hotel. Just as he was watching the show, his uncle suddenly came over and asked, Xiaoyi, what are you watching? Nothing. I'm watching a live broadcast. Fong Hao replied calmly. TSK. I think you were looking at beauties? The uncle said earnestly, no matter how beautiful these anchors are, they are just anchors. If you watch too many of them, it's a waste of effort. Fong Hao was speechless in his heart. I know, Uncle. I'm just killing time. Uncle is right. You should learn more from your brother. He's a role model. Aunt said proudly. He is not only successful in his career, but also able to marry such a good wife. In order to stop them from showing off, Fong Hao casually gave Xin Xiaoli 100 super fires. He didn't realize that he forgot to change his account and directly sent a gift to Xin Xiaoli as spicy eggplant. The words in the live broadcast room scrolled, and Xin Xiaoli fell into confusion. She went from surprise to anger. How could you lie to me? I'm so Fong. Fong Hao was stunned. How do you know? You forgot to change your account. Xin Xiaoli gritted her teeth and said, What are you going to do? Fong Hao was a little alert. Tell me where you are. I'll come right over. Xin Xiaoli said coldly. Fong Hao had no choice but to tell her, I'm at the Olan Hotel. After hanging up the phone, the uncle came over again and asked, What's wrong? Did you run into a wall when courting girls? Yeah, they think I'm a delivery guy. Fong Hao shrugged. His aunt said proudly, "You deserve it. What future does this kind of job have? Your brother is smart." Suddenly, the door of the private room was pushed open, and the Li family walked in. The uncle and aunt noticed that Li Rongrong was holding a mixed-race boy, and there was a man in a flowered shirt next to her. Li's father introduced, "This is Rongrong's brother Li Gang. He is in the sand and stone business." Li Gang glanced at Fong Tang coldly. His eyes were sharp, and the gold chain around his neck was thicker than his father's. Obviously not simple. The Li family didn't introduce themselves to each other, and the atmosphere was a little tense. Li Rongrong was busy taking care of the little boy and ignored Fong Tang. The little boy was very naughty and kept throwing tantrums. "Derong, is this child your relative?" the uncle asked tentatively. The little boy looked at the uncle with disdain and asked directly, "Mommy, who is this old silly coin?" As soon as the voice fell, Fong Hao almost spit out the soup. His aunt was stunned, and Fong Tang's face turned pale. WTF? This mixed-race child turned out to be Li Rongrong's son? Jiao. Under the dim light, Li Rongrong stared at the child in front of her angrily. She shouted impatiently, "Didn't I tell you not to call me mommy tonight?" Then, she slapped the child but lightly in anger. Although the force was not strong, it caused a strong reaction from the naughty child. He burst into tears. Seeing this, Li's mother, who was standing nearby, looked at her grandson with pity and whispered, "The child is so young. Why do you hit him?" Her words were full of concern, and she didn't understand why Li Rongrong would hit the child. Father Li, on the other side, seemed unusually calm. He said calmly, "Don't worry, dear relatives. We can discuss this matter slowly." He paused for a moment and looked at his uncle. Xiao Fan is indeed Rongrong's child. His father was an exchange student between China and Africa, but he has already returned to China. My uncle's face turned ashen in an instant, and he gritted his teeth and said, "What? Pregnant before marriage? How can I face people if this gets out?" He felt that his face was being torn apart, and he was furious. Father Li seemed to have anticipated his uncle's reaction. He smiled and said, "Please be patient, in-laws. We can discuss this matter slowly. If you think the gift money is not enough, no problem. We can always add more." But the uncle was obviously very angry. He stood up angrily and threatened, "I will never agree to such a shameful thing. Let's go." He had no patience with the Li family and was completely reckless and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Li Gang slammed the table and stood up, angrily. "You said you would marry me, and you said you wouldn't marry me, but you went back on your word in less than half a day. What do you think of the Li family today?" The uncle was furious and fought back. "You are the ones who go back on your word. Why didn't you tell us about the child in advance? Do you think we are fools?" "Well, a forced melon is not sweet," Li Gang sneered. "If you don't want to marry my sister, then pay the money first." His eyes flashed with cold light. "You owe me money. You must give me an explanation today." The uncle and aunt looked at each other in astonishment, their eyes full of shock. "Xiao Tang borrowed money from you?" The aunt couldn't believe it. "He usually doesn't even leave the house. How could he lend you money?" Li Gang sneered. "He didn't borrow my money, he borrowed my sister's money. 2.5 million. These words echoed in the room like a thunder, shocking everyone. More than 2 million? The uncle was stunned, and his eyes almost popped out. Li Gang was neither impatient nor impatient. He took out a stack of documents and slammed the table. "This is the chat record and transfer information between the two of us. I have asked a lawyer to confirm it. Although there is no IOU, these evidences are enough. If you don't pay back the money, then we will see you in court." "Son, what's wrong with you?" Annie grabbed Fong Tang's shoulders and shook him vigorously. "Didn't you say you could make 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month by speculating in stocks? How could you possibly borrow so much money from others?" Fong Tang shook off his mother's hand and said coldly, "Don't ask, I lost some money in stock trading. It's no big deal. I will make it back." "Uncle, if you don't believe me, you can take this evidence to the court," Li Gang said sarcastically. "Besides, Li Rongrong doesn't have to give up this child. Anyway, the 2 million yuan will be regarded as compensation, and the account will be written off." The uncle's face turned extremely ugly. He was silent for a moment and finally sat down dejectedly. "More than 2 million? Even if I sell the clothing store, I can't get enough. Do you want my son to do buy one get one free?" Li Rongrong was anxious and immediately objected. "I don't agree. We can't give up the child." My aunt also burst into tears. "This is not my grandson. How can we raise him?" Father Li looked at them with a sneer. "What else? What qualifications does your son have to be worthy of my daughter?" A person who doesn't even have a decent job is a waste in my eyes. Just when the atmosphere became extremely tense, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open, breaking all the silence. Li Gang glared at him. Who dares to kick my door? Two strong men in suits walked in, and their aura made everyone hold their breath. Li Gang looked at them, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. With his many years of social experience, he instantly judged that these two people were not simple characters. One of the bodyguards said coldly, "Who asked my young master to come over just now? Please stand up. We want to see what you are capable of today." The whole audience fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere became even more tense, as if a storm was about to break out. Chapter 23. The scene suddenly became quiet. Li Gang, Li's father, and the uncle's family were all filled with shock and disbelief, as if all the voices were suppressed by this sudden situation. Fong Hao stood there, looking coldly at LV Xia, who was lying on the ground, with a disdainful smile on his lips. What do old and new accounts matter? Fong Hao said calmly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. It's just a challenge delivered to my door, and you dare to dislike me. Lu Xiao's body was still lying stiffly on the ground, his chest rising and falling violently, as if he wanted to catch his breath, but he couldn't recover. He had never thought that this young-looking guy could actually defeat him in one move, a strong man who once swept through thousands of enemies in underground boxing matches. Cheng Qing Song frowned slightly. He had never expected Fong Hao to defeat LV Xia so easily. Qin Yu behind him also stood there in a daze, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. The Qin family had never encountered such an elusive opponent in Huahai. Cheng Qing Song took a deep breath, his voice low and solemn. "Boy, you are not simple. You really make me look at you with new eyes." His words were neither hurried nor slow, but every word was full of majesty. "It's nothing difficult." Fong Hao shrugged, a sneer flashed in his eyes. "It's just that I'm a little stronger. I have to be careful when I see people like you." He walked slowly towards Lu Xia with cold eyes, as if he didn't care about the situation at hand. All opponents seemed insignificant to him. "Uncle Chung, you really misjudged me." Fong Hao smiled slightly, with a bit of confidence on his lips. "But if you insist on letting me fight these people, then I don't mind." Cheng Qing Song looked at Fong Hao. A hint of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. After Lu Xia stood up, his face was still pale and shaky, and it was obvious that he had lost even the most basic ability to resist. He had completely established a sense of threat to Fong Hao, and even developed a deep sense of fear. "Young man," Cheng Qing Song said in a steady and powerful voice, "you are so strong. Why do you want to cause trouble? Do you think you can handle everything in the Qin family?" Fong Hao turned to look at Cheng Qing Song and smiled gently. "This is just the beginning. If the Qin family wants to cause trouble, then I will just play with them." Cheng Qing Song did not say anything more. His eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about Fong Hao's background and motives. He was originally confident that this confrontation was just a small episode, but the current situation made him feel a little uneasy. "Retreat!" Cheng Qing Song finally gave the order. Qin Yu and his bodyguards quickly cleaned up the mess and left the room. The originally arrogant scene suddenly became unusually quiet, and everyone seemed to be relieved. Li Gang, Li's father and uncle looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock and regret. They thought Fong Hao was just a young man. How could he fight against these people? However, reality gave them a loud slap in the face, and they dared not underestimate Fong Hao anymore. "Uncle, if Fong Hao hadn't taken action today, we would have been in real trouble," Li Gang said in a low voice, with a hint of gratitude and fear in his tone. Fatherly patted Li Gang's shoulder, his eyes flashing with complex light. "You are right. It seems that we have to treat this kid differently in the future." At the same time, the uncle also realized the seriousness of the problem. He looked at the Qin Yu family going away, and suddenly had the idea of not daring to be an enemy of Fong Hao anymore. He lowered his head, thinking about how to resolve this embarrassing situation. Since everyone has resolved the conflict, there is no need to argue any further. Father Li saw that his uncle's attitude had softened, and he quickly spoke up to mediate. "In this case, why don't we just follow what Li Gang said and relax? There may be more opportunities in the future." The uncle was silent for a moment and finally nodded. "Okay, let's just call it a day. Let's go first." They quickly left the private room, and the atmosphere became unusually relaxed. Fong Hao stood there, looking at their backs, smiling coldly in his heart. Chapter 24. On this night, the entire corridor seemed frozen, and the atmosphere was so tense that it was suffocating. Before Lu Xia realized that he had been killed instantly, He had already fallen to the corner of the wall, foaming at the mouth. Most people only saw Fong Hao flash by and did not even see his movements clearly and witnessed the scene with their own eyes. Qin Yu's eyes flickered, and there seemed to be some unspoken thoughts in his mind. I was wrong. Chung Bo's face did not show much surprise, but his tone was indifferent. So you are an expert? Fong Hao scratched his head and smiled carelessly, just average, third in the world. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll go back. Fong Hao's relaxed tone left the people around him speechless. Chung Bo's hesitation was like the ripples of the water. Although he knew that he could easily defeat Lu Xia, he was still unsure of Fong Hao's strength. He was not afraid of losing to Fong Hao, but of losing the prestige of the Qin family. Go. Remember to stay away from the young lady. Chung Bo gritted his teeth and said with a hint of warning in his eyes. Fong Hao raised his eyebrows, obviously confused. Who is the eldest lady? You didn't know Qin Yanran was the eldest daughter? Uncle Chung was extremely angry and slammed his cane on the ground. She is not someone a commoner like you can marry. Fong Hao blinked his eyes and suddenly realized. Qin Yanran, it turned out to be her. When did I say I was trying to get close to her? It was clearly her who came to me on her own initiative. Uncle Chung sneered. No matter who took the initiative, you can't have anything to do with her otherwise. I will teach you a lesson, even if I have to sacrifice my old bones. Fong Hao sneered and said, if you have the guts, why don't you practice now? He was calm and didn't seem to care about Chung Bo's threats at all. Old man, stop dreaming. Chung Bo had no choice but to turn around and leave angrily, his anger evident in his words. Let's go. Qin Yu waved his hand, and the bodyguards quickly carried Lu Xia away, leaving behind shock and embarrassment. TSK, 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 they're so arrogant. It's a pity that they are just paper tigers that look good, but are useless. Fong Hao muttered to himself and turned to enter the private room, only to find that there was no one there. They didn't all run away, did they? Fong Hao frowned and took out his cell phone to dial his uncle's number. Sorry, the user you dialed is powered off. Fong Hao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You don't even dare to turn on your phone. What kind of divine relative is this? Although I was angry, I changed my mind and thought that I could finally enjoy a quiet night without having to listen to my uncle and aunt's nagging. It was a blessing in disguise. However, things were not that simple. After coming out of the private room, Fong Hao suddenly saw a familiar figure at the elevator entrance. Xin Xiaoli leaned on the shoulder of another girl, Sierra, with a flushed face, obviously drunk. Fong Hao was puzzled for a moment. How could these two people get drunk when they clearly did not order any wine? Is it a problem in the restaurant? Fong Hao felt a little uneasy. He quietly followed the two people and entered the elevator. Can you get drunk just by eating a seafood feast? This question flashed through his mind. After the elevator door closed, Fong Hao pressed the 16th floor button without hesitation, then quickly went up to the 18th floor through the fire escape and hid in a corner to observe. A few seconds later, Sheer struggled to support Xin Xiaoli and appeared in the corridor and pressed the doorbell of a room. The door opened, and a bald man in a bathrobe came out. It was Song Jun, and Xin Xiaoli was helped in by him. Fong Hao's heart was instantly stirred. He approached silently and just happened to hear Song Jun's dissatisfied voice. Why did you come now? I'm so anxious. There's nothing we can do, Brother Song. You know we're broadcasting live, and those fans are very enthusiastic. Xian's voice was filled with helplessness. Fong Hao's mind began to work. So that's how it is. There must be some hidden deal. After entering the room, Fong Hao quietly walked around to the door. When he was about to break in, the doorbell suddenly rang. Fong Hao's heart was alarmed, and he felt that this matter was not simple. Just as he was about to push the door open, Song Jun inside the door cursed loudly. This woman is unreliable. I will teach her a lesson later. But as soon as he opened the door, he was stunned. Fong Hao pushed the door open at lightning speed, slammed the door hard into Song Jun's face, and knocked him to the ground. Who are you? Song Jun's eyes were full of fear. Someone you can't afford to offend. Fong Hao sneered, picked up the glass on the table, and crushed it in the other person's horrified eyes. Song Jun was in a panic. Don't mess around. I have money, a lot of money. Fong Hao smiled coldly. I have plenty of money. Who cares about that? He approached step by step. Now tell me, how did Xin Xiaoli come to your room? Song Jun looked ashen, and he felt the coldness growing stronger. Finally, with no way to escape, he revealed the whole truth. It turned out that he was the top of Sierra's live broadcast room, and he had been using money to seduce female anchors, and Xin Xiaoli was one of his targets. Fong Hao's eyes became colder and colder. From now on, you will never escape my control. The whole scene was filled with suspense and tension, and the inevitable truth was approaching every second. I pressed the password several times, and the payment was completed successfully. The amount displayed on the phone screen shocked everyone. Rona easily paid tens of thousands of yuan, and I was secretly proud of myself. It seems that the low-key image of the delivery man outside hides an unknown secret. What's going on? Liang Xiaoli could hardly believe her eyes, and Lin Shuangshuang was also stunned. Her eyes were extremely complicated. It turned out that the ordinary boy she despised was actually an invisible rich second generation who could easily spend more than 2 million on a meal. His family was ridiculously rich. I have to deliver food tomorrow, I said lightly, and walked out of the room. My back left them with countless fantasies. Zhou Qi shouted angrily. Where did this guy get so much money? He must have swindled it. Who would believe he is a delivery man? He's a delivery man? How is that possible? Dushi suddenly remembered the hairpin I mentioned, and hurriedly urged Rona to take out the gift. Rona opened the wooden box and saw an exquisite hairpin inlaid with black diamonds, with an invoice and certificate attached to it. Du Qian almost lost her voice. Oh my god, this is Alexander's Black Swan hairpin. Limited to 100 pieces worldwide. The price is 230,000. Lin Shuangshuang looked at the hairpin with greedy eyes. She felt a little regretful that she had given up this opportunity and missed such an opportunity and passed by a rich second generation. She made a decision immediately and chased after him nervously. Zhou Qi looked gloomy, and he completely realized that all his efforts tonight were in vain. I got into the car leisurely and prepared to drive away. Just as I was about to start the car, a tall woman suddenly knocked on the window. You are really good at hiding yourself. Qin Yanran stood outside the window and smiled. She was the girl I met during the day, the general manager of the Reihao Hotel. I thought you were just a delivery man, but I didn't expect you to be so capable. A hint of interest flashed in her eyes, and her attitude was casual, but with some depth. I smiled and said, Same here, you're not bad either. Come on, take me to eat some barbecue. She smiled and shook her head. Abalone, shark's fin, and bird's nest won't fill me up. Barbecue is more to my taste. I pressed the window button, the door automatically rose, and Qin Yinran got in. She carefully held down the hem of her skirt to avoid exposing herself, and sat in the car gracefully. This scene happened to be seen by Lin Shuangshuang. She stood there helplessly, gritting her teeth, her heart full of regret. I drove the car slowly out of the hotel, and drove to the barbecue stall with Qin Yinran. The next day, there were almost no customers in the milk tea shop in the morning. The proprietress Xiao Wei answered the phone. Fang Yi, there is an urgent order here. Please help deliver it quickly. I took the address, got on my electric scooter, put on my yellow vest, and set off in high spirits. That day, I delivered 8 takeaway orders, all of which went smoothly until the last order, which was delivered to an old residential area. A female customer suddenly stopped me and said, Brother, can you help me take some garbage downstairs? My heart moved, and I remembered that every time a special requirement is completed, a system reward will be triggered. Okay, no problem. I agreed with a smile. The female customer was carrying 2 large bags of garbage. After I successfully threw them into the garbage station, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing a special takeaway. You are rewarded with a set of driving skills proficiency skills. I suddenly felt that my compatibility with the electric car had improved. Driving it was like becoming one with the car, and I could move through traffic easily and flexibly. After delivering the last order, I returned to school, and the atmosphere in the dormitory instantly became lively. The big boss patted my shoulder and said with a smile, Xiaoyi, you actually drive a Dainio. It's so hard for us to hide it. Chapter 25 Drama Queen. Dirty. Fang Hao was furious when he heard that Song Jun planned to use videos and photos to threaten Xin Xiaoli for a long time. If I hadn't been more careful just now, my old classmate would have been doomed tonight. Brother, you can scold me, but don't shake your hands, Song Jun said with fear in his eyes. Fang Hao sneered. You are so familiar with this kind of thing. It must not be your first time. Hand over all the information of previous victims to me. Song Jun didn't dare to hide it. It's all on my iPad and mobile phone. Fang Hao picked up the iPad and glanced at it casually. He saw more than 20 videos in the folder, each prefixed with the host's name. Just then, the bathroom door finally opened, and Sierra, wrapped only in a bath towel, walked out supporting Xin Xiaoli. After seeing the situation in the room clearly, Sierra was so frightened that she shuddered and almost made Xin Xiaoli fall onto the carpet. Help her put on her clothes. Fong Hao turned his head away, not daring to look at this vivid scene. And by the way, he also turned Song Jun's neck away. Sierra didn't dare to say anything and could only do as she was told. Xin Xiaoli, who had taken the antidote, woke up slowly and saw a familiar face at first sight. Fong Hao. She was pleasantly surprised. Why are you in my house? Is this your home? Take a good look. Fong Hao said with a wry smile. Xin Xiaoli then came to her senses. This room was not the house she rented at all. Judging from the decoration and furniture, it looked like a hotel suite, and there was other people there. She was startled when she saw Song Jun was only wearing a bath towel, and immediately turned to look at Sierra. Sierra, what's going on? Didn't you just say you were going to take me home? Why am I here? Sierra's nose turned red, and she actually lowered her head and sobbed. Don't ask, the truth is pretty much what you imagine. Fong Hao said calmly. Fortunately, I arrived in time and didn't let them succeed. Xin Xiaoli was suddenly frightened. If she hadn't happened to meet an old classmate, the consequences would have been disastrous. It's up to you to decide what to do with them, Fong Hao said. Xin Xiaoli, who was not very experienced in the world, had never encountered such a thing. She was at a loss and regarded Fong Hao as her backbone. Fong Hao, you should make the decision on this matter. I will listen to you. I suggest calling the police. Fong Hao said without hesitation. This kind of person takes advantage of his wealth to do whatever he wants to girls. He should be punished by law. No, I don't want to go to jail. Song Jun was really scared now. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Xin Xiaoli took out her cell phone. After calling the police, Sierra's face was a little pale, but she also felt a sense of relief. She might be considered an accomplice by the police, but no matter what, she was finally able to escape from Song Jun's clutches. After being delayed for a whole day by his uncle's family, Fong Hao started his happy takeout life again. Because he didn't come to work yesterday, and his electric scooter was not charged, he could only deliver the food in his supercar for the time being. The first customer lived in a mid-range residential area. Fong Hao had delivered a takeaway here once before. He was given a lot of trouble when entering and leaving. In addition to registering, his ID card had to be checked. It felt like entering a military stronghold. This time, the security guard at the gate let them in directly after seeing the unusually cool poison. Building 29, room 801. After parking the car, Fong Hao found himself a little confused. He was not familiar with this neighborhood and had no idea which direction Building 29 was in. At this time, a middle-aged woman carrying a lot of bags happened to pass by. Hello, Annie. How do I get to Building 29? Building 29? The middle-aged woman stopped and glanced at Fong Hao. Are you here to deliver food? Yes. Then I can't tell you. She shook her head. Fong Hao was stunned. Can't you tell me why? The middle-aged woman said coldly. Because I live in Building 29, I can't tell you. Is there any connection between these two? Fong Hao asked puzzledly. Of course it matters, the middle-aged woman kept talking. If I tell you where Building 29 is, you will definitely come with me, right? Fong Hao nodded. Then we must go all the way. If you were to come with me, you would definitely feel sorry for an old man like me carrying so many things and would help me, right? I think I will help. If you help me carry things, then I must be polite and ask you to come home for a drink. Is this normal? Normal. The more Fong Hao listened, the more confused he became. Here comes a problem. If my daughter sees you drinking water, she will definitely add you on WeChat because you are so handsome. If the two of you fall in love with each other, then my beautiful daughter, who I raised with great effort, will become a delivery boy like you. You are a poor son-in-law who probably can't even afford a house. What should I do when I get old? No. I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. What kind of logic is this? I'm just here to deliver the takeaway. Why the hell would I want to marry your daughter? Fong Hao was dumbfounded. Could it be that the old lady was possessed by a spirit of drama? She could imagine such a twisted and ridiculous plot. It would be a waste of her talent if she didn't become a screenwriter. Okay. Annie, for your happiness in your later years, I won't ask any more questions, okay? Don't think I don't know what you were planning. You want to follow me secretly to learn the house number and then find a chance to knock on my door later, right? The aunt sneered, as if she saw through everything. I give up. Fong Hao raised his hands in surrender. How about this? I'll call the customer and ask him to come down and get it himself. Is that okay? Okay, I'll sit here and wait. I'll go back after you leave. The old lady put her things on a stone bench by the roadside, sat down with her legs and sword, and actually started to fight with Fong Hao. Fong Hao took out his cell phone, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hello, your takeaway has arrived. Just bring it up. I'm at home. This was a female customer with a very attractive voice. Here's the thing, and Annie won't let me go to building 29. So can you come over to the parking lot and get it? And Annie doesn't let you come to building 29? How could someone be so bored? I think you were just too lazy to run, the female customer sneered. What I said is absolutely true. Annie is afraid that I will seduce her daughter, so she has been guarding here. Fong Hao smiled bitterly. If you don't believe me, you can come down and take a look. If I tell a lie, I will pay for the milk tea myself, right? There are still such weirdos in the neighborhood? Well, wait a moment, I'll change my clothes. 10 minutes later, a young and beautiful woman came to the parking lot. Mom, what are you doing here? When the woman saw the middle-aged woman with a wary look on her face, she was stunned. Daughter, why are you here? The aunt was also stunned. Chapter 26. This is my boyfriend. Seeing the mother and daughter recognize each other, Fong Hao almost laughed out loud. The aunt took all kinds of precautions, but still couldn't protect her precious daughter. Hello, this is your milk tea. After taking the milk tea, the woman said apologetically, I'm sorry, I just wronged you. It's okay, it's okay. It's my fault for looking so attractive. It's inevitable that your aunt is nervous. Fong Hao waved his hand to show that he didn't mind. Mom, what are you doing? The woman turned and questioned her mother. You don't understand. I'm doing this for your own good. I want to nip any danger in the bud. I'm just delivering food. How can it be dangerous? I'm afraid you'll fall for him and follow your cousin's path, the aunt said earnestly. Her husband is just a delivery man. They've been married for so long, and during festivals, the family can't even raise their heads in front of relatives and friends. Don't even mention how aggrieved they are. What's wrong with delivering food? It's a legitimate job after all. The woman was speechless. I don't care. I can't let you marry a delivery man, not even as a friend. You don't want face, but I do, the aunt said. I think your ex-boyfriend Xiaogu is pretty good. He's a company executive with an annual salary of over $1 million. He comes from a well-off family and isn't bad looking. Isn't he 1,000,000 times better than this delivery man? Mom, I'm done with him. He's just a complete scumbag. Don't mention him in front of me anymore. Seeing the mother and daughter arguing fiercely, Fong Hao felt bored and was about to leave when a brand new BMW X5 suddenly stopped in front of the three of them. A man wearing Armani got out of the car with a rose in his hand, then knelt on one knee in front of the woman. Xiao Qian, please forgive the mistakes I made before and give me another chance. I really love you so much. Unexpectedly, the devil appeared as soon as he was mentioned. Fong Hao simply stopped and became a spectator. Lin Qian said with a cold face, Gu Yufan, didn't I make it clear before? We have no chance anymore. Please don't bother me anymore. I am absolutely sincere. Look, I bought this car just for you. The landing price is 760,000. Gu Yufan took out the car keys directly. After hearing the price of the car, the old lady's face immediately turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile. When she couldn't help but step forward to take it, Lin Qian stretched out her hand to stop her. Seeing that the frost on his ex-girlfriend's face had not faded, Gu Yufan took out 2 more property certificates. Look, this is the house under my name. As long as you agree to marry me, I can add your name to it. Since Xiao Gu is so sincere, what are you waiting for, daughter? Just agree to him. The aunt was so anxious that she stamped her feet. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Lin, she sneered. After hearing this, Gu Yufan's face changed drastically. The aunt quickly denied it. Xiao Gu, don't listen to her nonsense. I can testify that she doesn't have a boyfriend at all. Just as Gu Yufan breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Lin Qian suddenly grab Fong Hao next to him. Who said no? He is my boyfriend. Gu Yufan was stunned, and the old lady also fell into a daze. Fong Hao was completely confused. What was going on? I was just watching the show. How could I become someone's boyfriend for no reason? Who are you trying to fool? He's just a lousy food delivery guy, Gu Yufan said with a smile. Xiao Qian, could you please find someone more decent to fool me? After hearing this, Fong Hao immediately became unhappy. Just deliver takeout. Why add the word stinky? He simply took the initiative and put his arms around Lin Qi's shoulders, kissed her forehead gently, and then looked at Gu Yufan provocatively. She didn't lie to you. I am indeed her boyfriend. Do you have any objection? You little bastard, take your dirty hands away from me. Gu Yufan was furious. Lin Qi was a very conservative girl. Although he was her ex-boyfriend, he could only hold her hand at most, and they had never even hugged each other. Although Lin Qi's cheeks were flushed, she did not show any intention of resisting, and this was what made him most angry. What's it to you if I kiss my girlfriend? Fong Hao sneered. If you keep on whining, I'll keep on kissing you and let you enjoy the show. You dare? What am I afraid of? Fong Hao lowered his head and kissed Lin Shi's delicate face again. The sound was crisp and loud, just a little bit away from her red lips. Don't touch me in public. You can do whatever you want when you get home. Lin Xian also took the risk and actually hit Fong Hao lightly, her eyes full of shyness. Okay, okay, okay. Very good. You will regret it later. Gu Yufan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He no longer had the courage to look at the sweet appearance of the two people. He turned around and walked towards the BMW. You ran away just because you were angry? Fong Hao chuckled, then let go of the blushing Lin Shi. I'm sorry, I was too immersed in the role just now. No, it's okay. Thank you for helping me a lot. After leaving Fong Hao's strong chest, Lin Shi actually felt a little lost in her heart. It's just a small matter. Any man will come to your aid. Remember to give me a 5-star rating. Fong Hao smiled and turned to leave. Daughter, do you want to piss me off to death? The aunt finally came to her senses and cried, beating her chest and stamping her feet. Mom, that Gu Yufan specializes in playing with women. He has already made several girls in the big company pregnant. If my friend hadn't reminded me, I would still be kept in the dark by this beast in human form. Can you bear to watch your daughter jump into the fire pit? Then you can't fall in love with a delivery man. Can't you see? I'm just using him as a shield. Really? The aunt wiped her tears. Of course it's true. Lin Shi subconsciously looked at Fong Hao not far away and suddenly found that he stopped in front of a burgundy supercar. What a beautiful sports car. Why haven't I seen it before? The aunt asked puzzledly. Mom, this is a limited edition supercar worth 50 million. How could someone who can afford it live in our neighborhood? 50 million? My God, that's enough to buy several villas. As he was speaking, Fong Hao took out the car key and pressed a button. The handsome scissor-wing doors automatically rose up slowly, making the mother and daughter open their mouths at the same time. I'm not seeing things, am I? That car turned out to be his. How can a delivery man drive a sports car? The old lady began to doubt her life. Lin Xian was not surprised at all. Many rich people were just bored and used to drive Didi or deliver food in luxury cars worth tens of millions. There was nothing surprising about delivering food. They just came out to experience life, and no one could interfere. Watching the poison drive away from the parking lot, the aunt was about to regret it. If she hadn't been there to make things worse, the delivery man might have really become her son-in-law. Chapter 27. You don't deserve it. Sitting in the speeding supercar, Fong Hao felt extremely comfortable because just before he got in the car, he heard the wonderful sound of the system again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a special takeaway, and you will be rewarded with a set of Royal Bay Seaview Villa. By helping a beautiful woman a small favor, not only can you get a small bargain, but you can also get a Seaview Villa. This deal is definitely worthwhile. After returning, Fong Hao parked the poison directly in front of the milk tea shop, which immediately attracted a large group of people pointing and talking. He was already accustomed to these envious and jealous looks, so he pushed open the glass door and walked into the store. Fong Hao, is that car outside yours? Xiaowei was also shocked. Fong Hao had already thought of an excuse. It belongs to my relative. I just borrowed it for fun. This is a supercar worth tens of millions, and you're just borrowing it for fun? Xiaowei was shocked. If it gets scratched, I won't be able to pay for it even if I sell my milk tea shop. I'm actually quite skilled, and I have insurance, so what's there to worry about? Fong Hao said non-committally. Cars are meant to be driven, so why should they be put on display in a museum? Then you could at least borrow a cheaper one. It's okay. Being expensive has its advantages. At least the business in the store is much better now. Fong Hao was not wrong. The extremely cool poison did increase the popularity of the milk tea shop, and even made the shops next to it more prosperous. After resting for a few minutes, they set off again. This time the client was in Jinghu Park. Because the positioning was not accurate, Fong Hao took a long time to find the person. This is a young man in his 20s, with a worried look on his face and a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Here is your takeaway. Enjoy your meal. Goodbye. Fong Hao was about to leave when the other party stopped him. Brother, can you do me a favor? Fong Hao's heart moved. Could this be another special takeaway order? Sure. I would like to ask you to help me send this bouquet of flowers and milk tea to her. The young man opened a photo on his mobile phone. This is a girl with a sweet smile, long hair, a slim figure, and looks fragile. If there were no beauty filter, she would score at least 70 points. Is this your girlfriend? Fong Hao said with a smile. Not yet. The young man smiled bitterly. To be honest, she's actually my high school classmate. I've had a crush on her for many years, but I have never had the courage to confess my feelings to her. Recently, she broke up with her boyfriend, so I thought, taking advantage of the opportunity, right? I understand. Fong Hao patted the other person's shoulder and said, "It turns out you are still a lovesick person. I have done you a favor. Where is she now?" The young man said, "She is in the hexagonal building beside Mirror Lake. I followed her secretly all the way here." "Okay, watch me." Fong Hao walked towards the hexagonal building in high spirits. Because today was not a holiday, there were very few people in the park, and no one was to be seen by the lake. The hexagonal building is 3 stories high, and one can enjoy a view of the entire lake from above. Fong Hao saw a slender figure on the top floor from afar. Turning around and making an okay gesture to the young man following behind him, Fong Hao began to climb the stairs. When he just reached the 3rd floor, he saw the figure leap up and jump directly into the lake. Oh no, this woman is going to commit suicide. Fong Hao didn't have time to think about it and rushed to the railing in 3 or 2 steps. He saw strings of bubbles rising in the clear lake water, and the people were completely invisible. He threw away what he had in his hand, dived into the water, and in less than half a minute, he climbed ashore dragging the dying woman. "I've learned first aid, let me do it." The young man quickly took the unconscious woman, laid her flat on the ground, and started to rescue her. "Brother, this is all I can help you with. Later you can say that it was you who saved her. The rest is up to you," Fong Hao said with a smile. "Thank you. Thank you so much," the young man said sincerely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a special takeaway. Rewarded with sports all round. After receiving the reward, Fong Hao waved his hand and turned to leave. Before he had walked 10 meters away, he suddenly heard a woman coughing violently behind him, and he quickly hid behind the flower bed. "Ade, why did you save me?" "Xiao Fu, it's just a breakup. Why do you want to commit suicide?" the young man said affectionately. "I have liked you for a long time. Let me take care of you from now on. I'm pregnant with this scumbag's child. What else can I do if I don't die?" the woman said, crying. "Just give birth to you, and I will treat him as my own son," said the young man with a firm face. The woman shook her head without hesitation. "No, this child is his. You don't deserve it." Vogel. Fong Hao, who was hiding behind the flowers, almost fell to the ground. "Then knock him out." "No, that won't work. The child is innocent. He will just have my last name from now on." "Okay, I'll listen to you. Won't you dislike me?" "Of course not. I can't wait to love you." Seeing the two of them snuggling together in the sunset, with their shadows stretched out very long, Fong Hao's mouth twitched. This young man's love is too humble, a typical dog licker. Forget it. Everyone has their own aspirations. Just let him be. After work, Fong Hao received a call from his boss Meng Hu. "Siako, where are you?" "Still in the commercial street." "What's wrong? Do you want to go online?" Fong Hao thought that the boss was going to drag him to the trench. "What the hell? Hurry back and cheer for us on the basketball court." "What?" The second brother is competing with someone for a girlfriend. Both parties have agreed to play a ball game. Whoever loses will withdraw from the competition. I can't count on you in the game. Can you at least come and show your support? Fong Hao's original physique was not very good, and he always stayed away from the 3 major ball sports with fierce competition. Meng Hu and the other 2 were members of the department team, so he played quite well with them. Okay, I'll be there right away." Fong Hao arrived at the school. It was completely dark. The brightly lit basketball court was already bustling with activity. 3 roommates were preparing in a corner of the court. "Fourth brother, you're finally here." Hu Fei patted Fong Hao's shoulder with a smile. "It's okay. The game hasn't started yet," Fong Hao said with a smile. "Second brother, when did you get a girlfriend again?" "Where is she?" "He's in the audience, the one wearing glasses. Do you see him?" Hu Fei secretly pointed to him. Fong Hao spotted the girl with long, straight black hair at first sight. She was wearing a pair of black-framed glasses and looked gentle and refined. She should be able to score around 75 points, which was considered an upper-middle level in Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Chapter 28, I Don't Like Gigolos. "Isn't that Yuan Lin from the Foreign Languages Department? How could you have hooked her up?" Fong Hao was quite surprised. Yuan Lin, a sophomore, was an excellent pianist. She amazed everyone at last year's school anniversary ceremony and was considered one of the school's most influential figures. "What do you mean by hook? That's really harsh, isn't it?" Hu Fei said with some pride. "She likes boys who play basketball. We have made it through today. As long as we win the game later, we can get a chance to date her." "So you two haven't even started dating yet?" Fong Hao was speechless. "You're totally wrong. There's already a hint, Qin Yiming said with a smile. With the strength of the three of us, it won't be a problem for us to win the game. Just wait to socialize with the beauties in the second sister-in-law's dormitory. This time, the eldest brother and I might be able to find our way out of being single. So there is such a good thing. No wonder you two are so excited. Fang Hao suddenly realized. There are so many beautiful girls in the foreign languages department. I heard that there is a campus beauty in Yuan Lin's dormitory. No wonder they are fighting for her. Since you are so confident, why don't you let me go on the court and play a few balls? Fang Hao had never tried it since he acquired all-around sports, and he immediately felt itchy. You? Forget it. We can't afford it. Meng, who was the first to refuse. Old four. You have a rich woman on your left and boss one on your right, so don't try to disrupt our show. Just sit aside and shout 666. Hu Fei also firmly disagreed. Qin Yiming said, That's right, old four, don't make trouble. With your level, they can beat you with just one hand or one foot. Fang Hao was very depressed, but he didn't know what to say, so he just sat obediently in the stands. The game adopts a 3v3 street basketball format. Meng Hu and his opponents are also senior students, and there is a familiar face among them, Zhou Qi. Seeing Fang Hao, Zhou Qi was so angry that he wanted to kill him with a shot. Archie, is that guy Fang Hao? A classmate next to him, who was nearly 2 meters tall, sneered. Brother Jia, that's him. Zhou Qi responded. This gigolo made me lose face in front of Lin Shuang. If I get the chance, I really want to give him a good beating. That's easy. Isn't he Hu Fei's roommate? I could just knock one of them down and force him to replace him. Nye smiled sinisterly. When you're on the court, you can do whatever you want. Just don't get anyone killed. Brother Jia is wise. If this is successful, I will pay you 30,000 yuan. Okay, let's make it a deal. In addition to Nye Jia and Zhou Qi, there is also a burly, flat-headed man named Zhao Xiong. He is a key member of the school team and is considered the most threatening enemy by Meng Hu and the other two. After the referee blew the whistle, the game officially began. The rules were very simple. The total time was 20 minutes, divided into the first and second halves, and the team with the higher score won. Meng Hu and his two companions were able to overcome all the obstacles along the way because they cooperated very skillfully and had very good basic skills and physical fitness, so they were not at all nervous when facing Nye Jie and his companions. After the first half, they scored a total of 26 points, temporarily leading the opponents 19 points. Hu Fei contributed 18 points. In order to win the game, he definitely tried his best. Lin, it looks like Hu Fei and his team won this time. Du Xiaoman, who was sitting next to Yuan Lin, said with a smile. His roommates all look nice. Who are you planning to date? Another roommate, Chen Wan, joked. Fang Hao's the most handsome one, and I want to date him. Du Xiaoman said with a smile, but I know I can't compete with Mu Ling, so I'd better give up. Liang Muling is one of the campus beauties of Huazhong University. The reason why Zhou Qi agreed to participate in the competition was actually because of her. However, his basketball skills are far inferior to those of his other roommates, and at best he is just there to make up the numbers. Don't worry, I have no interest in that gigolo. Liang Muling smiled faintly. Besides, Hu Fei and the others may not be able to win the game. Don't forget that he hasn't played yet. He's the captain of the school team. If he were to go, it's hard to say who would win. Yuan Lin said with a smile. But he seems to have something else and didn't come. I understand. The campus belle of Liang University is obsessed with Captain Hong. Duxiao must slightly. Liang Muling did not admit it, but she did not deny it either. After the start of the second half, Nye Jia winked at Zhou Qi, who understood and deliberately blocked the referee's sight while defending. Nye Jia took the opportunity to knee Hu Fei hard in the waist while he was dribbling the ball. Hu Fei fell down with a scream, but because Nye Jia acted so quickly, most people on the field did not notice his little move, not to mention the referee whose view was blocked. Second brother, how are you? Meng, who was shocked, and quickly helped Hu Fei up. My waist hurts so much, Hu Fei said with difficulty. Qin Yiming pulled up his clothes, and a shocking purple color suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Nye Jia, you bastard. How dare you do that? Meng, who has been on the court for a long time, and he understood 80% of it at a glance. It was obvious that the mark was caused by a knee strike, and there was only one person defending Hu Fei just now. Stop talking nonsense, kid. Who the hell saw me take action? Of course Nye Jia would never admit it. Without solid evidence, it is difficult for the referee to make a decision. Second brother, can you still go on the court? Meng, who had no way to deal with Nye Jia. It was impossible for him to fight with him on the spot, right? Don't worry, I'll be fine once I recover. Hu Fei struggled to stand up. Seeing that the other party seemed to be fine, like an indestructible cockroach, Niejie couldn't help but regret that he was too gentle. The game continued, and Hu Fei had a hard time running. Fortunately, Meng Hu and Qin Yiming, who were both very angry, performed exceptionally well, and the score was not narrowed. There were only 5 minutes left, and we were still 8 points behind. If we continued like this, we would definitely lose. Just when the three were getting annoyed, a tall and straight figure suddenly appeared on the sidelines. It was Hong Yi, the captain of the school basketball team, and also the boss of their dormitory. Hong Yi is handsome and elegant, and he attracted the attention of most girls in an instant. The boss is finally here. Niejie smiled happily and took advantage of the dead ball opportunity to apply for a substitution, replacing Zhou Qi, who had been playing a supporting role with Hong Yi. Sorry, I'm late. Hong Yi smiled slightly. Boss, there is still 5 minutes. It's not too late. Zhao Xiong said with a smile. Indeed, 5 minutes is enough. Hong Yi took the ball thrown by Niejie. Let's crush them. Chapter 29. Shit luck. Stop talking big. Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you're the captain of the school team. Meng Hu yelled and stood in front of him. Hong Yi just looked at him coldly, then dribbled through. His movements were dazzling, and Meng Hu only felt a flash before his eyes, and he had lost sight of the other person. Not good. Hu Fei, who was staggering, could only come over to defend, but unfortunately Hong Yi still easily dribbled past him, jumped high and dunked the ball into the basket, 35-29. Don't be discouraged. We can do it. Meng Hu encouraged loudly. Fang Hao also shouted and cheered outside the court. The three of them were still full of fighting spirit, but unfortunately, the game had become one-sided. Qin Yiming threw the ball, and before Hu Fei could turn around after receiving it, it was snatched away by the elusive Hong Yi. He dribbled directly to the three-point line and jumped for a shot, which went into the basket, 35-32. On the third ball, Meng Hu made a hasty shot in the face of tight defense, but missed. Niejie successfully grabbed the rebound, and Hong Yi received the ball and shot it in from beyond the three-point line again, tying the score. Zhao Xiong made a layup, 35-37. Niejie dunks, 35-39. Within 3 minutes, the three Meng Hu players did not score a single point and instead fell behind by 12 points. Every time Hong Yi scored, there would be a tide of applause and cheers in the stadium, which greatly reduced the morale of Meng Hu and the other two. They were no longer energetic on the court and were like zombies. With the last minute and 50 seconds left, Niejie scored a dunk and Hu Fei, who was defending him, fell to the ground again. This time it was a reasonable collision, and Meng Hu and the others could do nothing to say. The score on the field was fixed at 35-49. The outcome is set. Hu Fei and his team are doomed to lose. Yuan Lin sighed softly. To be honest, she still liked Hu Fei more. Niejie looked like a giant and was ugly. She really didn't want to date him. Du Xiaoman and Chan Wan didn't care, but Liang Muling's eyes were always on Hong Yi. Now even a blind man can see that she has a good impression of Hong Yi. Big brother and third brother. I really can't do it this time. Hu Fei couldn't even stand up and said breathlessly, Boss, why don't you just surrender? Qin Yiming said with a bitter face. There was no hope of winning in the first place, and when the second player retired, there was no substitute. What was the point of winning? Give up? Did I hear you right? Ah! Niejie laughed. So you Meng Hu would say such cowardly words. I thought highly of you before. We no longer have any substitutes. What else can we do except admit defeat? Qin Yiming said angrily. Who said there are no substitutes? Isn't Fang Hao your roommate? Let that gigolo play? Zhou Qi said loudly. He deliberately raised the volume of the words giggle boy, which immediately caused the whole audience to burst into laughter. Ha ha! This gigolo has been sucked dry by the rich woman. He's almost become a soft-shelled crab. How can he have the energy to come up and play basketball? This is really a disgrace to our Huada University. Why doesn't this kind of person drop out of school? It's disgusting just thinking about it. You know what? He has a powerful background. He sent someone to find the principal and had him delete the post. That's because the rich woman has a powerful background. It's none of his business. He's just a little handsome. I don't know what that rich woman is thinking. I think Hong Yi is 100 times better than him. Listening to the discussions from all directions, Fang Hao remained expressionless, while Niejie and others were grinning from ear to ear. It was worth the tens of thousands of dollars I spent. Although the post was forcibly deleted, fortunately the effect was achieved. Zhou Qi secretly congratulated himself on his wisdom. Of course Meng, who would not let his roommate go on the court to be abused. With Fang Hao's small body, he would probably fall to the ground after a collision. Just when he was about to ask the referee to admit defeat, Fong Hao suddenly walked onto the court. "Referee, I request a substitution. Old Four, don't come up here and make trouble. Go back quickly." Qin Yiming was frightened by his actions. "I'm not kidding. Since this is a competition, there's no point in giving up halfway," Fong Hao said calmly. "If the second one falls, the fourth one will take over." "Okay, I admire ambitious people like you. Referee, please change the player quickly." Nie Jie couldn't ask for more. He was still thinking about Zhou Qi's 30,000 yuan, which could come in handy when he was dating Yuan Lin. He was so happy. Meng Hu had no choice but to remind him, "Then stand back a little and don't get too close to that bastard Nie Jie. I'm worried that he will do something bad again." "Don't worry, I'll be careful." The referee signaled that the game would continue, and Qin Yiming served. Nie Jie stood beside Fong Hao with a strange smile. Looking at the other party's fragile body, he felt that he could beat the shit out of him with just one slap. "Don't be afraid, little friend. I will definitely take good care of you." "Oh, really?" Fong Hao smiled faintly, and suddenly ran quickly towards Qin Yiming, stretching out his hand as if to catch the ball. "This kid is pretty quick." Nie Jie was shocked. When he was about to exert force to catch up, Fong Hao suddenly threw the ball out with one hand, and the arc was actually heading towards the basket. Does this kid know how to play basketball? He shot from the midfield, and his posture is too ridiculous. How come it is almost like shot put? Such a thought rose in the minds of all the spectators outside the stadium. "Boss, grab the rebound." Qin Yiming was too far away, so he had to pin his hopes on Meng Hu. "Good. You still want to grab the rebound? I think you were dreaming." Zhao Xiong sneered and jumped first. His physique and jumping ability were slightly better than Meng Hu's, and he had won many rebounds before. He has already run outside the three-point line. As long as his teammates grab the rebound, he can shoot the ball at the first opportunity and continue to expand the score. Zhao Xiong jumps so high, Meng Hu can't beat him at all. Well, of course, one is from the school team and the other is from the department team. Are they comparable? Just when everyone was pessimistic about Meng Hu's rebounding, the high-speed spinning basketball had already hit the backboard hard, and then went directly into the basket at an incredible angle. The three-pointer from half-court actually went in. The score is 38-49. In less than 4 seconds, Fong Hao scored 3 points. "Wow, this ball is really awesome. What a shitty luck this is. It's against the will of heaven." If nothing else, Fong Hao is quite strong. He doesn't deserve the title of gigolo. Damn it, I actually forgot to record the video just now. Otherwise, it would definitely go viral if it was uploaded to the forum. Chapter 30, I'm scared. "Good shot, well done, Lao Si." Hu Fei from the sidelines cheered loudly. "What are you still standing there for? Let's kick off the game." He said loudly. "Oh." Nie Jie finally came back to his senses. He took the ball and ran to the center line. After he received the ball, Qin Yiming, who was responsible for defending him, immediately stuck to him. You want to defend me? Maybe in your next life." He dribbled the ball up and was about to lower his body to break through when a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and knocked the basketball out of his hand. What? What a quick movement. He was shocked. The person who came was Fong Hao. After getting the ball, he took 2 steps back, then stepped outside the three-point line and made a throwing gesture again. At this time, Nie Jie and were still 2 meters away, and no one could stop him. But even if the two were close together, they might not be able to defend against Fong Hao's strange shooting method. No way! Is this guy trying to get lucky again? Seeing Fong Hao's mysterious operation, the audience outside the venue was stunned again. "I just don't believe it. How can I make consecutive shots using this method?" Zhao Xiong grabbed the advantageous position under the rebound in the first time, and Meng Hu was half a beat slower again. The basketball flew straight towards the backboard like a cannonball. According to common sense, it is impossible for it to hit the target at such a small angle. However, this ball cannot be explained by common sense. After hitting the backboard, it did not bounce away, but twisted its direction downward and went into the basket again. The whole audience was in an uproar. If the first time was just luck, how do I explain the second time? Did I step on the same piece of shit? Hong Yi's face was grim. He finally saw clearly that the sphere's rotation speed was unusual, and the angle of landing was extremely tricky. Fong Hao had calculated it all. This kind of shot is neither difficult nor easy, but there is a prerequisite, which is that the user's arm strength must be incredibly great in order to add a rotational speed to the basketball at the moment it is released. As far as he knows, there are only a few people in the entire NBA who can do this, not to mention in China. This Fong Hao is a monster. Pass the ball carefully. Don't let this guy intercept it. Hong, he reminded loudly. There is 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and the score is now 41-49. As long as they don't let Fong Hao get the ball, victory will definitely belong to them. After Hong, he caught the ball again. Fong Hao suddenly appeared in front of him with a nonchalant look on his face, as if he was facing an elementary school student who had just learned to play basketball. I'll show you the true strength of the school team captain. Hong, he was very unhappy with his disdainful look, and his fighting spirit completely burst out. He increased his dribbling speed to the extreme, and the basketball disappeared under his crotch like a butterfly flying through flowers, causing the fangirls on the sidelines to cheer wildly like crazy. So handsome. Hongy, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Forget about it. There's no way Hong, he would like a fat person like you. If he has to choose someone, he'd choose someone as slim as me. As expected of the captain of the school team, his dribbling skills are truly unrivaled. This gigolo is probably only capable of doing that. Once Hong, he gets serious, he will be left with nothing but shit. Damn. Even the school beauty, Liang Muling, cheered and applauded for him. I'm so jealous. Hongi fainted and began to break through. His fake moves had been practiced to perfection, and even Hu Fei, before he was injured, might not be able to see through it. As expected, Fong Hao was broken through before he could even react. Qin Yiming wanted to fill in the position, but unfortunately, he was blocked by Nie Jie behind him. He didn't even have time to react to Hong Yi's fake move. It turns out this guy's basic skills are not good at all. He just relies on his pitching to bluff people. Liang Muling sneered. I just had a better impression of him. I think Fong Hao is quite capable. Didn't you see that Hong Yi is already very alert? Yuan Lin disagreed with her roommate's opinion. If I'm not mistaken, Fong Hao and his team should win this game. Absolument impossible. If Fong Hao can win, I will agree to go to the party together. If he loses, then you have to confess to Nie Jie in public. Okay, it's a deal. Seeing that there was no one defending him, Hong Yi shot decisively. The moment he jumped high and was about to throw the ball, there was a sudden cry of surprise from outside the court. Keep on exclaiming at my handsome shot. Hong, he was extremely proud. He practiced this kind of shooting action thousands of times every day and had already become as proficient at it as eating and drinking. Within this distance, without any interference, his hit rate could reach at least 95%. In a flash, the entire set of standard shooting movements that looked like a textbook was completed, but he always felt like something was wrong. Why didn't I see anything thrown out? Where's the ball? Oh my God, the ball is gone. Except for him, everyone saw it clearly. Fong Hao just stuck to the opponent like a ghost. And when the opponent took off, he also jumped high and snatched the ball away with ease. Hong Yi thought that everyone was impressed by his basketball skills, but he didn't expect that they were actually surprised by Fong Hao's speed and jumping ability. Boss, he's behind you. Nie Jie reminded loudly. Hong Yi turned back suddenly and saw that Fong Hao had retreated beyond the three-point line and once again made the classic throwing the ball move. The ball went into the net. The score was 44-49. This hit rate seems a bit scary. His shooting percentage is nothing. His explosive power is really amazing. He was able to snatch the ball from Hong Yi without making any sound. He looks skinny and small, and his height is only 178 centimeters at most. I never thought he could beat Hong Yi, who is 190 centimeters tall. It's not a complete victory. At most, it was just a surprise victory. There was still 1 minute left in the game, and the score gap between the two sides had narrowed to 5 points. If Fong Hao could make 2 more three-pointers, they would be able to overtake. Good job, old four. I didn't expect you had this trick up your sleeve. Meng Hu patted Fong Hao's shoulder heavily. Fong Hao without any mercy, causing him to grimace in pain. Boss, if you use a little more strength, I can go down and accompany the second one. Ha ha ha, sorry. Meng Hu withdrew his hand with a wry smile. After being scored 9 points in a row by Fong Hao, Nie Jie and Zhao Xiong were a little impatient. Boss, what should we do now? Don't panic. We have the height advantage. Just shoot the ball high. Hong Yi calmly ordered. I'll throw the ball directly to the basket after the kickoff. Second brother, Meng Hu is no match for you. The rest is up to you. Nie Jie and Zhao Xiong looked at each other in bewilderment. They never dreamed that Hong Yi would actually give in and not dare to confront Fong Hao head-on. Chapter 31. Am I involved too? Okay, I understand. Nie Jie started serving, and as soon as Hong Yi received the ball, Fong Hao quickly came over. Hong Yi was already worried about his stealing speed, so he didn't even dare to dribble and just threw the ball high. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that Hong Yi was so scared that he didn't even dare to challenge Fong Hao in a duel. Yuan Lin saw through his true thoughts at a glance and laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter. Don't talk nonsense. How could Hong Yi be afraid of a gigolo? Liang Muling said angrily. Don't disbelieve it, just read on. After Zhao Xiong took the ball, he was already inside the free throw line. Meng Hu opened his arms and tried his best to stop him from shooting. You are the defeated general. You can't stop me. A gleam of light flashed in Zhao Xiong's eyes, and he turned around, dribbled the ball, and started to break through. With the absolute advantage in strength, Meng Hu was suppressed and retreated again and again. Seeing that the distance was almost right, Zhao Xiong roared and jumped high, intending to do a two-handed dunk. Meng Hu did not expect the opponent to be so fierce, and it was too late for him to jump up and intercept. Come on, second brother, dunk him. When Hong Yi was cheering, he suddenly found that Fong Hao beside him had disappeared. An almost blurry figure rushed to the basket like lightning and jumped up quickly, as if there were springs under his feet. Zhao Xiong only felt a flash before his eyes, and suddenly a huge force came from the basketball, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. This force not only prevented his dunk, but also made him completely lose balance, and he fell flat on his back with a thud. Meng Hu and Qin Yiming were stunned. Hong Yi and Ye Jie were also stunned, and the entire crowded stadium was in dead silence. Fong Hao, who was not guarded, easily dribbled the ball outside the three-point line, then threw it casually, and the ball went in again. What kind of monster is this guy? He even covered Zhao Xiong? Ye Jie rubbed his eyes hard, fearing that he had just hallucinated. Although Zhao Xiong is shorter than himself, he is 195 centimeters tall and has amazing jumping ability, second only to Hong Yi in the entire school team. But he didn't expect to be blocked by a dwarf who is less than 1.8 meters tall today. It would be fine if he was a professional player, but he is a well-known gigolo. Where is justice? Yuan Lin was so happy that she smiled, but Liang Muling's face turned completely cold. Now even a blind man knows that Fong Hao has completely crushed Hong Yi and the other two, and winning the game is only a matter of time. Do I really want to date a gigolo? When Liang Muling thought about this bet, she felt her heart break. 43 seconds later, the game officially ended. Meng Hu and his two players won 53-49. Fong Hao dunked 6 three-pointers in 2 minutes, completely turning the situation around. I don't fucking accept it. You just make a living by your ball-throwing skills. If you're brave enough, challenge me in a one-on-one duel. Ye Jie walked up to Fong Hao in a rage. Okay, I'll convince you. Fong Hao smiled and picked up a basketball. Let's decide the winner with one ball. We can only dunk and not shoot. Is that okay? Okay, that's straightforward. Ye Jie sneered. If you lose, you have to give up the opportunity to socialize. Okay. Fong Hao agreed without hesitation. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Hu Fei and the other two were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They shouted in unison, Old Four, think twice. Don't worry, I won't lose. Fong Hao said calmly. What if you lose? I call you Grandpa. Good. Since the outcome is determined by one ball, the game can only start with the two people fighting for the ball. After the referee threw the ball up, Fong Hao and Ye Jie jumped at the same time. As expected, Fong Hao, who had an abnormal jumping ability, grabbed the ball. The opponent could even block Zhao Xiong's shot. So Ye Jie certainly wasn't arrogant enough to think he could grab the ball, and he immediately switched to a defensive posture. In his expectation, he just needed to suppress the opponent with force first, and then wait for an opportunity to steal the ball and score. Considering my size of nearly 2 meters, it shouldn't be difficult to do this. A second later, the two men's shoulders collided with each other. Fong Hao did not use his speed to bully others, but chose to confront them head-on. The two men have a huge difference in size. If you only look at their backs, you would think they are father and son competing with each other. Meng Hu and the other two looked pale as they watched. They had not expected Fong Hao to use such a stupid method. Wasn't that like hitting a rock with an egg? Overestimating one's own abilities? The other party's tonnage is there. It would be strange if you, with your weak arms and legs, could win. However, what is surprising is that Fong Hao is actually making progress bit by bit. Ye Jie's face turned red. He had used all his strength, but was still losing. Not only did Fong Hao look relaxed, but he was also dribbling the ball with one hand. The power comparison between the two sides was clear at a glance. After holding on for 5 seconds, Ye Jie's teeth were already trembling and his legs were shaking like sieves. Fong Hao was not in a hurry. He just pushed forward slowly. After reaching the basket, he jumped up and started dunking. Jie used his last remaining strength to jump up and intercept, but unfortunately he looked so weak and powerless. Fong Hao succeeded in the dunk, and Jie fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, 10 times more miserable than Hu Fei just now. After the great victory, Hu Fei ignored his injuries and happily went to find Yuan Lin to discuss the social gathering, while Fong Hao and the other two returned to the dormitory to take a shower and change clothes. In less than half an hour, Hu Fei came back excitedly. Second brother, what did they say? Meng Hu asked impatiently. We've already agreed to go to a nightclub tonight. Isn't there a nightclub near the school? That's it. Night bar? I heard that the consumption there is not cheap. Qin Yiming said weakly. Hu Fei said carelessly. Don't worry, I know your family is not well off, so the money will be shared equally by the eldest and fourth brothers. Fong Hao is not short of money now, so naturally he has no objection. No problem. Meng Hu smiled and patted Qin Yiming's shoulder. Old three, let's make a deal first. Which of Yuan Lin's 3 roommates do you want to choose? I definitely don't dare to think about the school belle, so I'd rather just go with the short-haired Du Xiaoman. I like this lively type. Qin Yiming is very self-aware. Of course the school belle can only be left to the fourth brother, so I'll choose Chinwan. Meng Hu looked at Fong Hao. Fourth brother, do you have any objection to this assignment? Ah, I have a share too. Fong Hao was stunned. Chapter 32, why don't you take my car? Well, although you have the rich woman and Mr. Wen, they are not ordinary people. It is impossible for them to marry you. They are only greedy for your body. Meng Hu said earnestly. You should make plans early, otherwise, when you are old and ugly. What if you lose both your money and your body? What you said seems to make sense. Fong Hao smiled bitterly, but Liang Muling looks so superior. I don't like this type of person. It's just a social gathering. Just think of yourself as someone who is just making up the numbers. Don't think too far ahead. If it's really not suitable, just don't meet again in the future. Hu Fei also advised, I heard that school beauty Liang likes that guy Hong Yi. You may not have a chance. Qin Yiming said with a smile. Hong Yi was abused by the fourth brother today. Maybe the school beauty Liang will fall in love with someone else because of this. Okay, for your happiness, I'll contact her reluctantly. Fong Hao said helplessly. Pretending. The other three raised their middle fingers. The school belle that others try every means to get close to seems dispensable in his eyes. Isn't this just showing off? If Liang Muling's admirers heard this, they would be furious and would let Fong Hao see why the flowers were so red. Hu Fei is the protagonist tonight. Fong Hao lent him the poison, and Meng Hu borrowed a BMW 530 from a relative. Fong Hao didn't want to trouble Xiao Yang with such a small matter, so he simply rode his own electric scooter as well. When they arrived downstairs of Yuan Lin's dormitory, the dazzling supercar immediately attracted the attention of countless girls, and the BMW, following behind, was completely ignored. Hu Fei opened the clip-wing door. He was wearing a Nike casual suit and was strongly blessed by the aura of a supercar, so he looked quite handsome. Many girls with good looks cast coquettish glances at him. Although Hu Fei was very proud, he could only turn a blind eye because Yuan Lin and the others had already appeared. The 4 girls were all dressed up carefully, especially Liang Muling, who was wearing a bohemian long skirt. Her perfect figure was fully revealed. Her radiance instantly overshadowed the girls around her, causing Meng Hu and the other two to drool. Hu Fei prides himself on being a loyal man, so at this moment he could only walk towards Yuan Lin without looking away. Although Yuan Kane is not as pretty as Liang Muling, she has a slightly better temperament. Hu Fei is very satisfied to have such a girlfriend. Lin, you can take my car tonight. Okay. Yuan Lin naturally knew that the poison was in Fong Hao's car, but she did not refuse. As a girl, she was more or less vain. This car can only seat 2 people, so what should we do? Chunwan was a little unhappy. She also wanted to ride in a supercar. You guys take my car. Meng Hu said quickly. Okay. After seeing Chinwan and Du Xiaoman on 5:30, Liang Muling's mouth twitched slightly. She thought Fong Hao would come to pick her up with poison tonight, so she dressed up deliberately. Although she didn't like him, it would be nice to ride in a supercar. She didn't expect that her wish would be wasted. After all, I am a school belle, but I didn't expect that my treatment is worse than Yuan Lin's. Seeing that the school beauty looked unhappy, Fong Hao smiled mischievously. If you don't want to take a BMW, you can take my car. He has another car? Liang Muling's eyes suddenly lit up. The first thing she thought of was that since Fong Hao lent the poison to his roommate, he must have a better car. Where is your car parked? She looked around, but there seemed to be no other supercars around. Here it is. Fong Hao patted the electric scooter beside him. Electric car? Liang Muling almost spit out blood from Fong Hao. I'm a school beauty, and it's bad enough that I don't have a supercar to pick me up, but you actually let me sit on the back seat of an electric car? You are crazy. She opened the door of the BMW angrily and sat next to Du Xiaoman. Old four, we're leaving first. Take your time. Meng, who smiled and waved, then started the car and followed Du Yao. She is indeed not suitable to be a girlfriend. Her true colors were revealed once we tried. Fong Hao smiled faintly and rode away on his electric scooter. It was nearly 11 o'clock in the evening, and all kinds of luxury cars were already parked in front of the night bar, the cheapest of which was worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. After seeing the poison, the security guard quickly arranged the most conspicuous position for Hu Fei. As for the 530 behind, he had to park it in the underground parking lot. After Hu Fei and others went in, Fong Hao slowly walked to the door of the bar. Hey, you can't park electric cars here. Get out of here, the security guard shouted. Fong Hao was helpless and was about to drive away when a black Maserati suddenly rushed over and almost hit him. Riding an electric bike to come to the bar? How weird! A heavily made-up woman got out of the passenger seat and glanced at Fong Hao with disdain. Who said you can't ride an electric bike in a bar? Fong Hao said calmly. You stinking loser. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. I'm telling you, if you don't have money, don't come to this kind of place. It's not for you. The woman sneered. Did you see my boyfriend's car? It's a Maserati President, worth 2 million. You can't afford it even if you work your whole life. If you got a little bit of it just now, you'd be crying. Xiao Yuan, why are you wasting so much time talking to this guy? Master Wang is already waiting for us. Let's go. Her boyfriend said impatiently. I got it, dear. Li Yuan ignored Fong Hao and went into the bar with her boyfriend in her arms affectionately. As they passed by the poison shop, the two took out their cell phones and took a selfie. Fong Hao shook his head helplessly and parked the electric scooter far away. Just after locking the car, Hu Fei called, and there was a burst of noise when the call was connected. Old four, you're not lost, are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? I'll be right there. The security guard wouldn't let me park outside the bar. Hurry up, we're in booth number 6. Hu Fei hung up the phone quickly. After all, the bar was too noisy, and he had to shout to say anything. After Fong Hao walked into the bar, a Land Rover Range Rover drove out of the Huazhong University campus. Boss, you didn't receive the wrong message, did you? Are Hu Fei and the others really in Yisei? In the car, Niejia asked excitedly. Of course it's true. Liang Muling sent me the WeChat message personally. Hong Yi, who was driving, blew out a smoke ring proudly. Boss, you're awesome. You even added Campus Beauty Liang on WeChat. Zhao Xiong took the opportunity to flatter him. Zhou Qi's face was full of envy, and he was also drooling over Liang Muling. However, in front of the boss, his competitiveness seems to be a little lacking. It wasn't me who added her. It was her who added me. Hong Yi Simidet. Niejia gave a thumbs up. It turns out that the rumor that school beauty Liang likes the boss is true. Zhao Xiong laughed and said, of course it's true. A beauty like Liang Muling is only worthy of the boss. Trash like Fong Hao is useless. Hong Yi's face changed slightly. According to what the second brother said, wouldn't he, who lost to Fong Hao on the basketball court, be worse than trash? He coughed heavily. Stop talking nonsense. Sit down. I'm going to speed up. Liang Muling is still waiting for us to disrupt the situation. We can't let Hu Fei and the others have too comfortable tonight. Good. Chapter 33 Disruption. The lights in the bar were blinding, and there were so many beauties that Fong Hao was dazzled. Just as he was looking around, a woman who was coming towards him suddenly cried out and fell to the ground. It turned out that her thin heel had tripped on something, and she lost her balance. Careful. Seeing that the beautiful woman was about to fall to the ground, Fong Hao almost subconsciously took a step forward and hugged her. Her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, and her lips are red and her teeth are white. What a beautiful girl. After seeing the other person's face clearly, he couldn't help but secretly praise him in his heart. This is a stunning woman who is no less beautiful than Qin Yanran. Thank you. Thank you. Su Miaoying, who was still in shock, patted her chest gently. She was really scared just now. You're welcome. With the beautiful girl in his arms, Fong Hao had no intention of taking advantage of her and quickly let go. The lighting here is not good, and you are wearing such thin high heels. Although they look beautiful, you must be careful when walking. Fong Hao reminded her kindly. Thank you. I'll pay attention. Su Miaoying looked at Fong Hao's handsome face and asked inexplicably, Excuse me, are you alone? No, I came here with my classmates. Fong Hao smiled. By the way, do you know where booth number 6 is? Just follow this passage until you reach the dance floor, then turn left. Su Miaoying asked again. So you are still a student. Which school are you from? From Huahai University. Fong Hao said. My classmates are still waiting for me. Goodbye. Seeing Fong Hao leaving in a hurry without any trace of reluctance, Su Miaoying felt a little annoyed. After all, you are a beauty. Can't you chat with me for a few more minutes? After arriving at the booth, they were already playing dice. Except for Liang Muling, who was sitting aside playing with her phone, everyone else was having a great time. Hu Fei was even half-hugging Yuan Lin. Fong Hao nodded with relief. It seemed that the eldest brother and his friends would finally be single before graduation. Zaiwai easy. Why are you here just now? As usual, you have to drink 3 glasses of wine first. Meng, who put his arm around Fong Hao's shoulders and reminded him in a low voice. School beauty Liang doesn't seem to be in a good mood. You should use your gigolo skills to coax her. If you can really win her over, we brothers will be proud. Where the hell did I get the skills to be a gigolo? Fong Hao was very upset, but he still agreed reluctantly. I'll try my best. Under the boss's arrangement, he could only sit next to Liang Muling. Hello. After the two of them greeted each other indifferently, they each lowered their heads to play with their phones, leaving Ming Hu and the other two speechless. Yuan Lin could see that Fong Hao's indifferent expression was definitely not just a pretense of being cool. He was not interested in Liang Muling at all. Because of the electric car incident just now, Liang Muling also had no good impression of Fong Hao, and she kept sending messages to Hong Yi. Have you arrived yet? Fong Hao's already sat next to me. I'm so afraid he'll do something to me. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Hong Yi was sending messages while driving and almost hit the back of a large truck waiting for the traffic light in front of him. Nie Jie, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned pale with fear. Boss, how about I drive instead? No need, it's just around the corner. After seeing Hong Yi's reply, Liang Muling finally felt relieved. When she was about to put down her phone, a drunken man suddenly approached her. Beauty, I've been observing you for a long time. You must be bored alone. Do you want to go to my place for a few drinks? No. Liang Muling refused without hesitation. Don't be so quick to refuse. We're all here to have fun. As long as you accompany me tonight, I'll give you $2,000. How about that? Who do you think I am? Liang Muling was so angry that he was shaking all over. The man sneered, Don't act so innocent. There are no good people in nightclubs. If you think it's too little, I can add more. Meng Hu and the other two remained silent. They wanted to see if Fong Hao would be a hero and save the beauty. Although Fong Hao didn't like Liang Muling, he would not let her be bullied. Just as he was about to stand up and speak, someone suddenly patted the man's shoulders twice. Dude, please make way. The man looked back and was immediately frightened by the tall and burly figures of Hong Yi and the others. Zhao Xiong, with his fleshy face, stared at him fiercely. The man's arms were thicker than his thighs. Seeing this, the man immediately gave in. Sorry, I was just joking. After seeing the other party leave in disgrace, Hong Yi sat down next to Liang Muling. What a coincidence, you guys. Do you mind letting us join in? After all, they were classmates, and they even helped drive away the harassers. So Meng Hu and others had no reason to refuse them. Let's play dice, right? We want to join in too. Nie Jia also sat next to Yuan Lin, and the originally spacious booth suddenly became a little crowded. Why did you only order so much and drink beer? Aren't you too stingy? Hong Yi said deliberately after seeing some cheap fruit plates and snacks on the coffee table. These are all included when you order a booth, and of course they are nothing good. If it's not enough, just order more. Although Hu Fei felt a little sorry for his wallet, he had no choice but to bear it at this time. Hong Yi immediately called the waiter and not only ordered a lot of expensive snacks, but also ordered 4 bottles of Royal Salute, which made Hu Fei shudder. The little money I brought with me doesn't seem to be enough. Don't worry, if you don't have enough money, let me pay. Hong Yi said with a smile. Such generous words earned him a lot of points in front of the girls, and Liang Muling was even happier. It seems a bit inappropriate to show off your financial strength in front of Fong Hao, right? Zhou Qi opened his mouth, but finally held back and said nothing, not daring to undermine the boss's self-confidence. Fong Hao didn't really like the noise in the bar, so he simply picked up a can of beer and leaned on the railing, drinking while admiring the girls on the dance floor. Putting the faces aside for now, these dancing girls have pretty good figures and look very pleasing to the eye. In another booth in the bar, Wang Chong, smoking a cigar, was listening to a report from his subordinate Li Long. Sitting next to him were Li Yuan and her boyfriend Ouyang Hua. Master, I've already checked it out. The guy's name is Fong Hao, a student at Huahai University, and he works as a delivery boy in a milk tea shop. He's a delivery guy? Wang Chong almost choked on the smoke. Ahem, are you sure? How can a delivery guy afford to prescribe poison? Master, it's absolutely true. He is indeed a delivery man. The owner of the milk tea shop is Xiao Wei, and it's on Jinding Commercial Street. Poison? Master Wang, I saw one outside just now. See if it's this one. Yanghua took out his cell phone and clicked on the photo he had just taken. Chapter 34, Literary Battle. That's it. There are very few poisons in the country, and the wine red color is extremely eye-catching, so Li Long recognized it at a glance. So, that guy's also in the bar? Wang Chong blew out a puff of smoke. Go and look for him quickly. Yes, master. Li Long took the order and left. Yanghua asked, Master Wang, how did this guy offend you? Wang Chong said bitterly, this kid ruined my pursuit of Qin Yanran. Tell me whether he should die or not. The eldest daughter of the Qin family? She really deserves to die. Yanghua said indignantly, he's just a delivery boy. Young Master Wang, do you want me to call some people to deal with him? I heard that the owner of this bar has a very unusual background. Don't cause trouble. Don't act rashly. After midnight, the atmosphere in the bar had reached its peak. After getting drunk, everyone was getting restless. Hu Fei and Nie Jie disliked each other, and the accumulated anger finally exploded. Hu Fei, your victory today was unfair. It was entirely thanks to Fong Hao, that gigolo, that you won the match. If you're brave enough, let's fight him one-on-one tomorrow. You're willing to admit defeat, but you're still trying to deny it? Hu Fei slammed the coffee table and said angrily, you did something to trick me on the court, and I haven't come to you to settle the score yet. Who did that to you? You fell down because you were weak. How can you blame me? Nie Jie said with a sinister smile. You look so young. Could it be that you have kidney deficiency? What men hate most is being told they can't do it, especially in front of their beloved woman. Hu Fei exploded on the spot. You are the one with kidney deficiency. Your whole family has kidney deficiency. Do you have the ability to practice now? I'm not afraid of you, come on. The two people's voices became louder and louder, almost drowning out the sound of the music, attracting the attention of many guests. Stop arguing, and everyone should say less. This is a public place. Yuan Lin quickly persuaded. The two of them simply refused to listen to the advice and instead quarreled even more fiercely. Hong Yi and his companions had come to cause trouble in the first place, and they wanted the quarrel to be as big as possible. Hey, can you idiots keep your voice down? A man with dyed red hair in the booth next to him suddenly shouted. Red-haired monkey. Who are you calling an idiot? Nie Jie pointed at the red-haired monkey and cursed. Hey, you kid, who hasn't even fully grown his hair yet, dares to challenge me? Do you know who I am? The red-haired man stood up with a sneer, and 7 or 8 of his companions immediately followed. Looking at the group of ferocious people, Nie Jie did not give in. Firstly, he did not want to embarrass himself in front of Yuan Lin, and secondly, several of his roommates were good fighters and might be able to deal with them. Who the hell do you care? Are you the only one allowed to curse others and others are not allowed to curse? Hong Yi stood up with a sneer. How can this be justified in the world? So manly, this is what a real man is. Liang Muling couldn't help but stare in amazement. After seeing the change in the school beauty's expression, Hong Yi felt even more proud. Not to mention the other 3 girls, at least he had won her over, so it was worth it. Seeing Nie Jie and the others arguing with others, Hu Fei and the others were more than happy to see it, so they just sat aside and watched the show. There was already a lot of tension between the 2 gangs, and he fanned the flames. Red Hair couldn't hold it in any longer, and when he was about to lead his men to charge forward, a hand suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Who? The red-haired man, whose momentum was interrupted, turned around and was about to curse, but after seeing the other person clearly, he swallowed the curse words. Brother Hua, it turns out to be you. Ameo, what happened here? Yanghua asked in a pretentious manner. In fact, he already saw what had happened clearly. Red Hair nodded and said, Brother Hua, these idiots are making a lot of noise here. I scolded them, and they even dared to talk back, so I'm going to teach them a lesson. Don't call me idiot all the time, or I'll crush you to death. Nie Jie said angrily. Brother Hua, listen to this kid, he's too arrogant. I won't feel comfortable unless I beat him up. We are here just to have fun. There is no need for fighting or anything like that. Yanghua said calmly. How about this? Why don't you just have a literary duel? Who's afraid of who? How can this be a verbal battle? Hong Yi snorted coldly. It's very simple. After the fight is decided, the winner can make a request to one of the losers, such as kneeling down and kowtowing, slapping himself in the face, or breaking up with his girlfriend on the spot. Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Ouyang Hua raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Then what is the gambling method? Nije asked. I see you guys are not short of money, so let's do something special. Ouyang Hua pointed at the dance floor and said, see that gong? There is an unwritten rule in the bar that whoever goes up and hits it has to buy everyone in the bar a drink. Judging from the number of people tonight, it will probably cost only 40,000 to 50,000. Each of you hits it once until one of you admits defeat. How do you think? In short, this gong is used by rich people to show off. Okay, we'll keep you company. Hongi nodded in agreement. Boss, would you like to reconsider it? Nie Jie was shocked by the price of the bell, and even Zhou Qi gasped. It's just 50,000 yuan per time. Is that money? Hong Yi said confidently. His father had just transferred next month's living expenses to him today. With the previous savings, he had at least 1 million yuan on him, so he was indeed not inferior to the other party. Well, you are really brave. Ouyang Hua gave a thumbs up. Since the fight has been decided, let's put forward our respective conditions. Brother Hua, I don't have so much money with me, Red Hair said in a low voice. Don't worry, I'll pay for it. Ouyang Hua's words made him feel at ease. My condition is very simple. Let this red-haired monkey run around outside the bar naked. While running, he has to slap himself and call himself a big idiot. Honk it. You're the fucking idiot. Red Hair flew into a rage when he heard this. Do you want to die, you little bastard? Hey, Ameo, this is your fault. They're just proposing conditions, which is reasonable and logical. Ouyang Hua glared at him. The red-haired man said viciously. Well, if I win, then you have to... Wait a minute. Ouyang Hua suddenly interrupted him. Let me propose this condition. The money was paid by others, so of course Red Hair didn't dare to object. Yes, Brother Hua, please go ahead. My conditions are very simple. I want that guy to break up with his girlfriend immediately and never get back together. Ouyang Hua pointed at Fong Hao at the railing. Chapter 35, Gong Battle. Puff! Fong Hao, who was drinking beer, spit it out. Hong Yi and Hu Fei were also confused. How did this involve him? You guys fight your own battles? What does it have to do with me? Fong Haoqi asked. Aren't you together? Why can't I mention you? Ouyang Hua said coldly. Fong Hao spread his hands helplessly. Even if we are together, I don't have a girlfriend. Meng Hu and others deeply agreed that the rich woman who supported him was certainly not his girlfriend. Ouyang Hua smiled and said, then I'll put it another way. From now on, you can't have anything to do with Qin Yanran. Did Uncle Ching send you here? Fong Hao narrowed his eyes. He originally thought that Ouyang Hua was targeting him to vent his anger for Li Yuan, but he didn't expect that he would drag Qin Yanran into this. He immediately thought of Cheng Bo. I don't know any Uncle Cheng. I just want to ask if you have the courage to accept it. Ouyang Hua was afraid that the other party would give in, so he said aggressively. Fong Hao sneered and said, I can't stand provocation. I'll take it. Okay, let's start now. Ouyang Hua was overjoyed. After wasting so much time, he finally achieved his goal. Hong Yi on the side was full of question marks. What was going on? Shouldn't he be the one taking on the literary duel? How come Fong Hao became the protagonist? Xiao Yuan, you will be responsible for ringing the gong. Ouyang Hua sent his girlfriend. Okay, such an exciting gambling fight made Li Yuan's heart beat fast, and she was very happy to be in the limelight. Since the other party has sent out an assistant, Fong Hao naturally cannot show weakness. He glanced at Yuan Lin and the others, and then asked, who of you is willing to help me beat the gong? Liang Muling turned her face away. As a school belle, she naturally didn't want to do such a cheap thing. When Du Xiaomin and Chen Wan were hesitating, Yuan Lin bravely stepped forward and said, let me do it. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Fong Hao smiled slightly. I might be a little tired later, so to thank you for your help, I'll give you a reward of 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan. Du Xiaomin and Chen Wan thought they had heard it wrong. Meng Hu and the others also widened their eyes. Fourth brother, I'm also good at beating the gong. I even won an award when I was a kid. Hu Fei volunteered. Fong Hao refused without hesitation. Go away. It's too rude of you to play the gong. This gong can only be played by a beautiful woman. You brag as if it were true. Let's see what you're going to pay with later. Liang Muling, Hong Yi and others all thought that Fong Hao was bragging. You can get 10,000 yuan for just hitting the gong. What a joke. Fong Hao, you are not kidding me, are you? Is there really 10,000 yuan? Yuan Lin was also a little unconvinced. Yes, go ahead, Fong Hao said with a smile. If I can't come up with the money, the poison car will be yours. Okay, I believe you. Yuan Lin walked away with a smile on her face. Li Yuan was the first to walk up to the platform with the gong hanging on it. When the guests around her saw her picking up the drumstick, they all started talking. Although this gong has been hung here since the store opened, it has only sounded very few times throughout the year. After all, one hammer costs tens of thousands. Li Yuan excitedly struck the gong, which made a crisp clanging sound that could be heard clearly throughout the bar. The DJ shouted at the right time. Thanks to this beautiful lady for giving the audience a gong roll. Let's cheer for her. Yeah, I love you, beautiful girl. So cool. I've been here so many times, but this is the first time I've encountered a gong. I like this beauty. After hearing the gong, the manager on duty immediately arranged for the waiter to prepare drinks. Li Yuan raised her hands to accept the crowd's applause. When she was getting extremely excited, Yuan Lin also picked up another drumstick. Fong Hao in the distance nervously, only to see him suddenly stretch out his hand and make a cross sign. Ah, what does this mean? Do you want me to strike the gong 10 times? Yuan Lin was stunned. Seeing Fong Hao nod without question, she calmed herself down, then raised the drumstick and started beating it again and again. Ding, 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 ding. The continuous sound of gongs echoed in the bar hall. Almost everyone stayed where they were, turning their eyes to the beautiful woman who was beating the gong. 8, 9, 10. The battle-hardened DJs were all excited. Thanks to the other beautiful lady for giving us 10 gong strikes. 10 times in total. It's so stunning. This is bound to be a crazy night. Let's cheer to our heart's content. After the guests came to their senses, in addition to cheering for Yuan Lin, many of them immediately took pictures of the madness at the scene and posted them on their moments, or directly sent messages to friends from other nearby nightclubs to come over. Ouyang Hua waved his hand expressionlessly, and Fong Yuan also struck the gong 10 times. Hong Yi secretly swallowed his saliva. Fong Hao was too unexpected. He extorted hundreds of thousands of dollars at once. Who could bear this? Fortunately, he was not the target. The waiters were immediately in a panic. The gongs were sounding too frequently, and they were almost working nonstop. The manager on duty suddenly had an idea and asked them to change to more expensive champagne, which solved the urgent problem. More and more customers poured into the night bar, which made Ouyang Hua a little worried. Now the price of ringing the gong once is at least over 100,000 yuan, and ringing it 10 times would be over 1 million yuan. A BMW X7 is gone just like that. What's going on outside? Su Miaoying, who was resting in the manager's office of the bar, was also awakened by the deafening cheers. After she called a manager on duty, she found out that a thrilling gong-beating battle was going on outside. The cumulative gong sounds from both sides had exceeded 100 times, and the total amount was nearly 8 million. It must be the young masters of the 4 major Huahai families who are competing with each other, and it's quite a big deal. Su Miaoying smiled slightly, put on her limited edition crystal high-heeled sandals, and walked out of the manager's office. The battle outside was in full swing. DJ's voice had become hoarse from shouting, and Yuan Lin and Li Yuan were also a little out of breath. After all, the drumsticks were not light, and their arms were so sore. Du Xiaoman suddenly had an idea. Fong Hao, you see Xiaolin is tired. Why don't we go down and help her? Okay, you will be treated the same, 10,000 each time. Fong Hao said generously. Thank you. Du Xiaoman and Chun Wang were overjoyed and quickly went to the stage through the crowd. Seeing the two people's happy backs, even Liang Muling felt a little regretful. If Fong Hao wasn't bragging, then wouldn't I have missed it? 10,000 for each ring of the gong. Where can you find such a good thing? I leave it to you. Yuan Lin handed the drumstick to Du Xiaoman. She was really powerless now. Li Yuan had just knocked 10 times when Du Xiaoman turned to look at Fong Hao, only to see him holding up his cell phone with a number scrolling on it. 100. Chapter 36. Yes, I am a shill. Am I dazzled? Du Xiaoman almost doubted her life. It can't be wrong. If you don't knock, let me do it, said Chinwan. Why rush? Just 50 strokes each. Okay. Ding, 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 ding. Everyone was counting the gong sounds intently, and the manager on duty was even more afraid of missing one, as it affected his commission. So it's him. Su Miaoying stood on the second floor of the bar, silently watching Fong Hao giving orders. I didn't expect him to be so rich. The poison truck outside is probably his. You can't judge a person by his appearance. After the 100 gong sounds, the bar turned into a sea of joy. Because of the huge amount, the boss Su Miaoying announced that all bills were free and everyone could drink any alcoholic beverage they wanted. Mr. Wang, do you want to continue? Ouyang Hua, sweating profusely, secretly called Wang Chong. Why are you still going on? Fong Hao is a lunatic. 10 million per time. Who the hell has so much spare money to play with him? Wang Chong said angrily. I admit defeat tonight, let's retreat. Although he is the young master of the Wang family, his monthly pocket money is limited. How can he withstand Fong Hao's perverted attack? What, you don't want to continue? Fong Hao asked with a smile after seeing Ouyang Hua put down the phone. I give up, Ouyang Hua said straightforwardly. Ameo, take off your clothes and run around the bar naked. Ah, Brother Hua, are you really going to run away? Said the red-haired man with a bitter face. It's okay if you don't run. You can pay the 3 million gongs yourself, and I'll run the race. Okay. Ouyang Hua was also determined to do it. There were not many people outside right now, and running around for 3 million was a good deal. I'll run. I can run. Red Hair went out with a sad face. Fong Hao hatefully, then turned and went back to Wang Chong. Fong Hao, you spent more than 10 million to let this guy run naked for a lap. Isn't it too much of a loss? Meng, who felt a little sorry for him. With so much money, how much free living would he have to eat to earn it back? Money is a bastard. We can earn it again after spending it. Fong Hao smiled and transferred money to the 3 women, a total of 2 million, not a penny more or less. After seeing the payment information, Du Xiaoman's eyes widened. Fong Hao, you really gave us money? Otherwise, I always keep my word, Fong Hao said with a smile. You all look exhausted. I think the 2 million is well worth it, but I have a suggestion. Yuan Lin smiled and said, what suggestions? My 3 roommates are pretty good people. At least they are more reliable than Nye Jie and the others. Would you consider it? The 3 girls nodded shyly. Fong Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Brothers, I can only help you up to this point. Hu Fei suddenly came over and whispered. Old 4, do you have so much money on you? Why don't we run away before they come to pay? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. No need to run away. Fong Hao looked nonchalant. Seeing his calm face, Qin Yiming suddenly had an idea. Old 4, could it be that you are a... Wichao, you found out all this? Fong Hao pretended to be surprised and deliberately lowered his voice and said, in that case, I have no choice but to confess. In fact, I am a... What is it? Several people asked in unison. Luo too. Ha ha ha. Yuan Lin and the others were overjoyed. They had seen many types of agents such as wine agent, meal agent, medical agent, and game agent, but they had never heard of gong agent. Just then, Su Miaoying came over with a duty manager. What a beautiful girl! Meng Hu and the other 2 stared at her in amazement. With her beauty, even Liang Muling would feel ashamed of herself. Hello? Please pay the fee for the bell ringing just now. Su Miaoying looked at Fong Hao with a smile. The total is 13,780,900. So you are the boss of Yisei? Fong Hao was quite surprised when he recognized her. It's genuine. Su Miaoying stuffed a small note into Fong Hao's hand, then leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, it's my personal phone number. If you're free at night, you can call me anytime. It depends on my mood. Fong Hao felt a little uncomfortable with her fiery gaze and quickly took out his bank card. Can I pay by card? No need. This 10 million is just my thank you. Su Miaoying looked at Fong Hao deeply, then turned and left. The bar's profits are astonishingly high. With Wang Chong's contribution of more than 3 million, Yisei will surely make a profit tonight. Forget it. Fong Hao took back the bank card in dissatisfaction. Now Meng Hu and others finally believed what he said. He was really a real Gong Tao. Hey, why is Liang Muling gone? Fong Hao asked when he saw that there were only 7 people left in the booth. She left with Hong Yi and the others a long time ago. Du Xiaoman said disdainfully. Qin Wan said, I suspect that Hong Yi was called by her, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence that they met in the dark? Yuan Lin nodded. You're right, the 2 of them were flirting with each other just now. There must be something fishy. It's okay. Liang Muling is not worthy of my 4th son at all. Hu Fei said carelessly. Meng Hu agreed. I think so too. Our 4th son is a man who can eat soft rice to the extreme. If I'm not mistaken, the night boss lady just now is also one of them, right? Guess what? Fong Hao was almost amused by him. You guys continue to have fun. I have to go back to sleep. I have to deliver food tomorrow. Well, be careful on your way. It was naturally unrealistic to go back to school at this time. So Fong Hao thought of the sea view villa he had received as a reward during the day. Yuhai Bay is not close to here, so Fong Hao had to call an online taxi. The car arrived quickly. It turned out to be an Audi Q5. After stuffing the electric scooter into the trunk, Fong Hao sat in the passenger seat. The driver was a man in his 30s, and he was obviously disappointed when he saw Fong Hao. The reason why he drove Audi to run an online taxi was to see if he could hook up with high-quality girls near the bar and have some passionate interactions with them. Brother, I'll give you $100. Can you cancel the order and call another one? Huang Luming asked tentatively. Fong Hao was of course unwilling. Master, there are not many cars at this time. Oh, it's my bad luck. Huang Luming had no choice but to start the car. Chapter 37. I can't understand dog language. Young man, don't you have your own electric car? Why do you need to call an online car-hailing service? Huang Luming asked while driving. Fong Hao explained. The place is a bit far, and I drank quite a lot of wine in the bar. Huang Luming looked at the destination and found that it was Yuhai Bay. So he asked, do you live near Liang Village? Liangsuan is a fishing village near Yuhai Bay. There are many cheap rental houses, and many migrant workers with limited funds choose to rent houses there. Yeah. Fong Hao did not comment. He had never been to Yuhai Bay before and did not know the situation there. Where do you work? Delivering takeout at Jinding Commercial Street. Then living in Liangsuan is a bit far. Huang Luming said with a smile. I have a building for rent near Jinding. Would you like to consider it? A single room costs less than 1,000 yuan. Thank you, but that's okay. Fong Hao said, the land price near Jinding is not cheap. Is the whole building yours? It's a 9-story building, covering only 200 square meters, not worth much. Huang Luming smiled modestly, revealing a bunch of keys on his waist. I don't have much to do on weekdays. I'm a bit busy on the 2 days of collecting rent every month. I'm bored at home at night, so I came out to drive an online car-hailing service. Fong Hao couldn't help laughing. You carry so many keys with you when driving an online taxi. I think you use them to show off your wealth and pick up girls. Don't you find it uncomfortable? Can you make back the gas money by driving such an expensive car? Of course not. If the journey to pick up the guests is far, I will even have to pay for it. Then what's the point of running an online ride-hailing service at a loss? Ha ha, little brother, you are still too young. Money is the lifeblood of most people, but for people like me, it is actually just a long string of numbers. Huang Luming deliberately emphasized the word long. What I care about is not how much money I make, but whether I can meet interesting people or things in the process. This can enrich my experience, enrich my life, and sublimate my thoughts. He talked a lot, and Fong Hao felt drowsy. After the car stopped, Huang Luming realized that Fong Hao had fallen asleep, and he was so angry that his face turned black. It seems like I've been talking until I'm dry-mouthed, but no one is listening at all. Hey, wake up, we're here. Huang Luming pushed Fong Hao. Huh? So we're here? Fong Hao yawned. Master, please drive in. Huang Luming asked in surprise. Drive in? Into Yuhai Bay? Yes, I live in it. Little brother, don't joke like that. Do you know what Yuhai Bay is? It's full of sea view villas, and the cheapest one costs more than 100 million. Huang Luming said, even the entrance door here requires facial recognition. If you are not an owner, you can't get in at all. I'm not kidding. I really live in there. Fong Hao said helplessly. If you don't believe me, then put me down. Seeing Fong Hao's serious words, Huang Luming also began to doubt. You really didn't lie to me? What good would it do for me to lie to you? Okay then, I'll take you in. Huang Luming also risked his life. The worst that could happen was that he would be embarrassed. Seeing the Q5 approaching slowly, the guard in a neat uniform immediately raised his hand to signal the car to stop. Hello, this is a high-end villa area. No outside vehicles are allowed to enter without the owner's authorization. I'm here to send someone in. Huang Luming pointed at Fong Hao and said, Are you the owner? Why haven't I seen you before? The guard looked at Fong Hao in confusion. Although Yuhai Bay covers a very large area, there are actually only 28 villas. The doorman is naturally very familiar with each owner. Huang Luming regretted it as soon as he heard this. It turned out that the passenger was really bragging. Does your facial recognition rely on manpower? Fong Hao smiled faintly. I am the owner of number 008. Please confirm it. 008? The security guard was shocked. This is the number 1 villa in Yuhai Bay, priced at 2.8 billion, and it was just sold today. This young man is wearing cheap clothes and driving a Q5 class car. Could he really be the owner of 008? Please wait. I will confirm it right away. The guard did not dare to be careless and hurried back to the booth to get the equipment. At this moment, a fiery red Ferrari 488 stopped behind the Q5 and started honking its horn. Hey, a good dog doesn't block the road. The one in front, please make way. A hot girl with black eyeshadow cursed. It really is worthy of being the top wealthy area in Huahai, where you can easily come across cars worth more than 4 million yuan. People who can live here are definitely not to be trifled with. Huang Luming was about to drive the car aside when Feng Hao said calmly, "Don't worry about her. Just wait here." Yu Lu was furious when she saw that the Q5 in front of her didn't move at all. She walked over with her high heels clacking. Although the other guard saw it, he didn't dare to say anything and could only pretend that he didn't see it. "Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said?" Huang Luming was about to explain, but Feng Hao said seriously, "Sorry, I don't understand dog language." "How dare you call me a dog?" Yu Lu's voice immediately rose 8 degrees. "Say it again if you dare." "I didn't say you were a dog, but if you want to admit it yourself, then I can't do anything about it." "Fuck you." Yu Lu had never been treated like this since she was a child. She was so angry that she raised her high heels and kicked the car door. After a bang, an obvious dent appeared on the door of the Q5, and Yu Lu fell flat on her back due to the reaction force, and Huang Luming could see her spring scenery under her skirt. "Wow, it's worth it. Worth it." He almost had a nosebleed when he saw those two snow-white thighs. After getting up in a panic, Yu Lu felt so humiliated that she started crying hysterically. "Okay, since you dare to bully me, I will definitely ask my dad to kill you. I'll ask him to come over now. Wait for me. Don't run away if you have the guts." Feng Hao couldn't help but laugh. This woman was too weird. She fell down by herself, and the other party hadn't asked her to compensate for the loss yet, but she turned the tables and accused the other party of bullying her. Chapter 38, Seaview Villa. Just when Yu Lu was calling, the guard finally brought the device. After Feng Hao took out his ID card and scanned it, the confirmation information was immediately displayed on it. Feng Hao, owner of household number 008. Welcome. Welcome home, owner." The guard snapped to attention and saluted. Huang Luming was stunned. "Wow, this young man really lives here and is the owner of Villa number 1. It's already pretentious enough to own an entire rental house and drive a Q5 to run an online ride-hailing car. I didn't expect that it's nothing compared to others. This is the real boss." If he knew that Feng Hao owned an entire commercial street and 30% of the shares of the Squid platform, he would probably faint on the spot. "Can we go now?" Feng Hao said with a smile. The guard said respectfully, "Please wait a moment. I will enter your information into the system immediately, and you will be able to pass facial recognition in the future." After finishing everything, the Q5 drove into the gate of Yuhai Bay. "Hey, that bastard actually ran away?" Yu Lu stamped her feet in anger. She questioned the guard. "Are you here to eat for free? Why did you let them in?" When she made the call just now, she did not see the guard salute. The guard had no choice but to explain. "Ms. Yu, he is the owner of number 008, so of course he should be allowed in." "Number 008, right? Well, I'll go settle the score with him now." Yu Lu returned to the car angrily and stepped on the accelerator to chase after him. Q5 slowly drove into the gate of Villa 008. The entire villa is equipped with an intelligence system that can recognize the owner's arrival at the first time. "Wow, what a big garden!" Huang Luming opened his mouth wide as he looked at the huge garden. The entire villa is fully equipped with facilities. In addition to tennis courts, swimming pools, and hot spring pools, there is even a helipad and a standard indoor basketball court. "It is simply inhumane. I caused damage to your car just now. Let me compensate you." Feng Hao smiled and took out his cell phone. No, it's just a small amount of money. I'm already satisfied to be able to see Villa 008 thanks to you." Huang Luming waved his hand quickly. "Okay then, goodbye." Feng Hao took off the electric scooter and rode it towards the villa. There was no other way, as it was still a long distance from the house. Wherever he went, the nearby street lights would light up automatically and the door on the first floor would slowly open. After entering the villa, Feng Hao felt what true luxury was. There was a nearly 10-meter-high crystal diamond chandelier, a black marble floor as bright as a mirror, and all high-end furniture imported from Italy. Even the faucets in the bathroom were gold-plated. From the inside to the outside, it exuded an overwhelming sense of luxury at all times. Because the area is so large, there are 5 intelligent robots on the first floor alone. They can complete simple housework and help the owner deal with some chores. Lying on the 5-meter-long bed in the master bedroom where he could look up at the starry sky, Feng Hao quickly fell asleep. At this time, Yu Lu was being scolded by her father in her own villa. Yu Lu, you are getting more and more daring. You even dare to offend the owner of 008. Yu Bing cursed angrily. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been in big trouble. What's so great about being the owner of 008? Why are you scolding the child? Yu Bing's wife Su Yinxiao was unhappy. Are You Family is also a well-known family in Hawaii. Are you afraid of others? That's right, Dad. I saw that boy was dressed in a poor way, and he doesn't look like someone who can afford to live in a villa. Yulu said with a wronged look on her face. And he even called me a dog. How could I bear it? How dare you say that? Why would someone scold you? Don't I know your bad temper? Yu Bing said angrily. Do you know how much that villa sold for today? A full 2.8 billion, and it was paid in full. Do you think our you family can afford to offend someone who can take out so much money in one go? 2.8 billion? Su Yinxia and her daughter were both shocked. Find a time someday and come with me to apologize to them. Yu Bing ordered. Yu Lu refused. Dad, that's too embarrassing. I won't go. You're not going, right? Okay, from now on, my monthly allowance will be cut in half, and I'll go and apologize by myself. I'll go. Can I go? Yu Lu was at a loss now. She had always been lavish with her money, and the several 100,000 pocket money every month was not enough to spend. If it was really cut in half, wouldn't she be starving? After Fong Hao woke up, he felt refreshed, but looking at the huge room, he always felt that something was wrong. It seems that the popularity is not enough. It would be too lonely to rely on just a few robots. We should hire some servants or something. After making up his mind, Fong Hao called Xiao Yang and told him about hiring maids for the villa. Boss, how many people do you need to take care of your villa? We still need professionals to come and assess it. My secretary Yang Lin is more knowledgeable about this. How about I ask her to come over now? Okay. Fong Hao entered Yang Lin's license plate number into the intelligence system. More than half an hour later, a black Highlander drove into the villa. After getting off the car, Yang Lin, who was wearing an OL outfit, was shocked by the spectacular scene in the villa. On the rooftop sea view terrace, she made the suggestion to Fong Hao, who was enjoying breakfast. Boss, considering the huge size of your villa, I think you need to hire at least a professional housekeeper and 20 servants, in addition to a gardener, a chef, etc. Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you. If you don't have enough people, feel free to add more. Fong Hao nodded. It's getting late. I have to go to work. Do you want me to take you there? No need, I can just ride the electric bike. You go ahead and do your work. Seeing Fong Hao coming out of Villa number 8 on an electric scooter, a beautiful woman who was running along the shore almost fell onto the beach. What was going on? There are owners riding electric bikes. In Yuhai Bay, driving a Q5 would be looked down upon by others. She really couldn't understand why Fong Hao would ride an electric bike. At the gate, the guards were also startled by Fong Hao. The way they held their heads high and saluted a small electric scooter made passers-by laugh. Chapter 39 Reward, Keber Shield. There was no class at school today, so Fong Hao went directly to the commercial street. While waiting for the order, he received a call from Xin Xiaoli. Fong Hao, are you free after 2 o'clock? What's up? It's like this. I'm going to attend a class reunion this afternoon, and I want you to accompany me. Xin Xiaoli said softly. You know I don't have a boyfriend, so I want to ask you. Okay, I'll ask the boss lady for leave later. Fong Hao agreed without hesitation and joked, but I have to make it clear in advance that you can't make it real and take advantage of me. Who wants to take advantage of you? Pa! Xin Xiaoli was a little furious. I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. See you later. Bye-bye. As soon as I hung up the phone, the order came. It was not too far from the commercial street, only 2 kilometers in a straight line. Having orders means possible rewards, so Fong Hao excitedly set off on his electric scooter. 5 minutes later, he arrived at his destination. Unexpectedly, the customer was a tall, exotic beauty. Vera is a Belarusian exchange student with a curvy figure and fair skin. The most attractive thing about her is her sharp contours and rounded facial features, which are so perfect that they seem like a masterpiece of God. The worst thing is that she was wearing a light blue Hanfu chest-length skirt, looking like a fairy walking out of a painting. Hello, this is your takeaway. Fong Hao glanced at her several times with admiration before walking forward. Thank you, delivery guy. Vera's Mandarin pronunciation is quite standard. Enjoy your meal, bot. Fong Hao was about to leave when Vera stopped him. Little brother, do you know how to get to Lengba Village? Lengba Village is a famous ancient village in Hawaii, where many buildings from the Ming and Qing dynasties are still preserved. It is a great place to take photos and check in, and is most suitable for young people who like Hanfu. Lengba Village, not far away, just keep walking down this street. Fong Hao patiently gave her directions. Thank you, goodbye. After knowing how to leave, Vera left with a smile. The reward was not triggered. Is it because asking for directions is too easy? Fong Hao shook his head with some regret. Just when he got on the electric scooter, he suddenly heard Vera's scream from behind. Robbery! It turned out that a helmeted motorcyclist snatched her phone from behind and then ran away. Vera was wearing Chinese costume, which made it difficult to move around, so she couldn't chase after him. She could only shout, hoping someone could help her. How dare you rob our international friends in broad daylight? Fong Hao turned his electric scooter around and chased after the motorcycle. With his superb driving skills and some congestion on the road, Fong Hao had to slow down the motorcycle again and again to avoid pedestrians. He finally caught up with the other party at the third intersection. He grabbed the back seat and pulled hard, and the whole motorcycle stopped in place. Under the influence of inertia, the rider did a front flip and fell to the ground. Not long after Fong Hao subdued the thief, Vera finally arrived. Thank you, you are so handsome. After Vera got the phone back, she couldn't help but kiss Fong Hao on the face. This is what I should do. Fong Hao felt very happy, but he still had to put on a righteous expression on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a special takeaway. You are rewarded with a Kyber Battle Shield Commander Edition. The car has been parked in the villa garage. What the hell is the Kyber Battle Shield? After waving goodbye to Vera again, Fong Hao opened his phone and checked the speed. The wildest all-terrain bulletproof SUV. Each car is handcrafted by 28 senior technicians after 1,500 hours of work and is limited to 5 cars sold per year. The new Commander Edition is made of nano-grade materials and is priced at more than $12 million. This car is great. It's much better for delivering food than poison. If the designers of the Kyber Battle Shield knew that this was Fong Hao's first thought, it would be strange if they didn't pick up the AKM and shoot him. Using a top-of-the-line SUV that is comparable to an armored vehicle to deliver food is indeed a bit of a waste. While Fong Hao was diligently delivering the takeaway, Xin Xiaoli, who was choosing a skirt, received a call from her classmate Zhao Shui. Xiaoli, Guan Yu asked me to tell you that today's gathering has been changed to his home. His home, why? Xin Xiaoli asked curiously. Isn't it better to go to a farmhouse? What else? He must be showing off the villa he just moved into. Zhao Shui said bluntly. It is said that the decoration cost more than 10 million yuan, and it also has a private garden and swimming pool. It must be enough for parties. Okay then, send me the address. Xiaoli, Guan Yu's qualifications are among the best in our class. If you really don't consider it, he really likes you. I'm not interested in him at all. Xin Xiaoli said calmly. Besides, I already have someone I like. You actually have someone you like? Who is it? Is he from our school? You'll know soon, bye. Hey, just reveal it first. Hey. Seeing that the time was almost up, Fong Hao took off his vest and rode his electric scooter to Xin Xiaoli's residence. Xin Xiaoli, wearing a snow-white dress, immediately caught his eye. Old classmate, you look so good in this outfit. I never knew you were so attractive. What nonsense are you talking about? Xin Xiaoli pinched him angrily. Her hands were as tender as green onions, so it wouldn't hurt much when they were pinched, but Fong Hao still pretended to be very pleased. Xin Xiaoli thought she had used too much force and apologized quickly. I'm sorry, I think I used a little too much force. If you kiss me right away, I think I can still be saved. I'll bite you to death, you liar. Xin Xiaoli knew that he was taking advantage of her. It was just a joke. Oh my god, you really bit me. After the two went downstairs, Xin Xiaoli was stunned when she saw Fong Hao's electric scooter. Is it appropriate for you, a supreme emperor who casually threw away tens of millions, to ride an electric bike to attend a party? I just got off work and haven't had time to go back to drive. Fong Hao scratched his head. I was planning to pick you up and then take an online taxi to go to my house first. Forget it, this car is pretty good. Xin Xiaoli sat directly in the back seat. What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Chapter 40, You Can't Go In. You are a big anchor now, after all. Aren't you afraid of being seen by others and losing fans? Fong Hao asked. There's nothing to be afraid of losing fans. As long as I have a super fan like you, that's enough. Xin Xiaoli said with a smile. Look, you said it so bluntly, and you still said you had no intentions towards me? If you don't leave, I'll bite you again. No, I'm leaving right away. Fong Hao drove Xin Xiaoli into the traffic. The originally inconspicuous electric scooter instantly attracted countless eyes under the halo of the beauty. On the road, a man and a woman were sitting in a BMW X6. The man was pot-bellied and looked to be in his early 40s, while the woman was probably in her 20s at most. Ting Ting, have you told your boyfriend about the breakup? He's not my boyfriend, he's my ex-boyfriend, the girl said with a giggle. I told him the truth last night, and he cried and yelled and wouldn't let me go. He even knelt down. It was so funny. It seems that he is still very sincere to you. What's the use of sincerity? She's just a poor girl. She can turn from laughing to crying while sitting on his electric car, but she can turn from crying to laughing while sitting on your BMW. There is no such a stupid woman in the world. The girl leaned her face on the man's shoulder and said gently, Brother Chen, didn't you say you would buy me a golf? Do you have time to go to the 4S store to have a look these 2 days? The man was very proud of himself. It was very easy to dig a corner these days. All he had to do was throw money at it. It all depends on your performance. Let's go to the hotel now. As long as you can serve me well, I will even buy you a mini. Real? That's still fake. When the two were being affectionate, the red light came on. When they stopped and waited, a small electric scooter also stopped on the side of the road. Xin Xiaoli in the back seat immediately attracted their attention. Her white dress fluttered, her beautiful hair danced, and she hugged Fang Hao in front of her with a sweet look on her face. She doesn't wear any makeup, but she truly embodies what it means to be a beauty. In comparison, the girls around him were defeated in seconds. Wachow, this is the real top grade. Although the man had seen countless women, he was still deeply shocked by her appearance. He was stunned for a moment and didn't even notice the green light came on. It was not until the electric scooter had gone far away that he was awakened by the sound of a horn behind him. Brother Chin, which hotel are we going to? The girl asked in a delicate voice. The man glanced at her without saying anything. After putting on careful makeup, the girl's appearance could only score about 75 points at most. Thinking back to Xin Xiaoli on the electric car just now, his heart suddenly felt cold, and his originally high spirits gradually died down. This is like ordering a delicious roast duck in a restaurant. When you are about to enjoy it, the guests at the next table directly order a full-course meal, which is much better in terms of color, aroma, taste, and shape. Then the roast duck is not delicious at all, and it tastes like chewing wax. On the e-donkey, Fang Hao asked, Old classmate, how is your brother's illness? The surgery can be arranged by the end of the month. Xin Xiaoli said sincerely, all this is because of you. I cannot thank you enough. Our family will always remember your kindness. It's just a small matter, just a small matter. It may be a small matter to you, but to us, it's my brother's life. Let's not talk about this. By the way, you have some spare money now, right? Why don't you buy a car? I do want to, but I don't know much about cars. Xin Xiaoli's mind moved. There will be an international auto show in Huahai in a few days. How about you accompany me to consult? Okay, but I have to say in advance that I don't know much about cars. Fang Hao said with a smile. How far is your classmate's home? We'll be there soon. It's in the mid-levels garden in front. Your classmate is quite rich. It seems that there are villas all over mid-levels garden. He's quite rich and handsome, and he's also the tennis star of our school. Many girls have a crush on him. Fang Hao smiled mischievously. Are you among those girls? Of course not. That's not my type, but he keeps pestering me. Xin Xiaoli sighed. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have asked you for help. You have good taste. When it comes to looks, I've basically never lost. Just blow it. There were already quite a few classmates in the villa at this time. Some were preparing barbecue food, some were chatting and watching TV in the living room, some were playing games in the study, and some were even swimming in the yard. On the exposed balcony, Guan Yu was drinking and chatting with a few good classmates. Brother Yu, your villa is really nice. How much did it cost? Li Ming said with a smile. Not much, just over 14 million. Guan Yu sat on the leather sofa, holding a glass of red wine in his hand and shaking it gently, with a smug look on his face. The only girl who's missing is School Bell Shen. If she sees how luxurious this villa is, she'll definitely throw herself into Brother Yu's arms, another classmate Su Yuan flattered. Li Ming said mysteriously, Of course, if I were a woman, I would have done this a long time ago. But Xin Xiaoli is usually gentle and kind, and I have never seen her show any affection to any man. Do you think she is a lesbian? Guan Yu said, Probably not. I just heard from Zhao Shui that she will bring her boyfriend here today. She has a boyfriend? Li Ming and Su Yuan were both stunned. Why haven't I heard about it before? I don't know about Zhao Shui either. She probably isn't from our school. Guan Yu said calmly, We'll see her later. Su Yuan guessed. Could it be that she found someone to be a temporary shield? Guan Yu smiled slightly. I think so too. Whether it is true or not, I will let him see it later. It is not so easy to be a shield. While they were chatting happily, the electric scooter had already arrived at the gate of mid-levels garden, and the garden naturally stopped them. Stop! What are you doing here? Hello, uncle. I'm here to see my classmates. Xin Xiaoli said politely. What's the house number of your classmate's villa, and what's his last name? He lives in number 250, and his name is Guan Yu. Wait a moment. The guard dialed the garden's internal phone, and it was connected after a while. Hello, this is the security office. Is this Mr. Guan? What's up? There is a man and a woman outside the gate. They said they are here to look for your classmates. Oh, just let the woman in and tell the man to go back. Okay, I understand. I wish you a happy life. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, the guard said to Xin Xiaoli, Okay, you can go in. Thanks. Fong Hao was about to start the electric scooter when the guard suddenly shouted, Hey, I'm letting her in, you can't. Chapter 41, taking the opportunity to advertise. Why? Fong Hao was unhappy now. We came here together. Why don't you let me in? The guard refused to budge. No reason. I said you can't come in, so you can go back to where you came from, or you can wait outside the gate. The two of them now understood that it turned out that Guan Yu was just trying to intimidate Fong Hao. Forget it, if he can't go in, then I won't go in either, Xin Xiaoli said angrily. Just as Fong Hao was about to speak, a McLaren P1 drove out of the garden. The guard immediately raised the gate and stood at attention and saluted. Fong Hao was stunned when he saw the supercar. It looked so familiar. The McLaren suddenly stopped, and after rolling down the window, the driver turned out to be a beautiful young woman with fair skin, Wen Jing, the proprietress of the Trench Internet Cafe. Fong Hao, why are you here? Wen Jing asked in surprise. Are you here to deliver food? Of course not. I'm here to accompany my girlfriend to a class reunion. Fong Hao said with a smile. You have a girlfriend? Wen Jing then noticed the beautiful woman next to him. After seeing the other party's aggressive gaze, Xin Xiaoli deliberately straightened her chest. Why, don't I look like someone with a girlfriend? Fong Hao said indifferently. That's not the case. Your girlfriend is pretty. As a woman, I was moved when I saw her. Wen Jing giggled, got out of the car, and extended her right hand generously. Let's get to know each other. My name is Wen Jing, and I'm Fong Hao's good friend, Xin Xiaoli. Xin Xiaoli smiled and shook her hand gently. The moment they shook hands and their eyes met, Fong Hao seemed to see a strong electric current flash through the air. Have you seen this car? It's the McLaren P1 Pilot Edition. It costs 18 million. Isn't it beautiful? Wen Jing said lightly. Very beautiful. This was given to me by Fong Hao. Wen Jing's provocation was quite obvious. Fong Hao casually gave her a valuable supercar. It was obvious what level of good friend he was, right? Unexpectedly, Xin Xiaoli didn't seem to mind. Oh, it's normal. He's just too generous to beautiful women. Ahem, Wen Jing, we still have to go in to attend the party. Please tell the guard to let me in as well. Fong Hao had no choice but to deliberately change the subject. They won't let you in? Wen Jing was immediately amused. Who told you to come here on an electric bike to pretend? Wouldn't it be possible if you prescribed poison? Fong Hao said bitterly. How could I have known that I would be tricked at the gate? Okay, leave this matter to me, but it seems like you haven't been to the trenches for some time. Wen Jing said deliberately. Okay, I'll go tomorrow. It's a deal. Wen Jing immediately smiled. Wen Jing said one word, and the guard let them in immediately. Guan Yu waited for Xin Xiaoli for a long time, but she didn't show up. He finally felt something was wrong. No, she won't go back in a rage, will she? It's hard to say. She's soft on the outside, but strong on the inside. It's normal for you to turn around and go back after teasing her like this, brother Yu. The original purpose of today's gathering was Xin Xiaoli, but now that everyone has gone back, what's the point of this gathering? Just as Guan Yu was feeling extremely regretful, a small electric scooter slowly drove into the yard. Xiaoli, you are finally here. Xiaoli, is this your boyfriend? He's quite handsome. After hearing the noise downstairs, Guan Yu was overjoyed. Fortunately, the people finally arrived, and his preparations were not in vain. Wow, his boyfriend actually came here on an electric bike. Li Ming laughed out loud after seeing the situation downstairs. Su Yuan couldn't help laughing. Isn't it a huge joke that such a poor guy can still compete with Brother Yu? It seems that he is most likely a shield hired by Xin Xiaoli. Guan Yu sneered. Just wait and see the show. I will make him feel ashamed and disappear on his own. Zhao Shui smiled and said, Xiaoli, won't you introduce this person to us? His name is Fong Hao, and he's my high school classmate. Xin Xiaoli smiled. Now he's my boyfriend. Another male student asked loudly, Student Fong, this electric donkey looks so bright. Forgive me for being a little blunt, but are you a food delivery man or a courier? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Guan Yu's mouth curled up slightly. This male classmate spoke out what everyone was thinking, which could definitely deal a fatal blow to the other party. Yes, I'm a delivery man. What no one expected was that Fong Hao actually admitted it openly. The store I work at is called Wei Wei Hei Tea, and it's located on Jinding Commercial Street. Everyone is welcome to visit or place an order. The takeaway phone number is. What surprised everyone was that he also took the opportunity to advertise for the boss lady. Guan Yu, Li Ming, and others were dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Aren't they afraid that school beauty Shun would get angry and lose her temper on the spot? Of course, Xin Xiaoli would not be angry. She handed Fong Hao a glass of juice, then carefully wiped his sweat with a tissue. Her eyes were full of sweetness and tenderness, just like a real wife. Oh my god, this doesn't look like a fake boyfriend. Could it be that Xin Xiaoli really likes him? Su Yuan said in surprise. How is this possible? How could a school beauty fall in love with a stinky delivery boy? Guan Yu was so angry that he was shaking all over and almost crushed the glass. I think it's probably acting. It's impossible for her to act as if nothing happened to such an embarrassing thing. She must be pretending. Li Ming expressed a different opinion. She deliberately used a shield to discuss Brother Yu. You make sense. Guan Yu finally felt better. Let's go. Let's go down and join in the fun. Good. It was gradually getting dark, and the smell of meat wafted through the yard. The students gathered in front of 4 or 5 barbecue grills, grilling and chatting. The ingredients are very rich, with chicken, beef, mutton, and all kinds of seafood. In order to maintain her perfect figure, Xin Xiaoli only grilled some vegetarian dishes such as corn and eggplant. Fong Hao was not polite at all. He served oysters, lobsters, crabs, and so on. He had no idea what modesty was. Li Ming and others despised him even more after seeing this. How can you only eat vegetarian food? Come on, try my grilled oysters. This is a good thing that is known as a gas station for men and a beauty salon for women. Fong Hao handed a plate of grilled oysters to Xin Xiaoli. Try it. This golden garlic paste is very well made and very fragrant. Zhao Shui looked disdainful. Xiaoli hates the smell of garlic the most, so it's strange that she can eat it. You're her boyfriend, but you don't even know this. Thanks. What surprised her was that Xin Xiaoli actually took it, and then used chopsticks to pick up the oyster meat sprinkled with garlic, and ate it very elegantly. Chapter 42, all the old sows were sold. Xiaoli, don't you usually not eat garlic? Zhao Shui couldn't help asking. Xin Xiaoli smiled sweetly. Well, I didn't eat it before, but Fong Hao likes it, so I have to try to change it. She actually changed her eating habits of many years for her boyfriend. If this isn't true love, then what is? As a woman, Zhao Shui was a little jealous of Fong Hao. Even for myself, I have never thought of changing anything for my boyfriend. I eat and play as usual, and everything is the same as before. His girlfriend is not only pretty and well-behaved, but also obedient to him. How much virtue did Fong Hao accumulate in his previous life? Zhao Shui asked again. Xiaoli, tell me the truth. Is Fong Hao really your boyfriend? Xin Xiaoli hesitated for a moment, but decided to confess. Actually, he is not my boyfriend. It is true. Zhao Shui sneered in her heart. I was just saying, how could you be so short-sighted as to fall for a delivery boy? She said, he must be pursuing you, and you used him as a shield to reject Guan Yu. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but isn't this a really bad choice for a backup? You misunderstood. Xin Xiaoli said seriously. Although he is not my boyfriend, he is not my backup either. I really like him, but I don't know whether he likes me or not. WTF, so you were the spare tire? Zhao Shui was confused. This was completely contrary to what she had guessed. It turned out that Xin Xiaoli was pursuing him? I don't believe it. What's so good about him? He's good-looking, but he's useless. She advised earnestly, don't jump into the fire pit. If you really get together, the daily necessities will be enough to give you a headache. Haven't you heard that poor couples have many sorrows? I really like him. No matter whether he is rich or poor, I want to be with him. Xin Xiaoli looked at Fong Hao's busy back with tenderness on her face. This was not something she could pretend casually. It was a true expression of her true feelings. Zhao Shui covered her face with her hands when she heard this. Oh my god, what kind of magic potion did he give you? Hello, everyone. At this time, Guan Yu came over with a bottle of golden champagne. Seeing that everyone is having such a good time eating, I brought a bottle of wine to cheer you up. Zhao Shui said, what a beautiful wine, squad leader. What is the name of this wine? This is Yellowbone, a limited edition of Veuve Clicquot. Guan Yu smiled faintly. You probably don't come across this brand very often. It's sealed with a layer of foil covered with 22.4 karat gold, and the cap is also 24K gold-plated, engraved with Mrs. Clicquot's own signature, so it has a very high collection value. Fong Hao deliberately exclaimed, wow, it turns out that the bottle is made of gold. No wonder it looks so good. Then this bottle of champagne must be very expensive, right? A country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Everyone looked down upon him. Although most people have never seen View Clickwatch champagne, at least they wouldn't make as much of a fuss as Fong Hao. Wouldn't that be embarrassing the school beauty in public? It would be strange if Shun Xiaoli could endure it. Guan Yu was quite satisfied with Fong Hao's reaction. He said complacently, "It's not too expensive. Although it's a limited edition, it's only 12,000 per bottle. A bottle of champagne costs tens of thousands of dollars?" The classmates all gasped, and Fong Hao's reaction was particularly exaggerated, with his eyes wide open. "This bottle is worth at least 1 or 2,000. If you don't mind, you can take it back and sell it for money after drinking it," Guan Yu said deliberately to Fong Hao. "How can I do that?" Fong Hao rubbed his hands excitedly, looking like he couldn't wait. "It's okay. You can take away all the bottles and cans we finished drinking. They should be able to sell for a lot of money," Guan Yu said with a smile. Okay, thank you so much," Fong Hao said happily. "This way, the food expenses for next month will be settled." Ha 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 ha. The students burst into laughter. The boys were jealous of Fong Hao for getting the school bell, so they wanted him to be embarrassed. The girls were mostly just pretend sisters. It would be a lie to say they were unhappy to see Shin Xiaoli find such a perfect boyfriend. "Student Fong, is your family's financial situation not that good?" Su Yuan added. "It's not so good. My parents even sold the old sow they had raised for 7 years to support me to go to college," Fong Hao said with a bitter face. "I borrowed Xiaoli's money to buy this small electric donkey. Otherwise, I couldn't even deliver food." Li Ming asked, "How much do you make delivering food every month?" "It's quite a lot, about 3,000 yuan," Fong Hao said proudly. "So tall." Li Ming laughed. "After you graduate, will you consider continuing to deliver food?" "Of course I will give it to you," Fong Hao said seriously. "The lady boss has already said that my salary will be raised to 3,500 after I become a regular employee, and I can get a free meal." The classmates laughed even more happily, and even Shin Xiaoli covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Su Yuan struck while the iron was hot. "Your parents sold a pig to send you to college. If they knew that you would be delivering food after graduation, would they be mad at you? That shouldn't be the case. My delivery salary is so high. They should be happy," Fong Hao said with longing. "When I save more money, I will buy a few more piglets to repay them for their kindness in raising me." I can't take it anymore. Your boyfriend is so funny." Zhao Shui laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Although she didn't know what Fong Hao was thinking, Shin Xiaoli was impressed by his superb acting skills. A man who casually gives away supercars worth tens of millions pretends to be poor in front of a group of people. It's funny no matter how you look at it. "Well, my mouth is a little dry after talking for so long. Can we open the champagne?" Fong Hao said with a smile. "Sorry, we were listening so intently. Let's start right away." Guan Yu had already achieved his goal and was in a very good mood. Although Shin Xiaoli looked calm, she must have been forcing a smile. In her heart, she had already cursed Fong Hao to pieces and wished she could cut off all ties with him immediately, right? "As long as I show my financial strength later, everything will be easy." A beauty of Shin Xiaoli's level is destined to not escape from the palm of my hand. Just when he was feeling overwhelmed with joy, the surrounding lights suddenly went out and the entire hillside garden was plunged into darkness. "What's going on? Is there a power outage?" Chapter 43, You're on the wrong road. Not long after, the property management staff came to inform us that there was a problem with the wiring in the garden. The repairmen from the Power Supply Bureau were already on the way, but the time of the power outage was still unknown. Guan Yu's face turned pale. He had just started pretending to be awesome when he encountered such a trouble. How angry! All the barbecue grills are electric, and it's pitch dark all around, so it seems like this party can't go on. Just when everyone was frustrated, Fong Hao suddenly said to Guan Yu, "Since your house has no electricity, how about going to my house to continue?" After hearing this proposal, everyone was stunned. "Are you still in your mind?" Li Ming sneered. "Can a rental house accommodate so many people?" In his opinion, people like Fong Hao could only rent a single room at most. "It's okay. My place is quite big. 40 or 50 people can easily stand there," Fong Hao said with a smile. "It's also close to the beach. It's very cool. It can be called a sea view villa." "Sea view villa?" Su Yuan said with a smile. "You don't live in Liang Village, do you? The houses there are indeed quite large, and they have their own doors and yards, so it's not wrong to call them villas." Fong Hao looked surprised. "Oh my god, it really is near Liang Village. I didn't expect you to guess it. Brother Yu, since they have invited us so warmly, let's move our base. Anyway, here is not far from Liang Village. It only takes more than 10 minutes to drive there, Li Ming said with a wink. Guan Yu knew what he was thinking. The rental house in Liang Village was old and shabby, and Feng Hao's shabby room must be extremely shabby, maybe even full of picked-up garbage. It was hard to believe that Xin Xiaoli could remain calm when her boyfriend lived in a place that looked like a pigsty. Feng Hao, you are courting death. Guan Yu coughed a few times, then said, well, let's move the party to Feng's home and take a look at his sea view room. Okay, I haven't been to the beach for a long time. It's perfect. Then pack up your things quickly. Several classmates were from Huahai, and they all drove here, while Guan Yu drove his father's Escalade. After seeing the American hardcore SUV with a domineering appearance that looked like a black beast, the classmates began to praise it. This car looks so powerful, it should be worth 4 or 500,000. Feng Hao exclaimed in admiration. Only 4 or 500,000. Are you kidding me? Su Yuan sneered. This is the latest model of Escalade. The price of the car alone is over 1.5 million. Wow, so impressive. Feng Hao's eyes widened. Classmate Guan's family is really rich. I guess they are even richer than the richest man in our village. It's just average. It should be considered upper middle level in Huahai. Guan Yu said modestly. When they set off, he wanted to invite Xin Xiaoli to sit in the passenger seat, but unfortunately she refused without hesitation. Similarly, Xin Xiaoli also rejected invitations from others. Seeing the smiling Feng Hao driving away with the school beauty on an electric scooter, Guan Yu slapped the leather-wrapped multi-function steering wheel hard, his face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out. She didn't even look at the luxury car worth nearly 2 million yuan and actually chose the electric car for delivering food. Is this woman blind? Brother Yu, don't be angry. Women are like this. If they're a little bit pretty, they like to put themselves on a pedestal. But when you tear off her mask, she will definitely be more obedient than a Persian cat. Suzhuan Comfort? That's right, but it feels great to conquer a woman like this. It's much better than those who just crawl over and lick your ass when you throw some money at them. Li Ming also said. After hearing the explanations from his best friends, Guan Yu's expression turned from gloomy to bright, and his mood improved again. What you said makes sense. The easier it is to get a woman, the less sense of accomplishment she has. Xin Xiaoli is the type that I like. The black Escalade roared out of the villa, followed by 5 cars of classmates. Before leaving, Feng Hao sent a message to Yang Lin. I'm going to bring some people back to have a party, you get ready. Yang Lin replied with an okay expression. The electric scooters were driving in a convoy on the road. Passing vehicles and pedestrians were first amazed by Xin Xiaoli, and then their attention was attracted by the huge size of the Escalade. In Huahai City, such a powerful and majestic SUV is rare. Guan Yu enjoyed the gazes of strangers like a general going to war. His self-confidence gradually reached its peak, and the depression he had just felt was swept away. Half an hour later, the convoy finally arrived at its destination. Guan Yu and others were stunned when they saw that the electric scooter did not turn towards Liang Village but headed towards the gate of Yuhai Bay. Li Ming stuck his head out and shouted, Student Feng, did you take the wrong road? Liang Village is not over there. That's right, my house is inside. Feng Hao said without turning his head. Xin Xiaoli only knew that Feng Hao was rich, so she had no doubt that he would live in such a top-notch community. Is this guy fucking mentally ill? The Yuhai Bay is full of villas that are priced extremely high. Which billionaire would rent them out if he has nothing better to do? Su Yuan scolded with a smile. Should we follow them? Li Ming asked. Follow, why not? Guan Yu sneered. The guards will definitely chase us away later. Let's get closer and watch the fun. And by the way, take a video and upload it to the campus website to make them lose face completely. Okay, I'm good at this. Li Ming took out his mobile phone with a smile. Remember to blur Xin Xiaoli's face. After all, she will be my woman in the future. I understand, brother Yu. Although the students behind didn't understand why, they still followed the Escalade. When the car was still more than 20 meters away from the gate, Guan Yu stopped the car. At this distance, the guard should not chase him away, and he could also record a clear video. Zhao Shui was stunned in the car. Is Feng Hao sick? He actually wants to bring Xiaoli to Yuhai Bay. Is he just a vegetarian when he is a security guard? This guy is so funny. He probably doesn't know what Yuhai Bay is, so he wants to take his girlfriend there to see it. This is going to be a good show. They will definitely be kicked out by the guards. Poor Xin Xiaoli, such a beautiful schoolgirl, has suffered such a great humiliation. If it were me, I would be too ashamed to face anyone. Everyone thought that the two would fail miserably and become a big joke that would be spread throughout the school tomorrow. However, The next scene made them completely doubt their lives. Several security guards lined up in unison to salute, then shouted loudly, "Welcome home, owner." Guan Yu and the other two all had question mark expressions on their faces, and the classmates who were gloating over their misfortune behind them also fell into a daze. What's going on? Are these security guards crazy? They actually called Fong Hao the owner? Chapter 44, Only a Little Preparation. Hello, everyone. Fong Hao rode his bike with one hand and greeted the guards with a smile. By the way, the cars behind belong to my friends. Let them in. Yes. The gate was raised high, and most of the students had just come to their senses when they drove into the luxurious European-style gate of Yuhai Bay. Oh my god. Fong Hao doesn't really live here, does he? Su Yuan looked terrified. Impossible. Everyone living here is a tycoon with a net worth of hundreds of millions. How could he look as poor as him? Li Ming disagreed. Then how do you explain what just happened? Could it be that Fong Hao has a rich relative living here? That's unlikely. If he has such a wealthy relative, why would he need to send takeout? Perhaps this relative looks down on him. Impossible. If you despise him, would you still lend him the villa? Maybe this relative is traveling abroad, so I can ask him to look after the house or something. The two of them held different opinions and argued fiercely, which made Guan Yu very upset. Stop arguing. You'll know when you get there. The cool sea breeze blowing towards her made Shun Xiaoli feel extremely happy. Fong Hao, have you planned this long ago, and are you deliberately trying to tear down Guan Yute's house? She smiled and said, the villas here should be worth over 100 million yuan. I'll be surprised if he doesn't get so angry at you that he vomits blood later. Look at what you said. I'm not a god, so how could I have predicted that his house would have a power outage? Fong Hao said with a smile, I just didn't have enough to eat, so I suggested moving to another place. Besides, I told them before that it was a sea view villa, but they didn't believe it. Do you blame me? That's because you are too pretentious. You give people the impression that you are a rag collector. Shin Xiaoli wanted to laugh when she thought of what happened just now. No, I've never seen a champagne bottle like this before, so it makes sense to collect it. The gate of Villa 008 opened automatically, and everyone gasped when they saw the vast private garden. Wachow! Isn't this the legendary #1 villa? Fong Hao's relatives actually live here. Su Yuan's mouth was opened so wide that a goose egg could be stuffed in. Could it be an illusion? Li Ming also suspected that he had seen it wrong. He confirmed it several times, and the number on the villa was still 008. Guan Yu said nothing, and his mood sank to the bottom again. After getting off the bus, the students kept exclaiming, "What a huge swimming pool! It's at least 10 times bigger than the monitors. There's actually an international standard tennis court. How awesome! What's the big deal? There's a helipad over there. This is not a villa at all. It's almost as well equipped as a 5-star hotel." The classmates shouted and screamed like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, and Guan Yu's face became darker and darker. On the steps in front of the villa, 20 servants in maid uniforms stood on both sides, with Yang Lin standing in the middle. They all bowed to Fong Hao, appearing to be extremely well trained. "Hello, master." The voice was sweet and the smile was intoxicating. The students were shocked once again. These maids are all of above-average appearance, and their bodies are as perfect as models. In school, they would be at least the most beautiful girls in the school, which shows how wealthy their masters are. Guan Yu is not even on the same level as me. Fong Hao nodded with satisfaction after seeing this scene. Yang Lin was indeed a professional. She had found a group of top-notch maids in such a short time. If she opened a themed coffee shop, it would be able to satisfy all the fantasies of otakus. You don't have to guess how popular it would be. Hearing them address Fong Hao, Shun Xiaoli suddenly looked strange. Master? Fong Hao's face turned red. Ahem, this name sounds too old. Why don't you try another one? The maids were well-trained and responded immediately, saying in unison, "Hello, master." "Well, that's fine." Fong Hao smiled. "Yang Lin, how are the preparations for the party going?" "Master, the venue has been prepared," Yang Lin said respectfully, "but time is a bit tight, so I have only prepared a little bit of food. Please forgive me." Fong Hao didn't care. It doesn't matter, they also brought food. After entering the villa, everyone realized what true luxury was. In comparison, the tens of millions villa that Guan Yu was proud of was no more than a thatched house in the countryside. The gathering place was set up in the courtyard in the center of the villa, where there was a smaller swimming pool and a hot spring pool. 3 long tables were filled with all kinds of delicious food, and there were 2 beautiful chefs standing by, one of whom was a blonde foreigner. Caviar, Boston lobster, king crab truffle, bluefin tuna fillet. a 5 Wagyu steak. Not only that, there are also a lot of red wine and champagne on the shelf. Anyone with a keen eye can tell that the value of any bottle here is far higher than Guan Yu's Kaiga. This is called preparing only a little bit of ingredients. The students were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. They had seen people pretending to be cool, but they had never seen anyone pretending to be so fresh and refined. Faced with these top-notch ingredients that they had only seen online, they were even embarrassed to take out the food they had brought. Li Ming and Su Yuan were completely silent. Now even a blind man could see that the owner of this villa was Fong Hao. Guan Yu was tortured to the point of tears by the continuous multiple blows, and he really wanted to strangle Fong Hao, the pretentious bastard, to death. He said he worked as a delivery man, rode an electric bike to attend parties, and was salivating over bottles of champagne worth 1 or 2,000 yuan. He even wanted to take away the bottles he had drunk and sell them as junk. Fuck you. Guan Yu felt that he was a big idiot. If he could do it again, he would definitely not agree to Fong Hao's proposal. Chapter 45. Only the chubby ones are likable. Knowing Fong Hao's true identity, Zhao Shui and others didn't dare to talk to him at first. After all, it was really embarrassing to have been sarcastic to him just now. Of course, Fong Hao is not such a stingy person. He took the initiative to chat with everyone, and Xin Xiaoli stayed by his side, and they soon became friends with each other. Except for Guan Yu and the other two, everyone was having a great time. After eating and drinking, they enjoyed the hot springs and swimming pool. Some people even went to the beach to take pictures of the night view. While soaking in the hot spring, Fong Hao sat next to Xin Xiaoli and asked, "Old classmate, aren't you going to broadcast live tonight?" "Hush, they don't know that I'm a live streamer," Xin Xiaoli whispered. "After all, this is something that people might think is wrong, and I don't want everyone to know about it. Given your popularity, it's only a matter of time before they find out, right?" Fong Hao said with a smile. "Let's keep it a secret for as long as we can make it until graduation." Xin Xiaoli sighed. Being in the live broadcast industry and being in the spotlight is not a long-term solution. "After I make enough money to pay you back, I plan to find a proper job and live a good life." "When did you owe me money?" Fong Hao frowned and said, "That was a reward from me, not a loan." Xin Xiaoli said stubbornly, "I know you gave me so many gifts to help me. Although you are rich, it is not blown by the wind. I am able to make money now, so of course I have to pay you back. If I say no, then no, don't mention it again." "No, you must return it." "Okay, you can pay it back if you want." Fong Hao had no choice but to use his trump card. "From the day you pay it back, we will have no relationship anymore. The road ahead is wide open, and we will go our separate ways." Why are you so domineering?" "You are so domineering, rich, and willful." Fong Hao said seriously, "I only care about our friendship, but you always want to talk about money. I'm really disappointed. Fong Hao, make hundreds of thousands of dollars a second. I don't want to make friends with you, who only talk about money." Xin Xiaoli had no choice but to compromise. Okay. I won't pay it back, okay? You didn't lend me the money, and I don't owe you anything, okay?" "That's right." Fong Hao smiled. "Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat." "No need. I've already exceeded the limit today," Xin Xiaoli said with a bitter face, holding her flat belly. "I'm going to gain half a pound tomorrow, all because your food is too delicious. You are out of date. Being skinny is no longer popular. Only those with more flesh are likable." "Really?" Xin Xiaoli was wearing the swimsuit that Yang Lin had prepared for her. Her beautiful and fair figure was fully revealed. She was indeed the most dazzling beauty in the villa. Seeing the two of them sticking together and talking intimately, Guan Yu felt like he had a lot of anger in his stomach that he had no place to vent. Li Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yu, I just asked a friend. The price of the #1 villa is 20 to 30 billion. We can't afford to offend Fong Hao." "Of course I know I can't afford to offend him, but I just can't get over it." Guan Yu said bitterly, "If he had revealed his identity at the beginning, I would have nothing to say, but he is such a bastard, pretending to be poor and setting a trap for me to fall into step by step, and then he covered the pit with shit and stepped on it a few times in the end. It's really too much." Li Ming and Su Yuan looked at each other. It seemed that Guan Yu was really confused and angry. He could even come up with such a weird metaphor as covering shit. Having said that, Fong Hao really did go too far. That's right, bullying the weak. Is this what human beings do? The three of them criticized Fong Hao verbally, but they did not expect that if Guan Yu had not set a trap for him at the gate at the beginning, would he be treated like this? "It's all your own fault, okay?" Fong Hao was pretending to be awesome, but at least he stopped making sarcastic remarks, which showed that he was very magnanimous. Unfortunately, Guan Yu has always had a high opinion of himself. After being severely abused this time, he became more and more unwilling to accept the result. After thinking it over, he suddenly walked to the hot spring pool and spoke loudly. Fong Hao, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? The voice echoed throughout the villa. Xin Xiaoli was stunned. Li Ming and Su Yuan were stunned. The other classmates were stunned, and even the busy, beautiful maids looked over here curiously. Who is this person? How dare he challenge the master? Yang Lin looked at Guan Yu coldly and raised her right hand slightly. Several maids near the hot spring pool began to move closer to Fong Hao. These 20 maids were hired by her at a high price. Not only are they beautiful and have good figures, but some of them also have good fighting skills and can serve as bodyguards part-time. But she didn't know that Fong Hao's skills were actually terrifyingly high, and even 100 Guan Yes might not be able to defeat him. You say something? Do you dare to accept my challenge? Seeing that Fong Hao didn't say anything, Guan Yu mustered up the courage to speak again. Do you like being abused by me so much? Fong Hao smiled faintly. Well, what do you want to challenge me with? I want to challenge you to a tennis match. Guan Yu snorted coldly. You have an international standard tennis court in your villa, so I guess your skills are pretty good. Do you dare to play a game with me? I accept your challenge. Fong Hao said with a smile. Tell me your conditions. When Xun Xiaoli saw Fong Hao agreed, she immediately became anxious. She pulled his hand and whispered, Fong Hao, he's really good at tennis and has won awards in national competitions. You can't beat him. In her impression, Fong Hao was weak and sickly in high school. His physical education scores were always at the bottom, and he never participated in ball games that boys liked. How could he possibly beat Guan Yu, the so-called prince of tennis? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Fong Hao didn't comment. Whether I win or lose, I won't know until I fight. Seeing Fong Hao taking the bait, Guan Yu's eyes lit up. If I win, you will automatically give up Xin Xiaoli. After hearing his conditions, Xin Xiaoli's heart suddenly tightened and her face turned pale. Fong Hao didn't seem to notice the change in her expression. He just smiled faintly. No problem. What if you lose? I lose, and you can do whatever you want with me. Well, my condition is very simple. Just stop bothering Xin Xiaoli from now on. Okay, it's a deal. Seeing the two of them make a bet, the other students all followed them to the tennis court to watch the fun. The intelligent system automatically turned on all the lights on the tennis court for the owner, and everyone realized that this tennis court was even more standard than they had imagined, and there was absolutely no problem using it to host national competitions. Guan Yu changed into the professional tennis clothes brought by the maid, but Fong Hao waved his hand to refuse. He was shirtless, wearing beach shorts and a pair of flip-flops. He looked so unique and extremely funny. But now everyone knows that he is a billionaire, so even if he wants to laugh, he dare not. Having money is cool. Not having money is stupid. Yang Lin smiled bitterly and persuaded. Master, at least change your shoes. What if you sprain your ankle? It's okay. These shoes are pretty good. Fong Hao took the tennis racket and swung it a few times in the air. To be honest, this was the first time he touched this kind of racket. He had rarely touched a badminton racket before. Xin Xiaoli looked at Fong Hao, who was playing nonchalantly on the court, and was extremely worried. Zhao Shui, do you think Fong Hao can win? I don't think he has a good chance. Zhao Shui shook her head. You know who Guan Yu is? He's a talented guy who won awards at the National University Games. He can beat Fong Hao like a weakling. He can probably beat him by hopping on one foot. What should I do? Should I go up and stop the game? Xin Xiaoli was immediately confused when she saw that others were also pessimistic about Fong Hao. It's too late. They've already started. Chapter 46, Be Gentle. The two decided on a best-of-3 format, with a male classmate acting as referee. After the coin toss, Fong Hao served in the first game. Seeing that the opponent was actually wearing slippers and shorts on the court, Guan Yu felt angry and happy at the same time. He was angry that Fong Hao dared to show such disrespect for the sport, but he was happy that it was a sure thing for him to win the game. If he dares to play tennis in slippers, how can I justify my 10 years of hard training on the court unless I beat him to death? When seeing Fong Hao casually throwing the ball, Guan Yu sneered in his heart. This was a complete layman's technique. This guy was pretending too much, and it turned out he didn't know how to play tennis at all. The students present had some knowledge about tennis, and they were all pessimistic after seeing Fong Hao's serving posture. The ball was thrown a little too high and was seriously deflected, which greatly affected the speed and power of the serve. Zhao Shui smiled and said, Xiaoli, your boyfriend is rich, but he doesn't seem to know anything about tennis. But the next second, her smile froze on her face. Bang! Fong Hao's swung racket turned into an afterimage and hit out fiercely, and suddenly a loud bang like a gunshot was heard on the court. Before Guan Yu could react, the high-speed flying tennis ball had already created a small hole in the court and then flew out of bounds. The whole audience fell into dead silence until the racket in Fong Hao's hand broke into two with a snap, which brought them back to their dazed state. Is this guy a monster? He actually broke the tennis racket with just one strike. How amazing is his arm strength? The referee finally remembered his duty and raised his hand to signal. 10-15-0. Sorry, I used too much force. Fong Hao smiled modestly and handed the broken racket to Yang Lin, who was jogging over. Young master, this is a pure handmade racket produced by Australian Master Wilson. It costs 20,000 US dollars. You have to be careful with it. Yang Lin said with a wry smile. It's not that expensive. It's not expensive, but this is the only one left. Yang Lin reminded. If this racket breaks again, you can only use ordinary ones. Fong Hao blushed. Then I will try to be gentle. Was that an illusion just now? Yes, it must be an illusion. Guan Yu kept muttering to himself with a look of disbelief on his face. He could only vaguely see the flight trajectory of the ball just now. Where in the world could a ball travel so fast? He must have been hallucinating just now. Watch out. I'm going to serve again. Fong Hao smiled and picked up another ball and gently threw it up. I'm ranked 5th in the country. How could I not see clearly the serve of a layman? Calm down, I must have drunk too much just now, so I'm a little distracted. Guan Yu mustered up his fighting spirit and observed his opponent's movements intently. It's stable now. Judging from his eyes, Brother Yu has started to take it seriously. Su Yuan praised. Fong Hao just took advantage of the unexpected situation to score a goal. Now he has no chance. Li Ming also said, That's right, don't you see what Brother Yu's nickname is? He is the recognized prince of tennis. There is no one better than him in the entire Huahai city. Fong Hao's movements this time were indeed much gentler. Most people could see the movement of the racket clearly, but the speed of the tennis ball was still incredibly fast. Just as Guan Yu stepped out with his right foot to intercept, the ball had already bounced out of bounds. Fong Hao scored another goal, 30-0. After serving, he picked up the racket and looked at it over and over again. Fortunately, it didn't break this time. If the first goal was a fluke, then the second goal was a test of real strength, and there was no room for falsehood in front of everyone. Li Ming and Su Yuan were speechless for a long time, while Guan Yu's face was as black as coal slag. Do you want to continue? Fong Hao smiled faintly. Prince of Tennis? If you do that again, I won't believe it. Guan Yu roared with gritted teeth. It would be fine if we are not as well matched financially, but if we are defeated in the field that we are best at, we would be too ashamed to face people in the future. Of course, we cannot give up easily. The following game was dull as ever. Guan Yu still failed to receive Fong Hao's 2 serves and was completely defeated in the first game. Am I seeing things? Guan Yu actually had his head shaved bald. What kind of tennis prince is this? He can't even catch a ball. How embarrassing. You can't blame him. After all, Fong Hao's ball speed is too fast, and there is even an afterimage. He's rich, plays basketball well, and speaks well. I really want to confess my love to him. Stop it, you crazy nympho. It's strange that you can compete with Shun Xiaoli. Guan Yu, with a deathly pale face, punched the ground. The opponent's serve angle was not tricky, and the landing point was also ordinary, but the speed was too damn fast. It felt like a bullet fired from a gun. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Li Ming ran over and helped him up. Brother Yu, this guy is a monster. Why don't you just surrender? The enemy is too powerful. Continuing to fight will only bring humiliation upon ourselves. It's not worth it. Get out of here. I won't admit defeat. Guan Yu pushed him away with red eyes. There's still one round left. I still have a chance. Since the other party wants to continue fighting, Fong Hao will naturally do as he wishes. The two sides exchanged serve, and the second game officially began. Guan Yu was able to enter the national competition thanks to his superb serving skills, which is also the reason why he refuses to give up. The opponent's serve was indeed very fast, but that didn't mean he could receive my serve, especially since he was wearing flip-flops, which made it difficult for him to move around. Let me show you how powerful I am. This time I will shave your balls too. Guan Yu threw the ball up and hit it out with an extremely standard posture. The high-speed flying tennis ball drew a strange arc, and the landing point was also extremely strange, making it extremely difficult to catch the ball. The moment the ball was hit, Fong Hao had already moved. The slippers on his feet did not affect his speed at all. He easily predicted the trajectory of the tennis ball, and when the ball hit the ground and bounced back, he swung his racket and hit it directly. Bang! After the loud bang, The tennis ball flew back like a cannonball. Its speed suddenly increased several times, and it landed on the ground before Guan Yu could come to his senses. 0-15. He actually caught his own serve, and it looked so easy. Guan Yu suddenly felt hopeless, as if all the strength in his body was drained away in an instant, and he fell to his knees with a thud. His pitiful self-confidence had been completely crushed by Fong Hao. What? Rank 5th in the country? It's just a joke in front of others. Chapter 47. The boss lady was kidnapped. The rest of the games didn't need to be played. When Fong Hao was wiping his sweat with the towel handed to him by the maid, the cell phone on the table suddenly rang. Yang Lin quickly handed him the phone. After the call was connected, Xiao Yang's anxious voice was heard. Boss, something terrible has happened. Miss Xia has been kidnapped. Which Miss Xia? Fong Hao was stunned. Of course it's the boss, your boss's wife, Xia Wei. Xiao Yang almost got himself dizzy. What? She was kidnapped? Fong Hao raised his voice immediately. What happened? Did you report it to the police? I don't dare to report it yet. You should watch the video that was sent to me first. After hanging up the phone, Fong Hao clicked on a short video and saw a van speeding down the commercial street. Xiao Wei, who had just closed the shop door, was immediately covered by the mouth by two men who got out of the van and then carried directly into the car. The video was very clear, and Fong Hao recognized one of the men at a glance. It was the deputy manager Ma, who had been fired earlier. The other man had a fierce look on his face and sinister eyes, and it was obvious at first glance that he was not a good person. Boss, this was discovered by Captain Liu of the security team. One of the people who kidnapped Miss Xia is Ma Bangyi, who was previously the deputy manager Ma, and the other is Ma Bangdi, Ma Bangyi's younger brother, who is a wanted fugitive. It is said that he has several accomplices, all of whom are ruthless and have committed several robbery and murder cases. Xiao Yang explained, I was worried that reporting it to the police would anger him, so I didn't dare to act rashly. As he was speaking, another call came in. Fong Hao took a look and saw that it was Xiao Wei's number. Needless to say, this must have been a call from the robbers. He took a deep breath and answered the phone. Hello? Fong Hao, right? A hoarse male voice came from the phone. I am. I have your boss wife Xiao Wei in my hands. If you don't want her to get hurt, bring 5 million in cash to number 114, Tailu Road, North City, before 1 a.m. Remember not to call the police. You can only come alone. Otherwise, you will have to wait for the beauty to collect her body. Before Fong Hao could say anything, the robber hung up the phone. When he called again, the phone was turned off. Fong Hao, what happened? Xin Xiaoli saw that he looked serious, so she walked over and asked with concern. Fong Hao smiled slightly. Nothing. I have to go out for something. You guys continue to play. Xin Xiaoli nodded and stopped talking. She was a smart woman. Since Fong Hao refused to say anything, there was no need to ask any further. That would only cause the other party to be disgusted. After opening the garage door, a pure black steel behemoth appeared in front of Fong Hao. The 6-meter-long body is made up of 2 layers of steel plates inside and outside. It has clear edges and corners, a domineering appearance, full high-strength glass, and bulletproof tires with tomahawk wheels. It is simply a mobile armored fortress. After getting in the car, Fong Hao discovered more surprises. Not only can the car drive automatically, but it can also be remotely controlled through the smart watch it is equipped with an effective distance of over 1,000 meters. Boom! After stepping on the accelerator, the powerful V8 engine let out a low roar, pushing the huge body of the car slowly out of the garage, leaving all the students in the distance stunned. Wachow, where did the armored vehicle come from? This doesn't look like an armored vehicle. It's clearly an SUV. What a handsome car. It feels much more domineering than the Escalade of the squad leader's house. Nonsense, this is the Kaibohi War Shield. The cheapest one costs more than 8 million. Compared to it, the Escalade is just a little brother. This Fong Hao is truly inhumane. I kneeled down. Guan Yu's fragile heart was once again hit hard. When Fong Hao rushed to the north of the city, in the abandoned warehouse at number 114 Tailu Road, several shirtless men were gathered together drinking and eating skewers. This place is remote, deserted during the day, and ghost-free at night, making it the perfect place to detain hostages. Brother, do you think Fong Hao can raise 5 million in such a short time? Ma Bangdi asked while chewing on a kebab. Banks are closed at this time, and the ATM can't withdraw so much money. Don't worry, others may not be able to do it, but he can. Deputy Manager Ma sneered. I have already found out after I was fired. It turns out that he is the boss behind the Jinding Commercial Street, and there are always millions of cash in the safe of Jinding property. That's why I asked for this amount. Brother, you're awesome. You figured this out. This time, it's our turn to make a fortune. said one of Ma Bondi's men with a smile. It's only 5 million. You can buy a house in Huahai with it. How can it be considered a fortune? Deputy Manager Ma said smugly. After Fong Hao personally delivers the money, we will tie him up. As long as he is in our hands, we can decide how much money to take. Everyone gave a thumbs up and said, great, really great. So brother, he had planned this long ago? It's still early, you guys continue eating. I'll go inside to see how the hostages are doing. Deputy Manager Ma stood up and loosened his belt, looking impatient. Ma Bangdi said with a smile, brother, this girl is so beautiful. Can you let me play with her later? Deputy Manager Ma readily agreed. Okay, come one by one, everyone will have a share. He climbed up the rusty iron ladder to the second floor, where the tightly tied hostage was being held in a small attic. After letting go of the stockings in her mouth, Xiao Wei immediately started cursing. Ma Bonnie, you beast, let me go. Deputy Manager Ma, who was drunk, laughed sinisterly and said, Boss Xia, you still can't escape from my grasp, right? Now let's settle the accounts. Seeing the other person's strange look, Xiao Wei's face was suddenly filled with fear. You, what do you want to do? Don't come over, stay away from me. Ha ha, since you say I'm a beast, then of course I have to do something that only beasts would do. Deputy Manager Ma said proudly. Before that stinky boy Fong Hao falls into the trap, you should have some fun with his brothers first. Xiao Wei panicked and said, don't do anything rash. Be careful of me. Be careful that I bite my tongue and commit suicide. Ha ha. You believe in the plot in the TV series? Deputy Manager Ma laughed. If you're not afraid of pain, just bite it. I'm also very curious and want to see whether you can die or not. Aren't you afraid that the police will arrest you and put you in jail? What a joke. I've already given up everything. Do I still care about adding another charge? Deputy Manager Ma had a ferocious look on his face. I'm a deputy manager, but I've fallen to this point. It's all because that bastard Fong Hao fired me. You're his woman, right? I'll definitely cuckold him. Nonsense. How can I be his woman? Don't try to fool me. He's a billionaire who goes to a milk tea shop to deliver food. If it's not to seduce you, then it must be to experience life. Only a fool would believe that. Xiao Wei was now completely helpless and could only close her eyes in despair. Just as Deputy Manager Ma was about to pounce, the warehouse door was suddenly kicked open, and Fong Hao walked in calmly, carrying 2 large travel bags. Chapter 48, I Can't Turn It. This guy came so quickly. Deputy Manager Ma was annoyed. This Fong Hao was definitely not compatible with him. He always ruined his plans at the critical moment. Fong Hao coldly, don't you have eyes to see? I'm the only one outside. Fong Hao said calmly. I brought the money. Where's the person? The person is here. Deputy Manager Ma's voice came from upstairs. Fong Hao looked up and saw that Xiao Wei, whose upper body was tied with hemp rope, had been pushed out, and the man standing behind her was Deputy Manager Ma. Ma Bangdi sneered. Give me the money. Let him go first. Okay. Ahua Chong go and close the door first. Yes, Diggo. The 2 men walked quickly forward, closed the iron door behind Fong Hao again, and deliberately leaned on it to cut off his retreat. Can we let him go now? Fong Hao smiled slightly. Boy, once we get into the warehouse, it's out of your control. Ha ha. Ma Bandi left. Brothers, take him down. What are you going to do? What? Of course we're going to kidnap you. Ma Bangdi said, 5 million is too little. It's not enough for us brothers to share. Since you've fallen into our trap, we can't let you go. So you guys have other intentions? Fong Hao sneered. If that's the case, let's see who's the winner. Are you a martial artist? Ma Bangdi was a little surprised. Go ahead and take him down. Okay. A burly man with a face full of flesh rushed over and opened his arms to hug him. A nauseating smell of body odor hit Fong Hao in the face and almost made him vomit. He tapped his left foot lightly and spun his body around his right foot, just avoiding the attack. Then he kicked the sturdy man in the butt. The combined force of the two made it impossible for the sturdy man to stop his momentum. He collided with his other companion with a bang. Both of them saw stars immediately. Fong Hao used the travel bag as a meteor hammer, knocking down several people in succession. Ma Bandi was so angry that he pulled out a sharp machete from under the table and rushed over. Tear. Seeing that the opponent was coming at him aggressively, Fong Hao raised his travel bag to block it, but it was split into 2 halves by the machete, and bundles of white paper were immediately scattered all over the ground. You actually used paper to deceive us? Deputy Manager Ma in the attic was immediately furious. Fong Hao sneered. Of course it's not real money. Otherwise how could I come so quickly? How dare you tease me? Well, you wait for me. The angry deputy manager Ma put a folding knife on Xiao Wei's neck. If you don't surrender, I will kill her with one knife. M. Xiao Wei's mouth had been blocked by the stockings again, and she could only make grunting sounds from her throat. Fong Hao threw the bag away and put his hands behind his back. Don't be impulsive. I've already thrown the bag away. Deputy Manager Ma said proudly. Brother, go tie him up. Okay. When Ma Bondi was about to take the rope, a rumbling engine sound suddenly came from outside the warehouse door. What's going on? When the two gatekeepers were confused, the warehouse door was suddenly slammed open and a giant steel beast roared in. Ma Bangdi's eyes widened immediately. Wernima, where did the tank come from? While Fong Hao used his watch to remotely control the direction of the Kyber battle shield, he quickly climbed onto the roof of the car. Brother, be careful. Seeing the car crashing into the iron pillar under the attic, Ma Bondi yelled anxiously. Bang! The front of the car covered with steel plates hit the iron pillar heavily. The two people on it suddenly lost their balance and fell down with screams. Fong Hao jumped high and caught Xiao Wei, then landed on the roof of the car. However, Deputy Manager Ma was not so lucky. His head hit the car body when he fell, and he fell to the ground with a bloody head. Ahoo, kill him for me? Seeing that his brother's life or death was uncertain, Ma Bondi's eyes instantly turned red, while Ahu pulled out a sawed-off, double-barreled shotgun from behind his waist. This shotgun is extremely powerful at close range and can shoot a person into a sieve. If it weren't a critical moment, Ma Bondi would not let Ahu use it. At this time, Fong Hao and Xiao Wei had already entered the car through the sunroof. He ignored the black muzzle of the gun and drove the shield towards a corner of the warehouse. Boom! Ahu aimed at the cab and fired a shot, but to his surprise, the glass in front of Fong Hao was completely intact. Countless iron sand was bounced back and flew everywhere, almost hurting himself. Fong Hao stepped on the accelerator, and the Kyber battle shield easily broke through the iron wall of the warehouse and rushed directly out. In addition to the roar of the V8 engine, the night sky was also filled with the sound of a patrol car siren. Oh no! This bastard actually called the police. Ma Bangdi and Ahu didn't dare to stay. They crawled out of the hole in the warehouse and disappeared into the darkness. Finally, the police arrested 5 criminals, including Deputy Manager Ma, who was in a coma, while Ma Bondi and Ahu were still at large. Xiao Wei, who survived the disaster, hugged Fong Hao and cried bitterly until a female patrol officer knocked on the car window. You two come down and follow me back to record your statements. Fong Hao looked back and saw that the female police officer had short hair, rosy cheeks, and delicate features. She was actually a beauty. He smiled and said, Beauty, my boss's wife was terribly frightened just now. Can you let her take her time to record her statement? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Su Li frowned and said in a cold tone, Get out of the car quickly. Beauty, we are the victims. There is no need to be so fierce, right? Fong Hao teased seriously. If you frown too often, you will get wrinkles, and your face is as tight as iron when you talk, which makes you look old. Phew! Xiao Wei finally burst into laughter after being teased by him. Goddamn Iron Sheet. You're the Iron Sheet. Your whole family is Iron Sheet. Su Li is a well-known cold-blooded girl in the patrol team. She could not stand Fong Hao's teasing and exploded immediately. Now I suspect you have something to do with the fugitive Ma Bondi. Stand against the wall. Put your hands on your head and squat down. Fong Hao was stunned. You are not so stingy that you can't even joke with me? Su Li sneered. Who is kidding you? She took a step forward and held Fong Hao down. She was about to twist his arm behind her back to give him some pain, but she found that his arm was as hard as steel, and she couldn't twist it at all. Chapter 49. Sorry. So, he's a martial artist? Su Li suddenly felt competitive. Although she was a girl, her fighting skills were among the top 3 in the city patrol team, and she had never lost in arm wrestling. Could it be that she could not deal with a man with a smooth talk? She immediately increased her strength and twisted the other person's arm with all her strength. Although he had used all his strength, Fong Hao remained motionless. Damn, is this guy a strongman? Su Li's face was full of disbelief. Beauty, are you massaging me? Fong Hao said nonchalantly. Can you change the position? My arm isn't sore anymore. Thank you. Su Li was so angry that she reached out and pulled out her pistol. Put your hands on your head and squat down, or I will shoot. No. The male patrolman next to her was horrified and quickly stopped her. Captain Su, he is the boss of Jinding Commercial Street. Don't make a big fuss. Otherwise, it will be difficult to report to the superiors. He's the boss of Jinding? Are you sure? This guy hasn't even grown all his hair yet. How can he be a billionaire? The male patrolman whispered. Just now, Xiao Yang, the general manager of Jinding Property, personally called the chief constable and sent a photo. Fong Hao is indeed the boss of Jinding. You're lucky. Su Li could only put away the gun in dismay, collect the team, and take everyone back. After she left, the male patrolman said in a friendly tone, Mr. Fong, Miss Xia, please drive behind us. Fong Hao asked with a smile, Brother, does your captain have no boyfriend? The male patrolman asked in confusion. How did you know? Fong Hao said seriously. You can tell at a glance, with her temper, which man can stand it. She would make a move when she disagrees with me. She is so unfeminine. Bang! After a loud bang, an abandoned tire rolled between the two people. After seeing Su Li's gloomy eyes, the male patrolman immediately broke out in sweat, while Fong Hao still looked calm. After recording their statements, Fong Hao and Xia Wei went back with Xiao Yang, who had rushed over. The frightened Xia Wei stayed at home to rest for a day and did not open the shop until the next day. When Fong Hao came to work, he happened to meet Captain Liu, who was patrolling at the door of the milk tea shop. It turned out that Xiao Yang had ordered to strengthen security in the area around the milk tea shop yesterday to prevent the two escaped robbers from causing trouble again. After delivering takeouts several times in a row without triggering the reward, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There were usually not many orders at this time. Fong Hao, who was drowsy sitting in the corner of the milk tea shop, was suddenly awakened by the ringing of a phone. There was another takeout to deliver. He cheered himself up, set off again on his electric scooter, and called the customer after arriving at the destination. Hello, I'm already across from the XXX restaurant. Where are you? See that silver Corolla on the side of the road? Just give it to the driver. The customer's voice was cold and sounded familiar. Okay. Fong Hao quickly found the Corolla. He knocked gently on the car window, and the driver lowered the window. It turned out to be the male patrolman he had seen that night, but now he was wearing casual clothes. Dude, it's you. Fong Hao was happy. Why? Don't you have to go to work today? Who said I wasn't there? I was on a mission. Fong Kong took the food with a smile. Mr. Fong, I didn't expect you to actually be delivering food. When he was recording his statement the night before, he thought Fong Hao was joking. No, I'm just a delivery man. Fong Hao glanced inside the car and didn't see Su Li, so he asked again, Why are you alone? Where's the ironclad Captain Su? Before Fong Kong could answer, Fong Hao felt a fierce, murderous aura coming from behind him. The dangerous atmosphere immediately made him alert. Behind him, a slender thigh in white shoes was lifted up like lightning, aiming at his crotch. In a flash, Fong Hao suddenly closed his legs and clamped the attacking foot tightly. Su Li struggled hard for several times, but failed to pull her foot back. She was wearing a denim skirt and a white t-shirt today. The posture of raising her legs looked a little unsightly, and many passers-by started pointing and talking. Let go of my feet, you hooligan! Su Li had no choice but to shout. Fong Hao said calmly, Beauty, it was you who attacked me first with a dirty trick. I was just defending myself. How can I be considered a hooligan? Su Li said angrily. You won't let go, right? Well, let's see how long you can hold on. She put her 5 fingers together and cut the back of the opponent's neck with one palm. If this blow is effective, it will definitely make an adult man faint instantly. Fong Hao didn't dodge, but grabbed her wrist with his backhand as if he had eyes behind his head. Su Li couldn't pull her hand back, so she could only punch the opponent in the waist. Unfortunately, the strength difference between the two was too great, and Fong Hao's other hand firmly grasped her hand. Now, Su Li, who was doing the one-legged pose, couldn't even stand steadily, let alone attack. She was so anxious that she almost shed tears. Fong Hao said calmly, Apologize to me, and I will let you go. Don't even think about it. Apologizing means surrendering to the other party, which is a great humiliation for the proud Su Li. After she graduated and joined the patrol team, she made many outstanding achievements and became the youngest captain in the city in just 2 years. How could she be willing to apologize to her opponent? Okay, then let's just waste time like this and see who can't hold on. Fong Hao was annoyed that she didn't use enough strength, so he deliberately wanted to teach her a lesson. If that kick had been given to someone else just now, I'm afraid that everything would have been lost, and he would have become Dongfang Booby. Fong Kong knew that the captain had a strong personality and was very concerned about her reputation. If he pleaded for her, he would definitely be harassed afterwards, so he simply turned his face away and pretended to be stupid. The two of them remained in a stalemate with an ambiguous and strange posture. As time went by, more and more passers-by gathered to watch. Young people nowadays are so shameless that they flirt with each other on the street. I think she's an internet celebrity who shoots short videos. This woman is so pretty, has a good temperament, and a great body. She should be from a certain audio platform, right? The guy wearing the takeaway vest should be your boyfriend. He is so lucky. I am so envious. I don't think so. It should be the girl who hired them as the background. Facing all kinds of looks from people, Fong Hao accepted it calmly, but Su Li couldn't stand it a little. After seeing that many people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures, she finally chose to compromise. Sorry, the sound is too soft. I can't hear it. Sorry. Chapter 50, Don't Deliver Food in Your Next Life. Hearing the other party's crying voice, Fong Hao finally let go of his hands and feet. After regaining her freedom, Su Li looked down and saw that there were black marks on her wrists. This guy really doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Su Li rubbed her wrists angrily. If there weren't so many people at the scene, she would definitely pull out a gun to subdue Fong Hao and then give him a good beating. No matter if he was a billionaire or not, she would just do it. Fong Hao, do you dare to fight me fair and square? What? Haven't you been tortured enough by me? Fong Hao sneered. As long as you don't use any dirty tricks, I'll accompany you to the end anytime. Okay, 3 days later, come to this place to find me and we'll have a good fight. Su Li handed over a black card. Fong Hao took it and looked at it, and saw 4 big words, "Hua Family Boxing Gym," printed on it. No problem. I hope you won't be so tortured that you cry. You, Captain, the target has really appeared. Fong Kong, who had been monitoring an apartment building opposite, suddenly said. Su Li and Fong Hao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man in a windbreaker and a mask sneaking into the building. Is he Ma Bondi? Fong Hao recognized the other person's back at a glance. You still have some foresight. Su Li snorted coldly. Xiao Kong, call for support immediately. I'll go and take a look first. Fong Kong said, Captain, he is a vicious fugitive and he may have a gun on him. It's too dangerous for you to go up alone. Why don't you wait for backup to arrive? Don't worry, I'll go up and check out the location. You stay here and wait for support. Su Li said without question. Su Tai, Miss Su. How about I go with you? Fong Hao volunteered. The vest I'm wearing can provide a good cover. What do you think? Su Li refused. No, Ma Bangdi knows you. Fong Hao put on the helmet. Isn't this okay? Seeing that the other party was still hesitating, he added. That guy didn't escape from Huahai City. He must have taken revenge on Xiao Wei and me. For both public and private reasons, I can't let him get away with it. Fong Kong also persuaded, Captain, Mr. Fong is quite skilled, and I feel more at ease with him around. Just agree to it. Okay, but once you get in, you have to follow my instructions. No problem. Fong Hao quickly took the takeaway from Fong Kang's arms and said, borrow it for a while, and I'll return it to you later. I haven't drunk it yet. Drink later. The two walked into the apartment one after another. Ma Bondi had already disappeared. Su Li placed her arrest warrant on the front desk. Officer, what can I do for you? Asked the man at the front desk. Which floor did the person who just came in go to? It seems to be the 3rd or 4th floor. I can't remember clearly. Can you check the surveillance to see which room he entered? I'm sorry, most of the surveillance cameras upstairs are broken. Su Li had no choice but to go to the 3rd floor with Fong Hao to check. After seeing the 2 people enter the elevator, the man at the front desk secretly sent a message on his mobile phone. After receiving the news, Ma Bondi, who had just sat down to eat noodles, stood up immediately. Brother D, is there something wrong? Ahu, who was cleaning his gun, also became alert. There's a thunder coming up? Let's go. The two put the luggage bags they had prepared long ago on their shoulders, then calmly opened the door and left. In the elevator, Su Li directly pressed the button for the 8th floor. Fong Hao asked curiously, didn't you say we were going to the 3rd floor? That man is lying. Su Li said calmly. The other elevator clearly stopped at the 8th floor. No one was in or out of the apartment just now. Ma Bondi must have gone to the 8th floor. What if you guessed wrong? If my guess is wrong, then we shouldn't be in any danger when we get out of the elevator later. Su Li pulled out a pistol from her waist and loaded it. Stand against the wall and don't show your head, she warned. Ma Bondi is a ruthless man. Several of our colleagues have been seriously injured while trying to capture him. Although his body had been strengthened by the system, Fong Hao didn't dare to gamble whether he could withstand the bullets, and immediately leaned against the wall obediently. Ma Bangdi was about to go downstairs through the fire escape when Ahu suddenly said, Look, Diggo, the elevator seems to be coming up. Damn it, Alpha must have been discovered by Lazy. Let's kill them first. Good. The 2 men pulled out sawn-off shotguns from their travel bags and hit on both sides of the elevator, one on the left and one on the right. Sure enough, The elevator stopped on the 8th floor, and after a ding, the door slowly opened. When the door was half opened, four black gun muzzles were suddenly thrust in. Although Su Li was prepared, she was still frightened after seeing this scene. "Get down!" Fong Hao didn't have time to think. He yelled and threw her to the ground. Boom! Thunderous gunshots rang out almost at the same time, and hundreds of iron sands raged wildly in the elevator. Fong Hao, who was lying on Su Li, felt as if his back was run over by a tank. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, staining the bumpy walls red. At such a close distance, the attack range of iron sand could almost cover the entire elevator, so he was naturally doomed. Before the smoke cleared, Ma Bondi could see the figure on the ground. His back was covered in blood, and his yellow vest was torn. Ahu rubbed his head and said, "Brother D, did we hit the wrong guy? This guy looks like a food delivery man." Ma Bondi spat on the ground. "Pa, you wasted my 2 bullets. You are unlucky. Don't be a delivery boy in your next life. Let's go." The two were about to put away their guns and leave when Su Li suddenly pushed Fong Hao away, aimed at them, and fired 2 shots. Her shooting skills were pretty good to begin with, and at such a close distance she could hit whatever she pointed at. The 2 robbers were each shot in the thigh and fell down screaming. Su Li did not dare to delay. She stood up and shot them several more times in the arm without hesitation, until the 2 men completely lost their ability to resist. Fong Hao, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, say something quickly." Su Li, crying bitterly, shook Fong Hao desperately. If he hadn't sacrificed himself to save others just now, he would have been the one lying in a pool of blood. "No, it's okay," Fong Hao said weakly. "But if you shake it harder, then it's hard to say." His entire back was torn off by the iron sand, and it was a miracle that he did not die. "You're not dead. That's great." Su Li was overjoyed and threw herself into his arms, crying. "First, stop crying so much. Please call an ambulance for me. My back hurts so much that I can't breathe." Su Li finally came to her senses. "Hold on a moment. I'll call an ambulance right away." While she was frantically making the phone call, the dying Fong Hao suddenly heard a beautiful voice. "Congratulations to the host for completing a special takeaway, and be rewarded with intermediate physical enhancement. Chapter 51: My childhood friend is getting married." A warm current quickly traveled through Fong Hao's body. Wherever it went, both external and internal injuries were healed at the speed of light. The effect was comparable to the healing spell in the game. By the time Su Li hung up the phone, he was able to get up from the ground. "What are you doing? Lie down quickly." Su Li was shocked and immediately went forward to support him. "I seem to be fine. Call an ambulance and go back." "Did you get hit in the head by a bullet? Why are you talking nonsense?" "I'm really fine." Fong Hao was about to flex his muscles, but was hugged by Su Li instead. "Be good. Sit down quickly. The ambulance will be here soon." Smelling the faint fragrance of virginity in his arms, Fong Hao had no choice but to compromise. The ambulance arrived at the same time as the patrol team, and the man at the front desk was also taken into custody. The doctor briefly examined Fong Hao's injuries. A strange look suddenly appeared on his face. "Doctor, is his life in danger?" Su Li asked anxiously. The doctor sighed. "Fortunately, I came in time. If I were later..." Su Li was shocked and asked, "Is there no hope for him?" "No." The doctor shook his head. "If we come any later, I'm afraid the wounds on his body will start to scab over." "Su Li?" The doctor smiled and said, "His body is very strong. The iron sand only caused minor damage, at most just some superficial injuries. Since it's just a superficial wound, why are you sighing? You almost scared me to death." Su Li raised her middle finger in her heart. "That's not right, doctor." She suddenly remembered what happened just now. Maybe you checked it wrong? He just vomited blood. Maybe his internal organs were seriously injured. If you're worried, take him back to the hospital for a full checkup. The doctor was slightly injured, and his own skills were actually questioned. "No need. I'm in great shape now and can kill a tiger." Fong Hao didn't want to be examined in the hospital. What if they found out that his physique was different from that of an ordinary person and he was sliced and studied? "Are you really okay?" Su Li saw that he looked normal and did not look like someone who was seriously injured. "It's really okay," Fong Hao said with a smile. "I have to go back and change clothes to continue delivering food, otherwise the boss lady will scold me. Bye. Bye-bye." Su Li had no choice but to watch the electric donkey go away. After hearing that Ma Bondi was also executed, Xia Wei breathed a sigh of relief. The other party was Deputy Manager Ma's younger brother. If he was not arrested for a day, she would be really scared every day. When Fong Hao was changing clothes, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from his childhood friend Yangzi. Yangzi's name is Li Mingyang, 2 years older than Fang Hao. The two can be said to have grown up together, wearing open crotch pants. When they graduated from junior high school, they moved to Baishui City with their parents, but they still keep in touch with each other from time to time. Baishui City is right next to Huahai City. More than 3 months ago, Li Mingyang, who had just broken up, came to the school to find Fang Hao. The two got drunk at a barbecue stall, and he almost vomited bile. Li Mingyang met his ex-girlfriend when he was in high school. The two had been in a relationship for 7 years. Just when they were preparing to get married this year, his ex-girlfriend, with whom he had made a vow to be together forever, was snatched away by someone else. The third party is my ex-girlfriend's immediate superior. His family is quite well off, but he has been divorced once. Under the violent financial offensive, the ex-girlfriend soon fell. When Li Mingyang came back from a 6-month business trip abroad, their fetus was already 2 months old. As a man, he naturally would not let the green grassland above his head continue to expand, and resolutely broke off the engagement with his ex-girlfriend. The unforgettable 7 years of love turned into a joke, and all the efforts vanished. Fang Hao is still a single man until now, so naturally he cannot empathize with his childhood friend, nor is he very good at comforting him. He can only accompany him to get drunk to relieve his sorrow. Fang Hao, I'm in Huahai today. Are you free tonight? Let's have a drink together. Fang Hao smiled and said, You're not the type who drinks to drown your sorrows, are you? Nonsense. I came to Huahai for an important event, so of course I can't get drunk. Li Mingyang said cheerfully, To tell you the truth, I'm getting married the day after tomorrow, and I came here specially to ask you to be my best man. Get married? Fang Hao was stunned. Are you getting back together with Pang Ling? You underestimate me too much. She is not the only woman in the world. I have completely forgotten this relationship. Li Mingyang said, The bride is my junior sister in college. She has been secretly in love with me for many years, but she has not confessed to me because of Pang Ling. Knowing that his childhood friend had completely come out of the haze of heartbreak, Fang Hao was sincerely happy for him. So you came to Hawaii this time to get married? That's right. The day after tomorrow is really great. A lot of couples are getting married. All the high-end wedding cars in the city have been rented out. I have no choice but to go to Huahai City to rent a car. After all, you only get married once in your life, and I don't want it to be too shabby. Do you need help? Fang Hao asked. I think my friend can borrow a few good cars. No need. I found a car rental company, and I'm on my way now. I'll call you when I'm done. Bye. Li Mingyang knew Fang Hao's family conditions. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. His friend must not be from a wealthy family. The so-called good car was probably just a joint venture car worth around 200,000 yuan, so he refused without hesitation. After get off work, Fang Hao took an online taxi and came to a night market street near Huazhong University of Science and Technology. At the barbecue stall, a man in a white shirt waved at him. Fang Hao, this way. Wow, do you want to order such a sumptuous meal? After Fang Hao approached, he found that the table was already full. I've been running all day. I only had 2 steamed buns this morning. I am starving. Of course I have to eat more. Li Mingyang Loga. Beer or white wine? Old rules, beer is fine. Since he hadn't even ridden an electric scooter, Fang Hao was naturally not afraid of drinking. Okay, boss. Bring me a dozen cold beers first. Okay. After knocking back a large glass of beer, the two started chatting while eating. Fang Hao asked casually, Yangzi, have you settled the wedding car issue? Done. A total of 5 Mercedes-Benz S. Li Mingyang said with a smile, The deposit has been paid. Although the price is a little expensive, it is still within my budget.